Story 1. I overheard my stepson laughing with his friends in our driveway. "Nah, he's not really my dad, just the ATM that keeps mom happy," he said, showing off the $450 limited edition sneakers I'd stood in line for hours to buy him last week. When his friend asked if I ever got mad, he shrugged and said, he wants mom to love him, so he'll buy whatever I want. I quietly closed the window and made a few calls. 2 weeks later, he stormed into the kitchen demanding money for concert tickets. "The ATM is officially closed," I said as his face fell. "And yes, your car insurance, phone plan, and those college applications you haven't started? All closed too." He completely lost it. "What do you mean, closed?" Tyler's voice cracked as he stared at me across the granite island. His hands gripped the counter edge, knuckles whitening. "Mom said you'd give me money for the Travis Scott concert. All my friends are going." I set down my coffee mug with deliberate care, maintaining eye contact. "Your mother and I had a conversation. Things are changing around here. You can't just," he sputtered, face reddening. Mom. Jessica appeared in the doorway, still in her yoga outfit from her morning class. Her eyes flickered between us, reading the tension. "What's going on?" "Your husband just said he's cutting me off." Tyler's voice rose to a near shout. "Tell him he can't do that." She crossed her arms, and I noticed the slight tightening around her mouth. We'd talked for 3 hours after I told her what I'd overheard. The conversation had been brutal, honest, and necessary. "Actually, Tyler, we both decided this together." The color drained from his face. "What?" "Sit down," I said, my voice level. Tyler remained standing, so I continued anyway. "For the past 3 years, I've paid for everything. Your phone, your car insurance, your gas, your clothes, your entertainment. I've covered your SAT prep courses, your spring break trips, your gaming setup. I did it because I wanted to be part of this family. I wanted you to see me as someone who cared about you. I never asked you to." "Let me finish." The firmness in my tone stopped him mid-sentence. 2 weeks ago, I heard you in the driveway with Marcus and Devin. You called me an ATM. You said I wasn't really your dad, just someone who keeps your mom happy by buying whatever you want. Tyler's face went pale, then flushed crimson. "I was just joking around with. You showed them the sneakers I stood in line for 4 hours to get you. Limited edition Jordan 1 highs. You laughed about how I probably thought it would make you like me." I kept my voice steady, refusing to let the hurt bleed through. "Your friend asked if I ever got mad, and you said I wouldn't because I needed your mom to love me." Jessica's hand went to her mouth. We hadn't discussed the exact words, I'd spared her some of the harsher details during our initial conversation. Hearing them now, laid bare in front of her son, made them cut differently. "Tyler, is this true?" Her voice was barely a whisper. He looked between us, trapped. "I mean, it's not like, I didn't mean it the way it sounds. How did you mean it?" I asked. Silence stretched between us like a rubber band pulled to its breaking point. "I thought so," I said finally. "Here's what's happening. Your phone plan? You're off it as of this Friday. Your car insurance? Cancelled next month. I've removed my card from all your accounts, Apple, PlayStation, Spotify, everything. The college application fees I was planning to cover? You'll need to earn those yourself. And the concert tickets? Not happening." "You're being ridiculous," Tyler shouted. "Mom, are you seriously letting him do this?" Jessica's jaw set in a way I'd rarely seen. "What's ridiculous is the way you've been treating someone who's done nothing but try to support you. Your father sends $400 a month in child support. That's barely enough to cover groceries. Everything else, and I mean everything, has come from Michael. Then maybe I should just go live with Dad." Tyler shot back. "Your father lives in a studio apartment in Portland with his girlfriend," Jessica replied, her voice sharp. "He's told you repeatedly there's no room for you there. But if you want to call him and ask, be my guest." Tyler grabbed his phone from the counter, but his hand trembled slightly. He didn't dial. "There's more," I said, pulling a manila folder from the drawer beside me. "I've documented every expense over the past 3 years. Your mother and I looked through everything last week." I spread the papers across the island. Bank statements, receipts, credit card records. All highlighted and categorized. Tyler's eyes widened as he scanned the numbers. $53,000. I let that sink in. "That's what I've spent on you since I married your mother. Not including household expenses, groceries, or utilities. This is just your direct costs. I didn't ask you to spend that." Tyler's voice cracked. "No, you didn't ask. You expected it. There's a difference." I gathered the papers back up. "You're 17 years old. In 10 months, you'll be legally an adult. It's time you learn that respect isn't something you give only when it's convenient. It's earned and reciprocated." Jessica moved closer to Tyler, but her expression remained firm. "I'm ashamed of how you've been acting. I raised you better than this." "Oh, so now you're taking his side?" Tyler's voice dripped with accusation. He's not even my real dad. He's been more of a father to you than your biological one has been in 5 years, Jessica snapped. Your dad has missed 17 of your last 20 birthdays. He forgot your high school graduation ceremony. Michael was the one who helped you study for your driver's test, who taught you how to change a tire, who sat with you when you were stressed about your chemistry final. Because he's trying to buy his way into our family. The accusation hung in the air. I felt something inside me shift, a final thread of hope snapping. You really believe that? I asked quietly. Tyler's defiance wavered, but he held his ground. Why else would you do all that stuff? Because that's what fathers do, I said. They show up. They support. They care. Not because they're trying to buy love, but because they already have it and want to nurture it. I pushed back from the counter. I guess I was wrong about what we had here. I left the kitchen, hearing Jessica's raised voice begin to tear into Tyler behind me. As I climbed the stairs to my office, my phone buzzed. A text from my attorney, confirming what I'd set in motion over the past 2 weeks. I'd hoped it wouldn't come to this. I'd really, genuinely hoped Tyler would show some remorse, some understanding. Instead, he'd doubled down. Fine. If he wanted to learn the hard way, I'd provide the education. 3 days passed in tense silence. Tyler barely emerged from his room except for school. Jessica told me he'd been on the phone with his biological father twice, conversations that apparently went nowhere. His friends kept texting about the concert, and I'd hear his frustrated responses through the walls. On Thursday evening, Tyler knocked on my office door. I looked up from my laptop, where I'd been reviewing contract proposals for a new client. Can I talk to you? His voice was subdued, lacking its usual edge. Sure. I gestured to the chair across from my desk. He sat, hands clasped between his knees, staring at the floor. I've been thinking about what you said. About the ATM thing. I waited, saying nothing. I was showing off, he admitted. Marcus and Devin were talking about how their stepdads were on their cases about chores and curfews and whatever. I wanted to seem like I had it easy, like I was the one in control. He finally looked up. I didn't think you'd hear it. I didn't mean for it to hurt you. But you meant what you said in the moment, I observed. You just didn't want me to know you felt that way. He flinched. I guess so. Yeah. Tyler, here's what I need you to understand. I closed my laptop, giving him my full attention. I didn't marry your mother to gain a son. I married her because I love her. You were part of the package, yes, but over time, I grew to care about you independently. I wanted to be someone you could count on, someone you respected. I do respect you, he mumbled. No, you don't. Not yet. I leaned forward. Respect isn't just saying thank you or not talking back to someone's face. It's what you say when they're not around. It's how you value their efforts, their time, their feelings. So what do I do now? His voice was small, younger than 17. You learn. I pulled out a piece of paper and slid it across the desk. This is a budget. Your mother and I worked it out together. Starting next month, you'll receive $200 every 2 weeks. That's the approximate value of what your father sends in child support, divided by your mother's rules. Tyler picked up the paper, scanning the categories I'd outlined. Phone bill estimate. Gas money. Entertainment. Savings for college application fees. $400 a month? He looked up, stricken. That's barely anything. That's what most teenagers live on. Many live on less. I pointed to the breakdown. If you want your phone plan, it's $75 monthly for the single line. Gas will run you about $100 a month with your driving habits. That leaves $225 for everything else. Save $50 each month, and in 10 months, you'll have $500 for application fees. What about insurance? You want insurance, you get a job. There's a Papa John's hiring near your school. Your friend Mason works there, he told you about it last month, remember? Tyler's face crumpled. You're serious about this? Completely. I stood, walking around the desk to sit on the edge, closer to his level. Tyler, I'm not doing this to punish you. I'm doing this because you're almost an adult, and you need to understand how the world works. Money doesn't appear magically. Time is valuable. Effort matters. And the people who care about you deserve respect, not mockery. Can't I just apologize? Tell Marcus and Devin I was lying? You can do whatever you want with your friends. But apologizing to me isn't enough to reset everything to how it was. Trust takes time to rebuild. He sat there for a long moment, staring at the budget sheet. Fine. I'll get a job. Good. I returned to my chair. One more thing. Your mother and I are going to marriage counseling. His head snapped up. What? Why? Are you getting divorced? No. I saw the panic in his eyes and realized something important. Despite everything, Tyler didn't want this family to fall apart. We're going because what I overheard made me question things. Not about loving your mom, but about my role here. About whether I've been trying too hard to buy my way into acceptance instead of earning it naturally. That's not, he stopped, reconsidering. Is that really how you feel? Sometimes, I admitted. Your mom and I need to work through some things together. Figure out how we move forward as a unit, not as her and you on one side and me on the other. Tyler nodded slowly, processing this. I really am sorry, Michael. I was being a jerk. Apology noted. I reopened my laptop. Now go talk to Mason about that job. Applications take a week to process. He stood, hesitating at the door. Thanks. For not just kicking me out or whatever. Tyler? I'm not your enemy. I never was. He left, and I heard his footsteps retreat down the hall. Jessica appeared moments later, leaning against the doorframe. How'd it go? She asked. He apologized. Seemed genuine, or as genuine as a 17-year-old can manage. I rubbed my face, suddenly exhausted. This is harder than I thought it would be. She crossed to me, wrapping her arms around my shoulders from behind. You're doing the right thing. We both are. I hope so. I covered her hands with mine. Did you call Dr. Morrison's office? Appointment's next Tuesday at 7. She kissed the top of my head. We'll figure this out. I wished I had her confidence. Part of me wondered if we were already too far down a road we couldn't return from. Update 1. I didn't expect this post to blow up the way it has. Thousands of messages, comments ranging from supportive to accusatory, and more advice than I could process. Some people called me petty. Others said I should have done this sooner. A few questioned whether this was even real because apparently, my life is too messy for Reddit standards. It's real. And it's gotten more complicated. Tyler did get the job at Papa John's. He's been working there for 6 weeks now, and the change was immediate, not in his attitude, which remained sullen for the first few shifts, but in his understanding of what $10 an hour actually means. After taxes, his first paycheck was $247 for 28 hours of work. He stared at it like someone had slapped him. This is it? He'd asked his mom, showing her the pay stub. I worked almost 30 hours. Jessica, to her credit, didn't coddle him. Welcome to reality. Now you know why Michael budgets everything. The concert came and went. Tyler's friends posted videos and photos all over social media, Marcus in the front row, Devin wearing the merch shirt, everyone having the time of their lives. Tyler stayed home, scrolling through Instagram with his door closed. Jessica asked if I felt guilty. I told her the truth, not even a little. But here's where things took a turn I never saw coming. About 3 weeks after Tyler started working, I came home early from a client meeting. The house was supposed to be empty, Jessica had a yoga retreat until evening, and Tyler had a shift until 6. Instead, I heard voices from the living room. Tyler's voice, and another male voice I didn't recognize. I set my briefcase down quietly and moved toward the sound. Doesn't understand what it's like, Tyler was saying. He thinks throwing money around makes him my dad. Sounds like a control freak, the other voice replied. Older, rougher around the edges. I rounded the corner and stopped dead. Tyler sat on the couch across from a man in his mid-40s, weathered and thin, with a patchy beard and clothes that had seen better days. It took me a moment to place him from the few photos Jessica kept buried in a drawer. Kyle. The name came out flat. Tyler's biological father turned to look at me, and something in his expression made my stomach tighten. Not hostility, exactly. Calculation. You must be the ATM, Kyle said with a slight smirk. Tyler's face went crimson. Dad, don't. What are you doing in my house? I kept my voice level, but every instinct screamed danger. Visiting my son. Kyle leaned back on my couch like he owned it. That a problem? Does Jessica know you're here? Does she need to? Kyle's smirk widened. Tyler's old enough to invite whoever he wants over. I looked at Tyler, who wouldn't meet my eyes. We need to talk. In the kitchen. Now. Tyler followed me like a condemned man. Once we were out of Kyle's earshot, I rounded on him. How long has he been here? Like 20 minutes. He just showed up, I didn't invite him, I swear. Your shift starts in an hour. Why aren't you at school? Had a half day. Tyler's voice was defensive. Look, he called yesterday and said he wanted to see me. I told him you and Mom wouldn't let him come over, but he showed up anyway. And you let him in. He's my dad. He's a stranger who's been absent for 5 years and sends the legal minimum in child support. I pulled out my phone. I'm calling your mother. Wait, please don't. Tyler grabbed my arm. She'll freak out. She should freak out. This man has no business being here. I shook off his grip and dialed Jessica. It went to voicemail, she was probably in a session. Get him out of here. Now. Before your mother gets home. Tyler's face hardened. You can't tell me who I can see. I can when it's in my house and your mother isn't aware. We were at an impasse, glaring at each other across the kitchen island, when Kyle appeared in the doorway. "Everything okay in here?" His tone was light, but his eyes were sharp. "You need to leave," I said directly to Kyle. "Tyler invited me. I'm visiting my son. Tyler is a minor. This is my home. And you're not welcome." Kyle's expression shifted, losing the veneer of friendliness. That's the thing about kids, though. They grow up. They start making their own choices about who they want in their lives. He looked pointedly at Tyler. "Your boy here's been telling me how tough you've been on him lately. Cutting him off, making him work a fast food job. That's pretty harsh for a kid who's supposed to be focusing on college applications." Every warning bell in my head went off at once. "Tyler, go to your room." "He's not a child," Kyle interjected. "He can stay for this conversation." "I'm not having a conversation with you." I pulled out my phone again. "You have 2 minutes to leave before I call the police for trespassing." Kyle laughed, actually laughed. "Over the top much? I'm just trying to connect with my kid. But hey, if that's how you want to play it." He turned to Tyler. "Think about what I said. My door's always open if things get too controlling here." He left through the front door, and I heard his car start up in the driveway. Tyler stood frozen in the kitchen, looking miserable and defiant all at once. "What did he say to you?" I demanded. "Before I got here?" "Nothing. Just catching up." "Tyler." "He asked about school, about you and Mom, about how I was doing with money now that you cut me off." The words tumbled out defensively. He said he felt bad about not being around more, but it was complicated with his living situation. "Did he ask you for anything?" "What?" "No." But Tyler's eyes flickered, just for a second. I felt cold certainty settle over me. "He did. What did he want?" "Nothing, I swear." "Tyler James Sullivan, what did your father ask you for?" The use of his full name broke something. Tyler's shoulders sagged. "He asked if I could loan him $200. Just until his next paycheck. He said his car needs work and he's short on rent." "And what did you say?" "I said I didn't have it." Tyler's voice was barely audible. "That's when you came home." I pulled out a chair and sat down before my legs gave out. Kyle hadn't just shown up to reconnect with his son. He'd shown up because Tyler suddenly had access to money, limited money, but money nonetheless, and Kyle saw an opportunity. "Listen to me very carefully," I said. "Your father isn't here because he missed you. He's here because he's broke and desperate, and he sees you as an easy target." "You don't know that." "I know exactly that." I met his eyes. "Tyler, I've dealt with enough clients in financial trouble to recognize the signs. Your father hasn't been in your life for 5 years. Suddenly you get a job, have your own money, and he appears out of nowhere? That's not coincidence. Maybe he really does want to be in my life again." The hope in Tyler's voice broke my heart. This kid, for all his bravado and attitude, still desperately wanted his biological father's approval. Still believed, somewhere deep down, that Kyle might transform into the dad he'd always needed. "Maybe," I conceded, though I didn't believe it for a second. "But that doesn't change the fact that he came into this house without permission and tried to borrow money from you within 20 minutes. What does that tell you?" Tyler slumped into the chair across from me. "That he's broke. And that maybe he's using me." The words came out thick with emotion. "But he's still my dad. Being someone's biological father doesn't automatically make them a good person or someone you should trust." I chose my next words carefully. "I'm not trying to replace him. I never was. But I am trying to protect you from getting hurt by someone who's proven over and over that he puts himself first. So what do I do? You don't give him money. You don't invite him over again without discussing it with your mom first. And you tell me if he contacts you asking for anything else." Tyler nodded miserably. I sent Jessica a text explaining the situation, knowing she'd see it when her retreat ended. Then I did something I've been avoiding since this whole situation began. I called my attorney. "Paul? It's Michael. I need to know what rights Kyle Sullivan has regarding access to his son." Paul, who'd handled my business contracts for years and knew about the family situation, listened as I explained Kyle's unexpected visit. If he's current on child support and there's no restraining order, he's allowed contact with Tyler. But if he's showing up uninvited to your home, Jessica can request that visits happen on neutral ground or with supervision. Can we restrict contact? Not unless you can prove he's a danger to Tyler. Has he threatened anyone? No. But I think he's going to try to manipulate Tyler into giving him money. That's not illegal, Michael. Scummy, yes. But not illegal. Paul paused. Keep documentation of everything. If this escalates to financial exploitation or if Kyle tries to turn Tyler against you and Jessica in ways that are harmful, we can revisit options. For now, your best bet is to talk to Jessica about setting clear boundaries. I thanked him and hung up, feeling helpless. Tyler had disappeared to his room, and the house felt oppressively quiet. When Jessica finally called back an hour later, Her reaction was exactly what I'd expected, fury mixed with fear. "He has no right to just show up," she shouted through the phone. "Tyler knows better than to let him in without telling me." "Tyler's confused," I said, trying to calm her. "Kyle's playing on his emotions, making him feel guilty about the distance between them. Kyle created that distance by abandoning him." Jessica's voice cracked. "Gosh, I thought we were past this. I thought Tyler understood who Kyle really is. He's 17. He wants to believe his father cares about him." There was silence on the other end, broken by a shaky breath. "I'm coming home early. We need to deal with this as a family." She arrived 2 hours later, and the conversation that followed was brutal. Tyler tried to defend Kyle, saying maybe he'd changed, maybe he deserved a second chance. Jessica laid out every missed birthday, every broken promise, every time Kyle had chosen himself over his son. Tyler sat there, tears streaming down his face, caught between the fantasy of a father he wished he had and the reality of the one he got. We set ground rules. No more surprise visits. If Kyle wanted to see Tyler, it had to be planned in advance, with Jessica's approval, and at a neutral location. Tyler was forbidden from giving his father any money under any circumstances. Tyler agreed, though he looked like he'd aged 5 years in the process. That night, lying in bed, Jessica turned to me in the darkness. "Do you think I'm a bad mother for keeping Kyle at arm's length all these years?" "I think you're a protective mother who learned from painful experience." I pulled her close. "You've never stopped Tyler from having a relationship with Kyle. You just set reasonable boundaries. Tyler thinks I poisoned him against his father. Tyler's hurt and confused. He'll understand eventually." "Will he?" Her voice was small. "Or will he just resent both of us?" I didn't have an answer for that. We lay there in silence, two people trying to navigate an impossible situation with no clear right moves. Kyle called Tyler 3 times over the next week. Tyler showed me each text and voicemail, following our agreement. The messages started friendly, just checking in, wanting to hang out, promising they'd do something fun together soon. By the 4th message, Kyle's tone shifted. "Your mom's really got you under her thumb, huh? Can't even see your own dad without permission. That's messed up, Tyler. I'm trying here, but she's making it impossible." Tyler played that one for me in my office, his hand shaking slightly as he held his phone. "Is he right? Is mom being unreasonable? Your mom is protecting you. There's a difference." I paused the message. "Notice how he's not asking to meet up somewhere public? He's not suggesting lunch at a restaurant or a movie, things that would be normal father-son activities. He's pushing for unsupervised access to you. Maybe he just wants privacy to talk. Or maybe he wants privacy to ask for money again without witnesses." I handed the phone back. "Trust your gut, Tyler. What does your instinct tell you about his intentions?" Tyler stared at the phone, jaw clenched. "I don't know anymore." "Yes, you do." He looked up at me, and something in his expression cracked. "He doesn't really want to be my dad, does he? He just wants something from me." "I think part of him might want both," I said gently. "But I think the needing something is winning out over the wanting to be there for you. And that's not your fault. That's his failure, not yours." Tyler left my office without another word, and I heard his bedroom door close with a definitive click. Jessica found me half an hour later, holding a glass of bourbon I hadn't touched. "You told him the truth," she said, sitting beside me on the couch. "I didn't know what else to do." "No, you did the right thing. Better he hear it now than spend years making excuses for Kyle's behavior." She took the glass from my hand and took a sip. "Dr. Morrison called. She wants to do a family session, all 3 of us. She thinks it might help." "When?" "Thursday. Can you make it?" I nodded. We'd been doing couples counseling for a month now, working through my feelings of inadequacy and Jessica's guilt over not seeing how Tyler had been treating me. Dr. Morrison had helped us understand that we'd both been operating from places of fear, me afraid of never being accepted, Jessica afraid of losing me to her son's resentment. Family therapy felt like the next logical step, though I suspected Tyler would resist. Surprisingly, when Jessica told him that evening over dinner, he just shrugged and said okay. The session, when it happened, was awkward and painful in equal measure. Dr. Morrison, a woman in her 50s with kind eyes and zero tolerance for nonsense, didn't let any of us hide behind platitudes. "Tyler," she said after we'd all settled into her office, "your stepfather told me about the ATM comment. How do you feel about that now, 6 weeks later?" Tyler shifted uncomfortably in his chair. "I feel bad about it. I've apologized." "Apologized once, or have you shown changed behavior?" "I got a job. I'm paying for my own stuff now." "Because you wanted to, or because you were forced to?" Silence. "Let's try this differently," Dr. Morrison said. "Tyler, why do you think Michael stood in line for 4 hours to buy you those sneakers?" "Because." Tyler trailed off, looking at me, then away. "Because he wanted me to like him?" "Did you ask him why?" "No. Dr. Morrison turned to me. Michael, why did you stand in line for those sneakers? I took a breath. Because Tyler had been talking about them for weeks. He'd shown me videos of people camping out to get them, told me about the design, explained why they were special. I saw how much he wanted them, and I thought if I could get them for him, I could make him happy. And what did you hope would happen if you made him happy? The question landed like a punch. I felt Jessica's hand find mine, squeezing gently. I hoped he'd see that I cared. That I was paying attention. That I wanted to be someone important in his life. Did you tell Tyler any of that when you gave him the sneakers? No. I just said I hoped he liked them. Dr. Morrison looked at Tyler. Did you thank him? Yeah, of course. And then? Tyler's face flushed. I showed them off to my friends. As something you were grateful for, or as evidence that you could get whatever you wanted? The question hung in the air. Tyler's eyes filled with tears. I didn't think about it like that. I wanted to look cool. At Michael's expense. I didn't mean, Tyler's voice broke. I just wanted my friends to think I had it good. That my life wasn't complicated and messed up like it actually is. Dr. Morrison leaned forward slightly. Tell me about your life feeling complicated and messed up. And there it was, the dam breaking. Tyler talked about feeling abandoned by Kyle, about resenting his mother for moving on and remarrying, about feeling like he didn't belong anywhere. He talked about how his friends all had normal families with biological parents or divorced parents who at least co-parented civilly. He talked about feeling guilty for liking me because it felt like betraying his biological father. And so when you got those sneakers, Dr. Morrison said gently, you turned them into a symbol of control. A way to prove to yourself and your friends that you weren't the one being controlled by this complicated situation. I guess, Tyler whispered. Tyler, look at Michael. He did, reluctantly. Tell him what you just told me. About feeling like you don't belong and feeling guilty for liking him. Tyler's tears spilled over. I do like you. I've always liked you, even when I acted like I didn't. But liking you feels like I'm saying my dad doesn't matter, and I don't want to be the kind of person who just forgets about their real parent. Tyler, I said, my own voice thick, liking me doesn't erase your father. You can care about both of us. They're not mutually exclusive, but you're the one who's here. Tyler's voice rose. You're the one who helps me with homework and comes to my games and talks to me about college. And I feel like I'm supposed to want my real dad to do those things instead, but he doesn't, and that makes me feel angry and sad and guilty all at the same time. Jessica was crying now too, her hand pressed to her mouth. Dr. Morrison passed around tissues and let us sit with the raw honesty of Tyler's confession. Michael, Dr. Morrison said after a moment, how does hearing this make you feel? Heartbroken, I admitted. Because I never wanted Tyler to feel like he had to choose. And I'm angry at Kyle for putting him in this position. And I'm angry at myself for not seeing how much Tyler was struggling. Why are you angry at yourself? Because I let my own insecurities blind me to what Tyler actually needed. I thought buying him things and giving him space would earn his affection. I didn't realize he needed something different. What do you think he needed? I looked at Tyler, who was watching me with red-rimmed eyes. He needed me to just be present without expecting anything in return. He needed boundaries and consistency. He needed someone who wouldn't leave, even when he pushed me away. Dr. Morrison smiled slightly. Tyler, do you agree with that assessment? Yeah, Tyler said quietly. I think I do. We spent the next 40 minutes working through communication strategies and establishing family expectations. Dr. Morrison gave us homework, weekly family dinners where we each shared something vulnerable, a practice in building trust without transactions. By the time we left her office, I felt wrung out but somehow lighter. On the drive home, Tyler spoke up from the backseat. Can I ask you something? Sure, I said. Why did you stay? After you heard what I said about you being an ATM? Most people would have just left. I glanced at Jessica, who was watching me intently, then looked at Tyler in the rearview mirror. Because leaving would have been easier than trying to fix something hard. And I'm tired of taking the easy way out in relationships. Your mom and you're worth the hard work. Tyler didn't respond, but when we got home, he didn't immediately disappear to his room. He sat with us in the living room, and we watched a movie together. He fell asleep halfway through, curled up on the other couch, and Jessica covered him with a blanket. He hasn't done that since he was 12, she whispered, staring at her sleeping son. Just fell asleep in front of us without worrying about seeming uncool. I pulled her close, and we watched Tyler sleep, his face peaceful in a way it hadn't been in weeks. Progress, I thought. Small, fragile progress. But I had no idea how quickly it was all about to unravel again. Update 2. I need to write this down while it's still fresh, even though part of me wishes I could forget the last 72 hours entirely. Kyle showed up again. But this time, he didn't come alone. It was a Tuesday evening, 2 weeks after our family therapy session. Jessica and I were making dinner while Tyler finished his shift at Papa John's. We heard the doorbell ring, and I wiped my hands on a towel, assuming it was a package delivery. I opened the door to find Kyle standing on the porch with a woman I didn't recognize. She was in her 30s, professionally dressed, carrying a leather portfolio. Kyle looked cleaner than last time, shaved, decent clothes, an attempt at respectability. "Michael," Kyle said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "This is Karen Humphrey. She's a social worker with family and child services." Every muscle in my body went rigid. "Excuse me?" Karen Humphrey extended her hand, which I didn't shake. She lowered it, professional mask firmly in place. "Mr. Barrett, I'm here following up on a report filed regarding Tyler Sullivan. May we come in?" "What kind of report?" Jessica appeared beside me, her voice sharp with alarm. "A report alleging financial abuse and emotional manipulation of a minor," Karen said, her tone neutral but her eyes assessing us carefully. "I'd prefer to discuss this inside." My mind raced through possibilities, landing on the most obvious and infuriating one. "Kyle filed this report. I'm concerned about my son," Kyle said, his voice taking on a tone of paternal worry that was so fake it made me want to laugh. Or scream. "Tyler told me how you cut off all his money, forced him to get a minimum wage job, and are controlling his access to college applications." "That's a complete distortion," Jessica started. "Mrs. Barrett, I'm sure this is all a misunderstanding," Karen interrupted. "But I'm legally obligated to investigate reports of potential abuse. May I come in and speak with Tyler?" "Tyler's not home," I said through clenched teeth. "He's at work. At the job Kyle just mentioned, which Tyler got because we're teaching him financial responsibility." "I see." Karen made a note in her portfolio. "When will he be home?" "In about 40 minutes. Then I'll wait." It wasn't a request. I wanted to refuse, wanted to slam the door in Kyle's smug face, but I knew that would only make things worse. Jessica stepped back, allowing them entry. We all moved to the living room in tense silence. Kyle sat on the couch like he owned it. Karen took the armchair, opening her portfolio and pulling out forms. "For the record," she began, "can you explain the circumstances that led to you restricting Tyler's financial access?" Jessica and I exchanged glances. I let her take the lead. This was her son, her ex-husband, her nightmare to manage. "Tyler was taking our financial support for granted," Jessica said, her voice controlled. "He was disrespectful to Michael, who has provided for him for 3 years. We made the joint decision to teach Tyler about real-world financial responsibilities by having him work part-time and manage a budget." "And this decision was made when?" "About 2 months ago. Right around when Kyle reached out to reconnect with his son?" Karen's question was pointed. "Kyle's timing was coincidental," I said flatly. "Or opportunistic, depending on your perspective." Kyle's jaw tightened. "I reached out because I heard through mutual acquaintances that Tyler was struggling. That's when I learned about the financial restrictions." "Mutual acquaintances?" Jessica's voice dripped skepticism. "You haven't talked to anyone we know in 5 years. Tyler has social media. His friends post about him." Kyle looked at Karen. "I saw posts about him working at a pizza place, looking exhausted, complaining about not having money for basic things. I got worried." "He was complaining about not having money for concert tickets and video games," I corrected. "Not food or shelter or medical care. There's a difference." Karen made more notes. "Mr. Sullivan, you pay child support regularly?" $400 a month, as court ordered." Kyle's tone suggested this was an enormous sacrifice. "And Mr. Barrett, you're the primary financial provider for the household?" "Yes. I pay the mortgage, utilities, groceries, and all household expenses. I've also covered Tyler's phone, car insurance, entertainment, and educational expenses for 3 years. Until 2 months ago." "Correct. Until Tyler needed to learn that actions have consequences and money doesn't appear magically." Karen turned to Kyle. "Mr. Sullivan, in your report, you stated that Mr. Barrett has been attempting to alienate Tyler from you. Can you provide examples?" Kyle leaned forward, hands clasped, picture of concerned fatherhood. "Tyler told me he's not allowed to see me without Jessica's permission. That they monitor his phone calls with me. That he's been told I'm a bad influence who just wants money from him." "Because you asked Tyler for $200 the last time you were here," Jessica shot back. "Within 20 minutes of showing up uninvited. I mentioned I was having trouble with my car. Tyler offered to help. I told him it wasn't necessary." Kyle's rewriting of history was so blatant I actually laughed out loud. "That's not what Tyler told us," I said. "Tyler's been coached by you two to see me in a negative light," Kyle countered. "That's parental alienation, which is a form of abuse." Karen held up a hand. "Regardless of the he said, she said, I need to speak with Tyler directly. In private." The front door opened then, and Tyler walked in wearing his Papa John's uniform, smelling like pizza and exhaustion. He stopped dead when he saw everyone in the living room. "What's going on?" His eyes darted between us and Kyle. Dad? What are you doing here? Tyler, I'm Karen Humphrey with Family and Child Services. She stood, giving him a warm smile. Your father filed a report because he's concerned about your welfare. I need to ask you some questions. Is there somewhere private we can talk? Tyler's face went through a rapid series of emotions: confusion, alarm, realization, then something harder to read. He looked at Kyle with an expression I couldn't quite decipher. We can talk in my room, he said finally. They disappeared upstairs. Kyle remained on the couch, looking satisfied. Jessica paced like a caged animal. I sat frozen, imagining every possible way this could go wrong. Tyler could, out of misplaced loyalty or manipulation, tell Karen that we'd been cruel to him. Kyle could have coached him beforehand on what to say. The state could decide we were unfit and... What? Give custody to Kyle? Put Tyler in foster care? You're enjoying this, I said to Kyle, my voice low and dangerous. I'm concerned about my son, Kyle replied smoothly. You're trying to leverage your son's situation for your own benefit. What's your endgame here? Get Tyler's sympathy so he'll give you money? Threaten us into paying you to drop this report? That's a serious accusation, Kyle said, but his eyes flickered. Michael, Jessica warned, putting a hand on my arm. No, I want to know. Because showing up here with a social worker? That's not concern. That's strategy. Kyle stood, getting in my face. You're not Tyler's father. You'll never be his father. You're just some guy his mother married who thinks money can buy him a son. Before I could respond, before I could do something stupid like hit him, footsteps sounded on the stairs. Tyler and Karen returned to the living room. Tyler's expression was unreadable. Karen's professional mask had slipped slightly, replaced by something that looked almost like annoyance. Thank you all for your time, Karen said crisply. Tyler, thank you for being so forthcoming. What did he say? Jessica asked immediately. I can't share the details of our conversation, but I'll be filing my report within 48 hours. Karen closed her portfolio and stood. Mr. Sullivan, I'll be in touch. Kyle's confident expression faltered slightly. When can I expect to hear? I'll be in touch, Karen repeated, her tone firmer. She nodded to Jessica and me. You'll receive official notice of my findings via mail and email. If you have any questions or concerns, my contact information is on this card. She handed us each a business card and left. Kyle lingered, looking at Tyler like he expected some kind of acknowledgement. Tyler just stared at him blankly. Tyler, I did this for you, Kyle said. To protect you. Okay, Tyler said, his voice flat. You should probably go now. Kyle's face reddened. Tyler, you need to leave, Kyle, Jessica said, moving to stand beside her son. Now. Kyle looked between the three of us, realized he'd lost whatever audience he'd hoped for, and left without another word. The moment the door closed, Tyler's composure crumbled. He sank onto the couch, head in his hands. What did you tell her? Jessica asked gently, sitting beside him. The truth. Tyler's voice was muffled. All of it. Tyler. He looked up, and I saw tears streaming down his face. I told her about the ATM comment. About how I'd been a complete jerk to Michael. About how you guys set up the budget to teach me responsibility, not to punish me. I told her about Dad asking me for money and showing up here uninvited. He turned to look at Kyle's abandoned spot on the couch. I told her that you guys have been trying to help me, and Dad's been trying to use me. Jessica pulled him into a fierce hug. Oh, sweetheart. I'm so sorry, Tyler sobbed into her shoulder. I'm sorry for being such an idiot. I'm sorry for making Dad think he could use me against you. I'm sorry for everything. I sat on Tyler's other side, putting my hand on his back. He turned and grabbed me, pulling me into the embrace. The three of us sat there on the couch, crying together, until we ran out of tears. She asked me if I felt safe here, Tyler said later, after we'd all calmed down and Jessica had made tea. I told her I felt safer here than anywhere else in the world. That you guys were teaching me how to be responsible because you care about my future, not because you want to control me. What did she say to that? I asked. She said she could tell the difference between discipline and abuse. That she deals with real abuse cases every day, and this wasn't one of them. Tyler wrapped his hands around his mug. She said she was going to recommend the case be closed and that Dad wasted her time with a frivolous report. Did she say that exactly? Jessica asked, surprised. Not in those words, but I could tell she was annoyed with him. Tyler looked at me. She asked if you'd ever hit me, yelled at me, threatened me, or withheld food or medical care. I said no to all of it. Then she asked if I thought you loved me. My throat tightened. What did you say? I said yes. That you loved me enough to stand in line for hours for stupid sneakers. That you loved me enough to not give up on me even when I was awful to you. That you loved me enough to teach me hard lessons instead of just being my friend. Tyler's voice cracked. I said you loved me more than my biological dad ever did. I couldn't speak. Jessica reached over and gripped my hand so hard it hurt. I meant it, Tyler said, looking directly at me. I know I've been a complete jerk. I know I don't deserve the second chance you guys are giving me. But I meant every word I said to her. Tyler, I managed, you've always deserved love and support. You just needed to learn how to accept it and reciprocate it. I'm going to do better, he promised. I'm going to prove that you didn't waste 3 years on a kid who didn't appreciate you. You're not a waste, Jessica said fiercely. You're our son. And we're going to get through this together. 2 days later, we received Karen's official report via email. It was brief and to the point, no evidence of abuse or neglect found. Case closed. Recommend that custodial parent maintain current custody arrangement. Note that reporting party may have filed report in bad faith for personal gain. That last line was highlighted when I printed it out and filed it in our records. Jessica immediately forwarded it to her attorney with instructions to pursue harassment charges against Kyle if he attempted any further interference. Kyle called Tyler 3 more times over the next week. Tyler didn't answer. Finally, Kyle sent a long text message, rambling, accusatory, self-pitying, claiming Tyler had betrayed him and chosen those people over his real family. Tyler showed me the message, and I watched him delete it without responding. You okay? I asked. Yeah. Tyler looked at me, and for the first time in months, I saw clarity in his expression. I think I finally understand the difference between wanting someone to be a good dad and accepting that they're not. He's not going to change. And I'm done waiting for him to. That's a hard realization to come to, I said gently. Yeah, but it's also kind of freeing. Tyler pocketed his phone. I spent so much time feeling guilty about liking you because it felt like betraying him. But he betrayed me a long time ago. I'm just finally accepting it. We stood there in the kitchen, surrounded by the mundane evidence of daily life, dishes in the sink, mail on the counter, Jessica's yoga schedule stuck to the fridge. Normal, boring, stable life. Can I tell you something? Tyler asked. Anything. When I was little, like 6 or 7, I used to have this fantasy that my dad would show up and take me on adventures. We'd go camping and fishing and all the stuff I saw other kids doing with their dads. Tyler's voice was wistful. I kept that fantasy alive for a really long time. Even after he left and stopped calling. Even when he missed my birthdays and didn't show up for my little league games. That's understandable, I said. Every kid wants their parents to be heroes. But the fantasy was more comfortable than the reality, Tyler continued. So even when you came along and started doing all those dad things, teaching me to drive, helping with homework, showing up to my games, I couldn't let go of the fantasy version of my dad. Because accepting that you were being the father I needed meant accepting that he never would be. And now? Tyler met my eyes. Now I'm letting go of the fantasy. I'm choosing reality. I'm choosing the person who's actually here. I pulled him into a hug, this almost adult kid who'd put me through hell and back and was finally, maybe, becoming someone I could be proud to call my son. 3 months after the CPS incident, things had settled into a new normal. Tyler got promoted to shift supervisor at Papa John's, earning $12 an hour. He'd saved enough for 3 college application fees and had submitted them without any prompting from us. His grades improved, not dramatically, but steadily, because he'd started taking responsibility for his own future. Jessica and I continued couples counseling, working through lingering issues and building better communication patterns. We'd learned how to be a team instead of 2 people trying to manage a complicated situation separately. Kyle disappeared from Tyler's life as suddenly as he'd reappeared. His phone went to a disconnected number. His social media went dark. Part of me wondered if he'd found another target, another person to manipulate. Part of me hoped he'd gotten his life together. Mostly, I just felt relief that he was gone. One Saturday in late November, Tyler came into my office while I was working on a client proposal. Hey, he said, hovering in the doorway. You busy? Never too busy for you. What's up? He came in and sat in the chair across from my desk, the same chair where we'd had so many difficult conversations over the past few months. I've been thinking about something Dr. Morrison said in therapy. About how sometimes we don't know what we have until we almost lose it. That sounds like her, I said, smiling slightly. I almost lost this, Tyler said, gesturing around the room, encompassing more than just the office, the house, the family, the stability. I almost lost you and Mom because I was being an idiot. Because I couldn't see what was right in front of me. Tyler, we've been through this. You're forgiven. We're moving forward. I know, but I need to say something, and I need you to just listen without interrupting or making it easier on me. Okay? I nodded, sitting back in my chair. Tyler took a deep breath. For 3 years, you've shown up for me every single day. You married my mom knowing she had a teenage son, knowing it would be complicated, and you did it anyway. You paid for everything, literally everything, without ever throwing it in my face or making me feel like I owed you. You came to my games even when I didn't acknowledge you were there. You helped me with homework even when I acted like you were bothering me. You respected my space but made sure I knew you were available if I needed you. His voice thickened with emotion. And I repaid all of that by calling you an ATM. By treating you like you were just some guy mom married. By acting like your love and support were things I was entitled to instead of gifts you were choosing to give me. Tyler, let me finish. He wiped his eyes. I don't know if I can ever make up for how I treated you. I don't know if I can ever fully express how sorry I am, or how much I appreciate everything you've done for me. But I want you to know that I see you now. I see all the sacrifices you've made, all the patience you've had, all the love you've given me even when I didn't deserve it. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small box. My heart stuttered. I've been saving money from my paychecks, Tyler said, sliding the box across the desk. It's not much, and it's nowhere near what you've spent on me. But I wanted to get you something that showed you what you mean to me. I opened the box with shaking hands. Inside was a simple leather wallet, nice quality, but not expensive. Embossed on the inside were the words, "To Michael, thank you for choosing to be my dad when you didn't have to." Tyler. I couldn't speak. Couldn't see through the tears blurring my vision. I know Father's Day isn't until June, Tyler continued, his own voice breaking. But I didn't want to wait. I wanted you to know that I understand now. I understand that family isn't about blood, it's about who shows up. And you've showed up every single day for 3 years. I stood and moved around the desk, pulling Tyler up from the chair and into a tight embrace. You didn't have to get me anything, I managed to say. Yes, I did, Tyler said into my shoulder. You gave me everything. I needed to give you something back that wasn't just an apology. Something that proved I really do see you as my dad, even if we don't share DNA. We stood there for a long moment, father and son by choice rather than by biology. When we finally pulled apart, Tyler was smiling through his tears. So, he said, trying for levity, does this mean the ATM is back open? I laughed, shoving him lightly. Nice try. You've still got 5 more college applications to save for. Worth a shot. Tyler grinned, then turned serious again. For real though, thank you for not giving up on me. For fighting for this family even when I was making it really hard. That's what dads do, I said simply. They don't give up. After Tyler left, I sat at my desk holding the wallet, running my thumb over the embossed words. Jessica found me there an hour later, still staring at it like it was made of gold. He showed me what he got you, she said softly, coming to wrap her arms around me from behind. Pretty special gift. He called me his dad, I whispered. Not stepfather. Not Michael. His dad. You've earned that title, Jessica said. You've earned it every single day for 3 years. I don't feel like I've earned anything. I feel like I almost destroyed this family by trying too hard to buy my way into it. You didn't almost destroy anything. You hit a rough patch, recognized the problem, and worked to fix it. That's what good parents do. She kissed the top of my head. And you're a good parent, Michael. Better than Tyler's biological father ever was or will be. Better than you give yourself credit for. I turned to look up at her. I love you. Both of you. This whole complicated, messy family. We love you too, Jessica said. Even when we're being idiots about showing it. That night at dinner, Tyler announced he'd gotten his first college acceptance letter, a safety school, but still an acceptance. We celebrated with takeout and sparkling cider, laughing at Jessica's terrible attempt to make a toast, groaning at Tyler's dad jokes. When had he started making dad jokes? Feeling like maybe, finally, we'd found our equilibrium. Later, after Tyler had gone to bed and Jessica and I were getting ready for sleep, she turned to me with a strange expression. What? I asked. Promise me something, she said. Anything. Promise me that if we have problems in the future, and we will, because every family does, you won't just close yourself off. You'll talk to me. You'll fight with me instead of quietly suffering. I promise, I said, meaning it. No more trying to be perfect. No more buying my way into belonging. Good. She kissed me. Because you already belong. You've always belonged. It just took all of us a while to realize it. I held her close, thinking about the journey that had brought us here. The overhead conversation that had shattered my illusions. The difficult confrontations and painful truths. The therapy sessions and hard-won progress. The unexpected attack from Kyle and Tyler's ultimate choice to stand with us. It had been messy and painful and at times seemed impossible to navigate. But we'd made it through. All 3 of us, together. And that wallet, sitting on my nightstand with its embossed message, was proof that sometimes the hardest journeys lead to the most meaningful destinations. Epilogue, 6 months later. Tyler graduated high school with honors, not valedictorian, but respectable, earned through his own effort. He got accepted to 3 universities and chose the one offering the best financial aid package. I cried during his graduation ceremony, and he laughed at me afterward, then admitted he'd cried too when he walked across the stage and saw all 3 of us, me, Jessica, and even his grandmother on Jessica's side, cheering for him. Kyle never resurfaced. We heard through mutual acquaintances that he'd moved out of state. Tyler didn't ask for details. On Father's Day, Tyler took me out to breakfast, his treat, paid for with his Papa John's money, and gave me a card he'd made himself. Inside, he'd written a long message about what fatherhood meant to him, about how I'd taught him that showing up was more important than biology, that love was action, not just words. I'm planning to change my name, he told me over pancakes. Not immediately, but eventually. I want to be Tyler Barrett, not Tyler Sullivan. If that's okay with you. I nearly knocked over my orange juice. Tyler, that's. You don't have to do that. I know I don't have to. I want to. He met my eyes steadily. You've been my real father for 4 years now. I want my name to reflect that. What does your mom think? She cried for like 20 minutes when I told her. Happy tears, he added quickly. She said it was my choice and she'd support whatever I decided. Then I'd be honored, I said, my voice thick. Truly honored. We finished breakfast, talking about his plans for college, his worries about leaving home, his excitement about finally starting his own life. On the drive back, he asked me about my own college experience, and for the first time in our relationship, it felt like a genuine conversation between equals rather than a parent trying to impart wisdom to a resistant teenager. At home, Jessica had made my favorite dinner. The three of us ate together, sharing stories and jokes, feeling like the family we'd fought so hard to become. After dinner, Tyler disappeared to his room to video chat with friends, and Jessica and I cleaned up the kitchen together. Hard to believe this is the same kid who called you an ATM 6 months ago, Jessica said, drying a dish. People can change, I said. When they're given the chance and the support to do so. You gave him that chance. Even when he didn't deserve it. He always deserved it. He just needed to learn how to accept it. Jessica set down the towel and turned to face me fully. I never properly thanked you, you know. For not leaving. For staying and fighting for this family when it would have been so much easier to walk away. I never considered leaving, I said honestly. You and Tyler, this life we've built, it's worth fighting for. It's worth every difficult conversation and painful moment. She kissed me, soft and sweet, the kiss of two people who'd weathered storms together and come out stronger. I love you, Michael Barrett. I love you too, Jessica Barrett. From upstairs, we heard Tyler's laughter echoing through the house as he talked with his friends. Normal teenage sounds in a normal family home. Nothing dramatic, nothing exceptional. Just life, continuing in its messy, beautiful way. I thought about the man I'd been 6 months ago, standing at that bedroom window listening to his stepson mock him. I thought about the hurt and anger and determination that had followed. I thought about all the choices we'd made, some good, some questionable, all of them leading us here. To this kitchen, with this woman, in this home, with that kid laughing upstairs who now called me dad. The ATM was indeed closed. But the father? The father was here to stay. And that made all the difference. Story 2.
Fire her or I quit, I demanded after my sister-in-law destroyed my late mother's wedding dress. It was taking up closet space. She screamed. My father said nothing. I packed my things, canceled the college fund I'd set up for their kids, and said, "You'll never see me or my money again." "What do you mean you threw it away?" My voice came out strangled, barely recognizable. Melissa stood in the doorway of what used to be my childhood bedroom, arms crossed, chin lifted in that infuriating way she always did when she knew she'd crossed a line. It was taking up closet space, Harper. The dress was ancient. Yellowing. Nobody was going to wear it. That was my mother's wedding dress. Each word felt like swallowing glass. The only thing I had left of hers. "Oh, come on. You have pictures." She waved her hand dismissively, the enormous diamond on her finger catching the afternoon light. My brother had proposed with that ring 3 years ago, back when I still thought Melissa was just high maintenance rather than actively malicious. Besides, I needed the space for my winter wardrobe. "Your dad said I could use the closet." My father. Right. I turned toward the stairs, my hands shaking so badly I had to clench them into fists. "Dad." Footsteps on hardwood, slow and deliberate. He appeared at the bottom of the staircase, newspaper still in hand, reading glasses perched on his nose. "What's all the shouting about?" "She threw away Mom's wedding dress." He blinked. Once. Twice. Then returned his attention to the newspaper. "Melissa needed the space, Harper. You don't even live here anymore." The words hit like a physical blow. I'd moved out 2 years ago when I turned 28, finally able to afford my own place after years of helping with household expenses. After my brother's gambling debts. After Melissa's business ventures that never quite materialized. After the twins were born and they needed a bigger house, which I'd help them buy. That dress was priceless to me. My throat burned. Mom wore it when she married you. I was supposed to wear it at my wedding someday. Well, when you actually get a boyfriend who sticks around longer than 3 months, we'll talk about wedding dresses. Melissa smirked from the top of the stairs. Until then, maybe focus on reality instead of fantasy. Something inside me crystallized. Hardened. Fire her. My father finally looked up. What? Fire her. From the family business. Fire her or I quit. Melissa's laugh was shrill. You can't be serious. I'm the office manager. Office manager who can't manage to show up before 10, who takes 2-hour lunches, who's lost 3 major clients because she forgot to file their paperwork. I descended the stairs slowly, deliberately. Office manager who I've been covering for since you married my brother. Fire her, Dad. Or I'm done. My father's jaw tightened. Harper, you're being dramatic. Dramatic? She destroyed the only physical memory I have of my mother, and you're calling me dramatic? It was just a dress, Melissa said. A dusty old dress that was falling apart anyway. It was hand-sewn by my grandmother. The words came out flat now, emotionless. I'd moved past rage into something colder. With Belgian lace that was over 100 years old. It was professionally preserved. And you knew that, Melissa, because I told you that story at Thanksgiving. Her face flickered. Just for a second. Guilt? Satisfaction? I couldn't tell. My father sighed, that long-suffering sound he'd perfected since Mom died. Harper, family is family. We don't fire family. Then I quit. You can't quit. He set down the newspaper. You're the only one who knows the billing system. The client accounts. Everything. Then you'd better start learning fast. I pulled out my phone, opened my banking app. The college fund I'd set up for Melissa and Nathan's twins stared back at me. $230,000, built up over 5 years of careful saving and strategic investing. I'd been so proud of it. Thought I was being the cool aunt, securing their future. My finger hovered over the transfer button. What are you doing? Melissa's voice had lost its smugness. Closing the college fund. You can't do that. She rushed down the stairs. That money is for Tyler and Emma. That money is in an account under my name, which I set up with my money. I hit transfer. Watched the balance shift back to my primary account. Was for Tyler and Emma. Past tense. Nathan. Melissa shrieked toward the back of the house. Nathan, get in here. My brother emerged from his home office, still wearing his headphones, confused. What's going on? Your psycho sister just stole our kids' college fund. I didn't steal anything. I reclaimed my own money. I looked at Nathan, really looked at him. When had he become such a stranger? You stood by while your wife destroyed the only thing I had left of Mom. So yeah, I'm done. Harper, come on. Nathan's voice carried that wheedling tone he always used when he wanted something. It's just a dress. We can find you another one. You can't find another one. There is no other one. I grabbed my keys from the hook by the door. There's no other mother. No other connection to the woman who gave birth to both of us, who died when I was 16 and you were 18, and who you've apparently forgotten existed. That's not fair, my father said. We all miss your mother. Do you? Because you replaced her pretty quickly. The air went sharp and cold. My father's second wife, Patricia, had been a sore subject for 7 years. They'd met 18 months after Mom's funeral, married 6 months later. She was fine, I guess. Polite. Distant. Currently on a cruise with her sister, blissfully unaware of this disaster. I'm not doing this, I said. I'm not standing here listening to you minimize what she did. Fire Melissa, or you'll need to hire someone else for the business. Those are your options. Harper, please. Nathan stepped forward. The kids need that money. The kids need parents who aren't entitled narcissists, but we can't always get what we need. I opened the front door. Lose my number. All of you. You'll come back. Melissa's voice followed me out. You always come back. You need us as much as we need you. I didn't respond. Didn't look back. Just got in my car and drove. Update 1. I didn't expect this to blow up. Thank you for all the support. I thought maybe I was overreacting, but reading your comments made me realize I've been a doormat for years. Here's what's happened since I walked out 3 days ago. My phone has been ringing nonstop. Nathan. Dad. Even Melissa, which is rich considering she told me to lose her number first. I haven't answered any of them. I did, however, receive a text from my father's lawyer this morning. Apparently, I'm in breach of contract for abandoning my position at the family business without proper notice. They're threatening to sue me for damages caused by my unprofessional departure. I laughed so hard I nearly choked on my coffee. See, here's the thing nobody knew: I've been documenting everything for the past 2 years. Every time I covered for Melissa's mistakes. Every client complaint. Every late arrival and early departure. Every personal expense she charged to the company card and claimed as business related. I have emails, texts, receipts, recorded conversations, legal in my state with one-party consent, and a detailed spreadsheet that would make a forensic accountant weep with joy. I called their bluff. Told the lawyer that if they wanted to sue me, I'd be happy to countersue for constructive dismissal and hostile work environment, and I had enough evidence to bury them. Also mentioned that I'd be happy to forward my documentation to the IRS, since I'm fairly certain Melissa's expense reports constitute fraud. Radio silence after that. But here's where it gets interesting. This morning, I got a call from a number I didn't recognize. Usually, I'd let it go to voicemail, but something made me answer. Harper? This is Claire Donovan. I nearly dropped the phone. Claire Donovan. Our biggest client. The one who accounted for about 30% of our annual revenue. Ms. Donovan. How did you get my personal number? I have my ways. Her voice was warm, amused. I heard you left Morrison Family Consulting. Word travels fast, apparently. That's correct. Good. Your father's company has been coasting on reputation for years. You're the only reason I stayed. Papers rustled in the background. I'm pulling my contract. But I'd like to offer you something first. My heart started pounding. What kind of something? Come work for me. Head of operations. Salary negotiable, but I'm thinking 200,000 base, plus bonuses. Full benefits. And Harper? I have 5 other CEOs ready to follow me wherever you go. I legitimately thought I was hallucinating. Why? Because you're brilliant, you're ethical, and you don't take shortcuts. You've been wasted at that company. She paused. Think about it. But don't think too long. I'm not the only one who's noticed your departure. I told her I'd have an answer by Monday. Then I sat in my apartment for 3 hours, staring at the wall, trying to process what just happened. The petty part of me wanted to say yes immediately, just to watch my father's business implode. But the practical part reminded me that I'd spent 10 years building the company alongside him, and burning it down wouldn't bring back Mom's dress. Then my phone buzzed again. Nathan. I heard Claire Donovan called you. I didn't ask how he knew. So? Dad's freaking out. If she pulls her contract and takes other clients with her, we're screwed. Sounds like AU problem. Harper, come on. I'm sorry about the dress. Melissa's sorry too. Melissa called me a pathetic spinster with no future 3 days ago. She's not sorry. Silence. Then, what do you want? And there it was. The question I'd been waiting for. I want Dad to fire Melissa. He won't do that. She's family. So am I. She's the mother of his grandchildren. And I'm his daughter. My voice cracked. I was his daughter before you brought home a woman who treats me like garbage, and he's choosing her over me. More silence. There has to be another way. There isn't. Fire her, or I take the job with Claire. And when I do, I'm taking every client who'll come with me. That's blackmail. No, that's business. I ended the call. I spent the rest of the day updating my resume and reaching out to contacts. Turns out, Claire wasn't exaggerating. By evening, I had 3 more job offers. One from a startup offering equity. One from a competitor offering to match Claire's salary and add a signing bonus. One from a former client who wanted to hire me as an independent consultant at a rate that made my eyes water. I was valuable. I'd always been valuable. I'd just been too busy keeping everyone else afloat to notice. My father called at 9 p.m. I almost didn't answer, but curiosity won. You've made your point, he said. Come back. We'll discuss Melissa's role. No. Harper, I'm not coming back, Dad. I'm accepting Claire Donovan's offer. And yes, I'm taking clients with me. Not out of spite, but because they want to work with me, not with a company that tolerates incompetence and cruelty. You're destroying everything I built. You destroyed it yourself when you chose your daughter-in-law over your daughter. When you stood there and did nothing while she threw away the only piece of mom I had left. My hands were shaking again. I spent 10 years propping up your business, covering for Nathan's mistakes, and bailing out Melissa's disasters. I'm done. Your mother would be ashamed of you. The words hit like buckshot. Spread out, impacted everything. My mother, I said quietly, would be ashamed of the man who forgot her so quickly he let someone throw away her wedding dress like it was trash. I hung up. Then I called Claire Donovan and accepted her offer. Update 2. Okay. Deep breath. This is going to be long and honestly, I'm still processing everything. It's been 2 weeks since I accepted Claire's offer. I started my new position on Monday, and it's been incredible. The team is professional, talented, and nobody treats me like free labor. Claire's given me autonomy I never had at my father's company, and we've already secured 2 new major contracts. But that's not the crazy part. Remember how I mentioned my father married Patricia 7 years ago? Well, she got back from her cruise last Thursday. Apparently, nobody had told her what happened. Nathan and Dad figured they'd smooth everything over before she returned, and Melissa was too busy playing victim to mention it. Patricia called me Friday morning. Harper? Can we meet for coffee? I was suspicious. Patricia and I weren't close. We were cordial. Pleasant. But coffee? That seemed out of character. We met at a cafe near my new office. She was waiting when I arrived, and she looked different. Tired. Older. Her hands wrapped around her mug like she was trying to absorb its warmth. I heard what Melissa did, she said after I sat down. With your mother's dress. News travels fast. Your father told me last night. I found him in his study, going through old photo albums. She met my eyes. He was crying. I didn't know what to say to that. I also heard about the business situation. About Claire Donovan. About you taking clients with you. She sipped her coffee. Good for you. Patricia, let me finish. Her voice was gentle but firm. When I married your father, I knew I was stepping into a complicated situation. You and Nathan had just lost your mother. I didn't try to replace her. I knew I couldn't. You've always been respectful, I admit it. But I failed you. She set down her mug. I saw how they treated you. Your brother, your sister-in-law, even your father sometimes. I saw them take advantage of your kindness. And I said nothing because I told myself it wasn't my place. It wasn't your fault, it was my responsibility. As the adult in the room. As someone who claimed to care about this family. She pulled an envelope from her purse and slid it across the table. This is for you. I opened it carefully. Inside was a check for $50,000 and a folded piece of paper. The check is from me. Use it however you want. Vacation, emergency fund, whatever brings you peace. She nodded toward the paper. That's more important. I unfolded it. It was a receipt. From a high-end vintage restoration service in New York City. Dated 2 weeks before Patricia had left for her cruise. I don't understand. After the twins were born, Melissa started making noise about redecorating. She kept eyeing the guest room where your mother's dress was stored. I got worried. Patricia's hands trembled slightly. I took the dress to a specialist. Told your father I was donating it to a museum, that you'd agreed. He barely paid attention. My brain short-circuited. You took Mom's dress? I had it cleaned, restored, and placed in professional storage. Climate-controlled, fully insured, the works. She pulled out her phone, showed me photos. The dress. My mother's dress. Perfect. Beautiful. Intact. I burst into tears. Right there in the cafe, sobbing so hard people started staring. Patricia moved to my side of the booth and wrapped her arms around me, and I cried into her shoulder like a child. The dress Melissa threw away was a replica, Patricia said quietly. A very good one I had made. I knew she'd go through that closet eventually. She's nosy and entitled, and your father doesn't tell her no. Why didn't you tell me? Because I wanted to see what your father would do. What Nathan would do. Her voice hardened. I wanted to see if they'd choose you. If they'd stand up for you even once. They didn't. No. They didn't. She pulled back, wiped my face with a napkin. But here's what you need to know, I'm leaving your father. The second bomb of the conversation. What? I've been unhappy for years. He's a good man in many ways, but he's weak. He lets Nathan walk all over him. He enables Melissa's behavior. And watching him dismiss your pain over that dress? She shook her head. That was the final straw. Patricia, you don't have to leave him because of me. I'm not leaving because of you. I'm leaving for me. She smiled sadly. But knowing you're okay makes it easier. Knowing you're thriving makes it easier. We talked for 2 more hours. She told me about the lawyer she'd retained, the apartment she'd already leased, the divorce papers being drafted. She'd been planning this for months, apparently. The dress situation just accelerated her timeline. One more thing, she said as we stood to leave. The dress is ready whenever you want it. But Harper? Don't tell your father I saved it. Let him think it's really gone. Let him sit with that guilt. I hugged her. Properly this time. Thank you. Thank you, she replied. For showing me what a spine looks like. I drove home in a daze. The dress was safe. My mother's dress, with its Belgian lace and hand-sewn beadwork, was safe. I'd spent 2 weeks grieving something that wasn't actually lost. But my father didn't know that. Neither did Nathan or Melissa. They thought it was gone forever, destroyed because of their negligence and cruelty. And Patricia was right. They should sit with that guilt. I called Claire that evening, told her I needed Monday off for personal reasons. She approved it immediately, no questions asked. Then I called the restoration service in New York, confirmed the dress was ready, and booked a flight. Retrieving my mother's dress felt like getting a piece of her back. The specialist who'd worked on it showed me every repair, every careful stitch. She'd even included documentation about the lace's history, the construction techniques, everything my grandmother had told my mother, which my mother had told me. This is museum quality, the specialist said. Whoever made this was exceptionally skilled. My great-grandmother, I said. She came over from Belgium in 1920. She was an artist. I paid their fee, thanked them profusely, and took the dress back to my apartment. It now hangs in my closet, perfectly preserved, exactly where it belongs. I haven't told my family any of this. As far as they know, the dress is gone. Dad's been calling more frequently, leaving voicemails about working things out and family healing. Nathan sent a long text about how Melissa's really sorry, she's not, and how they're struggling financially. They're just not getting my money anymore. I haven't responded to any of it. But here's the kicker, 3 days ago, I got an email from Nathan. Subject line, emergency. I opened it against my better judgment. Harper, we need to talk. It's about Melissa. Call me. I didn't call. But my curiosity got the better of me, so I texted, what about Melissa? His response came immediately. She's pregnant again. And she's saying if we don't get the college fund money back, she'll leave me and take the kids. I stared at my phone for a solid minute, trying to process the audacity. I texted back, sounds like a you problem. Also, manipulating you with pregnancy is abuse. You should probably deal with that. Harper, please. The business is falling apart without you. Dad's talking about selling. Melissa's threatening to leave. I don't know what to do. Figure it out. I can't lose my kids. Then maybe you should have thought about that before you stood by while your wife destroyed the only thing I had of our mother. He didn't respond after that. This morning, I got a call from my father's lawyer again. Different tone this time. Conciliatory. Asking if we could discuss terms for my return. I told him there were no terms. I wasn't returning. The company was welcome to hire someone else, but it wouldn't be me. Ms. Morrison, your father has authorized me to offer you a partnership stake. 20% ownership. Full decision-making authority. And he's agreed to terminate Melissa's employment. I actually laughed. He's agreed to fire her now? After he's lost his major clients and his best employee? He recognizes he made mistakes. Tell my father that I don't want his partnership. I don't want his company. I want him to sit with the consequences of his choices. I paused. Also tell him that Mom would have left him years ago if she'd lived to see who he became. Low blow? Maybe. But it was true. I hung up and blocked the lawyer's number. Claire took me to lunch yesterday. She'd heard through the grapevine about Morrison Family Consulting's downward spiral. How are you feeling about all of this? Surprisingly good, I admitted. I thought I'd feel guilty. But I don't. That's because you didn't do anything wrong. They made their choices. You made yours. She raised her glass of sparkling water. To new beginnings. To new beginnings. We clinked glasses, and for the first time in years, I felt light. Unburdened. Free. My phone buzzed as we left the restaurant. Unknown number. I almost ignored it, but something made me answer. Harper Morrison? Yes? This is Detective Rachel Chen with the Metro Police Department. Do you have a moment to speak about your sister-in-law, Melissa Morrison? My blood went cold. What about her? We've received information suggesting possible fraud and embezzlement involving your father's company. Your name came up in our investigation. Would you be willing to come in for an interview? And just like that, the story got even more complicated. Final update, buckle up. This is going to be wild. I met with Detective Chen 3 days ago. Turns out, the police had been investigating Morrison Family Consulting for 6 months. Anonymous tip about financial irregularities. They'd been building a case quietly, and my sudden departure had accelerated things. We've been trying to speak with several employees, Detective Chen explained. But everyone seems afraid to talk. Your father has influence in this town. What exactly are you investigating? She slid a folder across the table. Take a look. Inside were bank statements, expense reports, transfer records. All featuring Melissa's signature. Hundreds of thousands of dollars funneled through the company accounts, disguised as business expenses. Fake vendor invoices. Phantom consulting fees. Money going out, never coming back. Is this? I couldn't finish the sentence. Embezzlement. Fraud. Tax evasion. Potentially money laundering, depending on where the funds went. Detective Chen leaned forward. Ms. Morrison, we know you kept detailed records during your employment. We'd like access to them. I should have felt triumphant. Instead, I just felt tired. You want me to help you arrest my sister-in-law. We want justice. And we want to make sure this doesn't happen to other businesses. She pushed a card across the table. Think about it. Call me when you're ready. I took the card. Went home. Stared at my laptop, where I backed up all my documentation. Nathan called that night. The police came to the house. I know. Harper, you have to help us. They're saying Melissa committed fraud. They're talking about pressing charges. Did she do it? Silence. Then, I don't know. Maybe. She always handled her own expenses, and I didn't ask questions. That's a yes, Nathan. She's pregnant. They can't arrest a pregnant woman. They absolutely can. Harper, please. She's the mother of my children. Of your niece and nephew. Who I haven't seen in 2 weeks because their mother is toxic and their father is spineless. He started crying. Actually crying. I don't know what to do. Tell her to get a lawyer. A good one. Turn over all her records. Cooperate with the investigation. I paused. And Nathan? Move the kid's college fund to an account Melissa can't access. Because if she goes to prison, you'll be a single father of 3, and you'll need that money. I can't believe you're okay with this. I'm not okay with any of this. But I'm not going to protect someone who's been stealing money, destroying families, and facing 0 consequences. I hung up and called Detective Chen. I'll help you. The next morning, I turned over everything. Every email. Every receipt. Every recorded conversation. 2 years of meticulous documentation, all pointing to the same conclusion: Melissa had been systematically stealing from the company since the day Nathan married her. This is incredibly detailed, Detective Chen said, scrolling through my files. Why did you keep all of this? Because I knew someday I'd need proof. I just didn't know what for. The investigation moved fast after that. Search warrants executed. Bank accounts frozen. Melissa was arrested 4 days later. Bail set at $200,000. My father called me for the first time in 3 weeks. You did this. No, Melissa did this. I just provided evidence. She's pregnant, Harper. You're sending a pregnant woman to jail. She's a thief who's been robbing you blind for years. The pregnancy doesn't change that. What about the twins? What about your nephew and niece? What about them? They'll be better off with a father who has a spine and access to money that wasn't stolen. You've destroyed this family. Melissa destroyed this family when she threw away Mom's wedding dress. She destroyed it every time she treated me like garbage. She destroyed it when she stole from your company. My voice stayed steady. I just provided the evidence. He hung up on me. Nathan showed up at my apartment that night. He looked awful. Unshaven, hollow-eyed, like he hadn't slept in days. I need to tell you something, he said. I almost didn't let him in. But something in his expression made me open the door. We sat in my living room, and he stared at his hands for a long time before speaking. Melissa was stealing from you too. I felt my stomach drop. What? The college fund. The one you set up for the twins. He looked up, and his eyes were red. She found out about it 2 years ago. I told her not to touch it, that it was your gift to the kids. But she needed money for something. I didn't ask what. Nathan. She took out $20,000. Then another 15. Then more. He was crying now. By the time you closed it, she'd taken over 60,000. I replaced what I could, but there should have been at least 260,000 in there, not 230. I sat back, processing. All those times I checked the account, proud of how it was growing. Never noticing the withdrawals because I wasn't looking for them. Why are you telling me this now? Because they found it. The police. They found all the accounts she was hiding money in. Offshore accounts. Accounts in her maiden name. Accounts I didn't know existed. He wiped his face. She wasn't just stealing from the business. She was stealing from everyone. From Dad. From you. From me. How much total? Over $800,000. The number didn't even sound real. She'd been planning to leave me, Nathan continued. Once she hit $1 million, she was going to take the kids and disappear. She told her sister. The police found text messages. I didn't know what to say. Part of me wanted to comfort my brother. Part of me wanted to throw him out for being complicit in all of this. I'm divorcing her, he said quietly. I'm filing for full custody. I'm going to therapy. And Harper? I'm so sorry. For everything. For the dress. For not standing up to her. For letting her treat you like dirt for years. Nathan, I don't expect you to forgive me. I don't even expect you to talk to me again. But I needed you to know that I'm sorry. And that you were right about everything. He left after that. I sat alone in my apartment, trying to process everything. The trial was scheduled for 3 months later, but Melissa took a plea deal. 7 years for fraud and embezzlement, reduced to 5 with good behavior. She'd serve her sentence at a minimum security facility. The baby would be born in prison, and Nathan would have full custody. Dad ended up selling the business. Claire Donovan bought it, actually. Merged it with her own operations, kept the employees who weren't involved in the fraud, and offered Nathan a junior position if he wanted it. He accepted. Patricia's divorce went through quickly. She moved to Colorado, started volunteering at a women's shelter, and calls me every Sunday. We've become close in a way I never expected. As for me? Claire promoted me to Chief Operations Officer 6 months after I started. I bought a house. A real house with a yard and a garden and space for the life I want to build. I hung my mother's wedding dress in a custom-built frame in my bedroom. Every morning, I see it and remember that sometimes the things we think are lost can be saved. Last week, I got a letter from Dad. Not an email. An actual letter, handwritten on his office stationery. Harper, I've spent the last 8 months thinking about what you said. About your mother. About the man I've become. You were right. About all of it. I don't expect forgiveness. I don't deserve it. But I want you to know that I'm selling the house. Too many memories, and most of them are painful now. I found your mother's jewelry box while packing. I'd forgotten I kept it. There's a locket inside with pictures of the two of you. I think she'd want you to have it. I'm moving to Florida. Starting over. Maybe at 63, that's foolish. But you taught me that it's never too late to change course. I love you. I'm sorry I didn't show it when it mattered. Dad. The locket arrived 2 days later. Inside were pictures I'd never seen. My mother holding me as a baby. My mother on her wedding day, laughing at something off camera, looking radiant and young and so alive. I cried when I opened it. But this time, they weren't tears of grief. They were tears of release. I called Nathan last night. We talked for the first time in months. He's doing better. Going to therapy twice a week. The twins are adjusting to life without their mother. He's learning to be the parent they deserve. Harper? He said before we hung up. Thank you. For what? For being stronger than the rest of us. For showing me what integrity looks like. I wasn't trying to teach anyone anything. I was just trying to survive. You did more than survive. You won. After we hung up, I sat on my porch with a glass of wine, watching the sunset paint my new neighborhood in shades of amber and rose. Did I win? Maybe. I have my dream job, financial security, a home I love, and my mother's dress safely preserved. I have a relationship with Patricia that's more genuine than anything I had with my original family. I have self-respect. But winning feels different than I expected. It's not triumphant or satisfying in a gleeful way. It's quiet. Solid. Like finally setting down a weight you've been carrying so long you forgot it wasn't part of your body. This morning, I got an email from a woman named Sarah. She'd read about the case in the local news, which had picked up the story of a major embezzlement conviction. She was working for a family business where she suspected similar fraud but didn't know how to document it. "Can you help?" she asked. "Can you tell me what to look for?" I spent 3 hours on the phone with her, walking her through everything I'd learned. How to keep records. How to protect yourself. When to walk away. "You saved yourself," she said at the end. "And maybe you just saved me too." Maybe that's what winning really means. Not just surviving, but learning to help others survive too. I'm not going to lie and say everything's perfect. I still have moments where I miss the family I thought I had. Where I wonder if I could have done something differently, something that would have fixed rather than fractured. But then I look at my mother's wedding dress, preserved and perfect, and I remember, some things can't be fixed. They can only be survived and moved past. I survived. And honestly, that's more than enough. End. Comments. Selected. Thrown away ACCT_99. This story kept getting more insane. The dress was saved? Patricia is a legend. Winter Rose 2024, the fact that your Sil was planning to take the kids and run with stolen money. I have no words. You probably saved those kids from a nightmare. Family first forever. I usually hate when Reddit stories end with an everyone clap vibes, but this felt real. Messy. Complicated. Thank you for sharing. Anonymous Advice 87, currently working for my family's business and seeing some red flags. Going to start documenting everything. Thanks for potentially saving my future self. Harper_up, thank you all for the support. It's been a journey. I'm doing well, Nathan's doing better, and the twins are thriving. Sometimes the hardest thing is also the right thing. Take care of yourselves out there. Update 3, 6 months later. I wasn't planning to update again, but something happened yesterday that I need to process, and honestly, you all have been more supportive than my actual family ever was. So here goes. Remember how I mentioned Nathan was going to therapy and working on himself? Well, he's been consistent with it. Every Tuesday and Thursday, without fail. The twins started seeing a child psychologist too, working through the trauma of their mother going to prison and their family falling apart. Tyler, my nephew, started having nightmares about 3 months ago. Bad ones. Emma became anxious about me leaving whenever I visited. Their therapist explained it was abandonment issues stemming from Melissa's sudden absence and the revelation of all the lies. Nathan asked if I'd consider having regular dinners with them. Nothing elaborate. Just pizza and board games every Friday night. Establishing routine and stability. I almost said no. The wounds were still too fresh. But Emma had drawn me a picture in art class, our whole family together, including a little stick figure labeled baby brother or sister, and Nathan said she asked every day when Aunt Harper was coming back. So I agreed. Just for the kids. Those Friday dinners became the highlight of my week. Tyler would save up jokes to tell me. Emma would plan elaborate tea parties. Nathan would cook, badly, but with genuine effort. We didn't talk about Melissa. We didn't talk about the business. We just existed as what remained of our family. Last month, Emma asked if she could see my mommy's dress. Nathan tensed immediately. "Emma, that's not, it's okay," I interrupted. The following Saturday, I brought photos. Not the dress itself, that felt too precious to risk, but professional photographs the restoration service had taken. Emma studied them with the intensity only a 7-year-old can muster. "It's really pretty. My grandma made it for my mommy," I explained. "And her mommy made it for her. Will you make one for me?" My throat closed up. "I don't know how to sew like that, sweetheart." "Can you learn?" Simple question. Devastating implication. This child, who'd lost her mother to prison, was asking me to create something that symbolized continuity and love and generations of women caring for each other. "I can try," I whispered. Tyler looked up from his video game. "What about me? Do boys get special clothes?" Nathan laughed, the first genuine laugh I'd heard from him in almost a year. "You get a fancy suit, buddy. When you're older. Will Aunt Harper help me pick it?" "If she wants to." 4 sets of eyes turned to me. Nathan's, Tyler's, Emma's, and my own reflected in the window behind them. Yeah, I said. I'd like that. 3 weeks ago, Patricia visited from Colorado. She'd lost weight, cut her hair short, and had this energy about her that I'd never seen when she was married to Dad. Free. That's what she looked like. Free. We had brunch at my favorite restaurant, and she told me about the women's shelter where she volunteered. I'm thinking about going back to school, she said. Social work. I want to actually help people. That's amazing. You inspired me. She squeezed my hand. Watching you walk away from everything that was hurting you, build a new life, it gave me permission to do the same. I was terrified the whole time. Bravery isn't the absence of fear. It's moving forward despite it. She pulled out her phone. There's something I need to show you. The photos were of a small wedding. Simple, elegant, intimate. Patricia in a pale blue dress, smiling wider than I'd ever seen, her arm linked with another woman's. You got married? 3 weeks ago. This is Jennifer. We met at the shelter, she's the director. Patricia's eyes glowed. I know it's fast. Maybe too fast. But Harper, I spent 23 years in a marriage where I felt invisible. With Jennifer, I feel seen. I hugged her so hard she laughed. I'm happy for you. Thank you. And Harper? Your mother's dress. Jennifer and I were thinking. When you do get married, we'd love to help plan the wedding. If you want. When I get married. That's optimistic. You're 30 now. Successful. Beautiful. Kind. The right person will come along. I wanted to believe her. 2 months ago, Claire assigned me to work with a new client. Tech startup, rapidly growing, needing operational infrastructure. The CEO was young, brilliant, and apparently impossible to work with according to everyone who tried. His name was James Reeves, and he showed up to our first meeting 15 minutes late, coffee-stained shirt, apologizing profusely. Traffic was a nightmare, and then my dog ate my presentation notes, and I swear I'm usually more professional than this. He was a disaster. Charming, but a disaster. We spent 3 months working together, building systems for his company. He texted me at 2 in the morning with ideas, then apologized the next day for bothering me. He brought me coffee every meeting, remembered my order after I mentioned it once. He listened when I talked about process improvement with an intensity that made me self-conscious. You really love this stuff, he said one afternoon, reviewing the organizational charts I created. It's satisfying. Taking chaos and making it make sense. That's what you did for your family's company, right? Before everything happened? I'd told him the basic story. Professional version. No emotional details. Yeah. For all the good it did. You probably saved a lot of people's jobs by documenting what you did. The ones who weren't involved in the fraud. He looked up. That matters. Something in his tone made me pause. Are you always this earnest? My therapist says it's both my greatest strength and biggest weakness. He grinned. I'm working on having better boundaries. How's that going? Terribly. I'm about to ask if you want to get dinner sometime. Not about work. Just dinner. My brain stuttered. Are you asking me on a date? I'm asking you to have a meal with me where we talk about things that aren't operational efficiency and org charts. He set down the papers. But yeah. A date. If you're interested. I thought about all the reasons to say no. He was a client. I'd sworn off relationships after my last disaster 3 years ago. I had trust issues that could fill an ocean. Okay. His face lit up. Okay? One dinner. If you're weird, I'm gone. I'm definitely going to be weird. But hopefully good weird. The dinner was good weird. He talked about his failed music career before tech. I talked about growing up with a brother I'd idolized who disappointed me. He admitted he'd been in therapy for 2 years working through anxiety and people-pleasing tendencies. I admitted I'd started therapy 6 months ago to process everything with my family. Do you think you'll ever forgive them? He asked over dessert. I don't know. Does it make me a bad person if I don't? It makes you human. He leaned back. Forgiveness isn't mandatory, no matter what people say. Sometimes the healthiest thing is just moving forward without it. We had a second date. Then a third. Then he showed up at my house at 11 on a Tuesday night because he'd had a panic attack about a board meeting and I was the only person he wanted to talk to. I opened the door in my pajamas. You okay? No. But I will be. He looked at me, really looked at me. Can I just sit here for a while? We don't have to talk. We sat on my couch in silence for 40 minutes. Then he left. Texted me 10 minutes later, "Thank you for not asking questions." I liked him. More than I wanted to admit. Last Friday, I brought James to family dinner. Nathan nearly dropped the pizza. Emma and Tyler bombarded him with questions. He handled it perfectly, answered every single one of Emma's increasingly bizarre hypotheticals about superheroes, played video games with Tyler without checking his phone once, and helped Nathan clean up without being asked. After the kids went to bed, Nathan pulled me aside. "He's good for you. It's only been 2 months. Mom knew Dad was the one after 3 weeks." He paused. "Before he became who he is now, I mean. Nathan, I know I messed up. With Melissa. With you. With everything." His voice cracked. "But I want you to be happy, Harper. You deserve someone who sees how incredible you are." James did see it. He saw me stressed about a difficult client and showed up with Thai food and a playlist he'd made called Songs for Conquering Corporate Chaos. He saw me crying over a news article about family estrangement and just held me. He saw me thriving at work and celebrated every win like it was his own. Yesterday morning, Claire called me into her office. "I have news." Her expression was unreadable. My stomach dropped. Morrison Family Consulting has officially closed. The remaining assets were liquidated. Your father's retirement fund took a significant hit, but he'll be okay. I didn't know how to feel about that. There's more. Claire slid a document across her desk. One of the assets was a storage unit your father maintained. Insurance documents, old contracts, that sort of thing. During the liquidation, they found a box labeled with your mother's name. My heart stopped. What? Letters. Journals. Your father apparently kept everything she wrote. He had an estate lawyer contact me because he wanted you to have them, but he didn't know how to reach you. I blocked his number. He knows. He didn't want to push. Claire's expression softened. Harper, you don't have to take them if you're not ready. What did the lawyer say? That your father said if you didn't want them, they should be destroyed. He didn't want anyone else reading them. I picked up the document. Release form. Signature line at the bottom. I'll take them, I whispered. The box arrived at my house yesterday afternoon. Small. Heavier than expected. James was with me when I opened it. Inside were 17 journals spanning 23 years. My mother's handwriting, familiar and devastating. Letters she'd written to her own mother who'd died before I was born. Letters to me and Nathan. Letters to my father. The most recent entry was dated 3 days before her death. My cancer is terminal. I've known for 6 months. I asked the doctors not to tell Richard or the kids. I wanted a few more months of normal. A few more months where they look at me and see their wife and mother, not a dying woman. Harper is 16. So smart. So sensitive. She'll take this hard. I wish I could stay to see who she becomes. I think she'll be extraordinary. Nathan is 18. About to go to college. I hope he finds his way. He's always been uncertain, always looking for external validation. I hope he learns to trust himself. Richard. My love. My frustration. My partner. I hope you find happiness again. You deserve it. Just please, don't forget me so quickly that our children think I didn't matter. I couldn't read anymore. James held me while I sobbed into his shoulder. She knew, I choked out. She knew she was dying, and she protected us anyway. She loved you. Dad forgot her. Just like she asked him not to. People grieve differently. Maybe he remarried fast because he couldn't handle being alone with the grief. That doesn't make it hurt less. No, James agreed. It doesn't. This morning, I called my father for the first time in 10 months. He answered on the first ring. Harper? I got Mom's journals. Silence. Then a shaky breath. I'm glad. Why didn't you tell me about them sooner? Because I was ashamed. Of how I'd honored her memory. Of how I'd failed you. Another breath. Reading your mother's words again, after everything that happened. I barely recognized the man she married. The man I used to be. Dad, you don't have to forgive me, Harper. I just need you to know that you were right. About everything. And I'm proud of who you've become despite how badly I failed you. We talked for an hour. Not about reconciliation. Not about fixing things. Just talking. About Mom. About memories. About the people we used to be. I'd like to meet him, Dad said as we were hanging up. This James you've been seeing. Nathan told me about him. You talk to Nathan? Once a week. We're working on things. He paused. I know I don't deserve another chance with you, Harper. But if you're ever willing, I'd like to try. I told him I'd think about it. Tonight is Friday. Family dinner. James is coming again. Emma wants to show him her collection of rocks. Tyler wants to beat him at Mario Kart. Nathan wants to attempt homemade lasagna despite having never successfully made it. I'm bringing Mom's journals. Nathan should read them too. Should see her words. Should understand what we lost and why it mattered so much. And maybe, eventually, I'll invite Dad. Not because he deserves it. But because Mom wrote in her final journal entry, "Don't let my death break this family apart. You're all you'll have left of me. Hold on to each other." We broke apart anyway. But maybe we can find our way back to something new. Something different than what we had, but still worth having. I tried on Mom's wedding dress last week. Just to see if it fit. It did. Perfectly. James caught me standing in front of the mirror, tears streaming down my face. "You're beautiful," he said quietly. "It's too soon to think about wedding dresses." I didn't say anything about weddings. I said, "You're beautiful." But he had that look. The one that says he's thinking about forever. The one that terrifies and excites me in equal measure. Patricia was right. The right person did come along. In the midst of chaos and heartbreak and family implosion, somehow I found someone who sees me. Really sees me. "Tell me about her," James said, nodding at the dress. "Your mom." So I did. I told him everything. The stories I remembered. The stories from her journals. The way she laughed. The way she loved. The way she tried to protect us even as she was dying. "She'd like you," I said finally. "You think?" "She'd like that you let me be messy? That you don't try to fix everything. That you showed up at my door in the middle of a panic attack because you trusted me enough to be vulnerable." "I trust you with everything," he said simply. Maybe that's what winning actually looks like. Not revenge. Not justice. Not even closure. Just trust. And love. And the courage to keep building something new from the wreckage of what came before. I'm not naive anymore. I know families can be toxic. I know people can disappoint you. I know that blood relation doesn't guarantee loyalty or love. But I also know that families can be rebuilt. That people can grow and change. That sometimes the family you choose matters more than the family you're born into. Tyler and Emma call me Aunt Harper, but I'm more than that now. I'm the person who shows up. Who keeps promises? Who creates stability in their chaotic world? Nathan calls me his sister, but I'm more than that too. I'm the person who held him accountable. Who didn't let him hide from his mistakes. Who's slowly, carefully, helping him become the father his children need. James calls me his girlfriend, but there's weight behind that word now. Foundation. Future. And Dad? He doesn't call me anything yet. But he's trying. And maybe that's enough for now. I won. But not in the way I expected. Not through revenge or destruction or watching my enemies fall. I won by surviving. By building a life I'm proud of. By surrounding myself with people who value me. By learning that sometimes the greatest victory is simply refusing to become bitter. Mom would be proud of me. I know that now. Not because I'm perfect, but because I'm trying. Because I'm strong. Because I turn pain into purpose. The dress hangs in my closet. Mom's journals sit on my nightstand. Friday dinners anchor my week. James makes me coffee every morning we wake up together. Patricia sends encouraging texts. Claire champions my career. This is what winning looks like. Messy. Complicated. But undeniably mine. And honestly, I wouldn't change a thing.
Story 3.
The day I got engaged, my sister asked me to give her my ring. It would look better on me, she said, while Mom nodded in agreement. I handed it over without a word and walked away. 2 years later, her marriage fell apart and she pawned the ring, while I built a jewelry empire and married someone who actually valued me. Now they keep texting, but I've blocked them all. It would look better on me, Vanessa said, reaching across the restaurant table toward my left hand. I stared at her outstretched fingers, perfectly manicured in ballet pink, hovering inches from the sapphire that Jake had slipped onto my ring finger exactly 47 minutes earlier. My mother sat beside Vanessa, fork suspended halfway to her mouth, eyes locked on the blue stone catching the light. Don't you think so, Mom? Vanessa's voice carried that bright, expectant tone she'd perfected over 28 years of getting exactly what she wanted. Mom set down her fork with deliberate care. Well, honey, you know Vanessa has that charity gala next month. She'll be photographed. And with her complexion. She trailed off, the implication crystallizing in the silence between us. Jake's hand tightened around mine under the table. I could feel his confusion radiating through his palm, the slight tremor that meant he was about to say something. I squeezed back, a warning. I mean, it's not like you need it right this second, Vanessa continued, her smile never wavering. You two aren't getting married for, what, a year? I'd give it back after the gala. Promise. The waiter appeared with our entrees, the interruption giving me 3 seconds to make a choice that would define everything that followed. I looked at the ring. Looked at my sister's expectant face. Looked at my mother, who had already decided which daughter deserved to wear this symbol of someone's love for me. I slid the ring off my finger. Here, I said, placing it in Vanessa's outstretched palm. Keep it. What? Jake's voice cracked. Rachel, what are you doing? I stood up, grabbing my purse from the back of my chair. I'm leaving. You should probably get the check. Rachel, don't be dramatic, Mom said, but I was already walking toward the exit, past tables full of strangers celebrating their ordinary Friday nights, past the hostess stand, out into the October air that bit at my exposed arms. Jake caught up with me on the sidewalk. What just happened? That, I said, my voice steadier than I expected, is what my family is like. Did you not notice the past 2 years? But your engagement ring was never going to stay on my finger once Vanessa decided she wanted it. I turned to face him, and whatever he saw in my expression made him step back. This is who they are. This is who they've always been. And I'm done pretending I didn't know it. You can't just give away. I saved for 6 months. I know. And I did know. Jake was a high school teacher. That ring represented sacrifice. But the look on my mother's face when Vanessa asked for it told me everything I needed to understand about where I stood in this family hierarchy. I'm sorry. You deserve better than this. Than you? Than a girlfriend whose family treats her like the consolation prize. I started walking toward the subway station. Go back inside. Get the ring from Vanessa. Sell it. Consider this a bullet dodged. He didn't follow me. By the time I descended into the fluorescent-lit station, my phone was already buzzing with messages. I turned it off without reading them and rode the train home in silence, watching the darkness outside the windows swallow the city block by block. My apartment felt different when I unlocked the door that night. Smaller. More honest. I sat on my second-hand couch and stared at my bare left hand, at the pale indent where the ring had pressed against my skin for less than an hour. I didn't cry. That was the part that surprised me most. Instead, I opened my laptop and began researching something I'd been thinking about for months: how to start a jewelry business. 3 days later, Jake left the box outside my apartment door. Inside was a note that said I tried to get it back. She said you gave it to her, so it's hers now. I'm sorry. You deserved better. We both did. There was no ring. I found out later that Vanessa had taken a photo of herself wearing it at the charity gala, posted it on Instagram with some caption about family heirlooms and blessed, and tagged my mother. The post got 400 likes. My mother commented with 3 heart emojis. I didn't reach out to correct the record. Let them have their narrative. I was busy building something else. My savings account held $18,000, the result of 6 years working 60-hour weeks as a financial analyst while living in a studio apartment and eating rice and beans for dinner more nights than not. I'd been saving for a wedding, for a down payment on a house, for the kind of stability my parents had promised meant I was doing life correctly. That money went into LLC formation paperwork, a website domain, and my first conversation with a jewelry manufacturer in Rhode Island who was willing to work with someone who had no experience but a very detailed business plan and enough enthusiasm to make up for her ignorance. Why jewelry? Marcus, the manufacturer, asked during our first video call. He was maybe 60, with calloused hands and reading glasses perched on his head. Because everyone wants to feel like they're worth something beautiful, I said. And most of the time, the jewelry industry tells people they're only worth beautiful things if they spend their life savings. I want to make pieces that are gorgeous, well-made, and don't require taking out a second mortgage. He laughed, a sound like gravel in a can. You and about 1,000 other hopefuls. Probably. But I'm the one on this call. I pulled up my designs, sketches I'd been working on late at night when I should have been sleeping. And I'm betting you're talking to me because something in my initial email interested you. Fair enough. He leaned forward, studying my screen. These aren't bad. Raw, but not bad. You know anything about gemstone sourcing? Not yet. But I'm about to. We talked for 2 hours. By the end, I had my first order placed, 500 pieces across 10 designs. Delivery in 6 weeks. Cost, $14,000, leaving me with $4,000 for everything else. I named the company Cornerstone Jewelry. Because I was building from the foundation up, and because I was done being pushed into corners. The first 3 months were a masterclass in failure. My website looked like it was designed by a drunk teenager. My product photography was so bad that Marcus called me personally to say, "Rachel, I'm begging you, hire someone." My first marketing email went to 300 people I'd compiled from every networking event I'd ever attended, and got a 2% open rate. But then something shifted. A lifestyle blogger I'd sent a free sample to posted about one of my necklaces. Not a big blogger, maybe 5,000 followers, but her audience trusted her. I sold out of that design in 6 hours. I used the profit to order more inventory. Better inventory. I hired a college student majoring in photography to shoot my pieces. I spent my lunch breaks at my analyst job learning everything I could about social media marketing, SEO, customer psychology. At night, I packaged orders in my living room, printed shipping labels, hauled boxes to the post office before work. I slept 4 hours a night and drank coffee until my hands shook. 6 months in, I quit my analyst job. My boss thought I was insane. "You're walking away from a 6-figure salary for jewelry?" "For my business," I corrected. "And yes. You'll be back in 6 months, begging for your job." I wasn't. 1 year after Vanessa took my engagement ring, Cornerstone Jewelry did $300,000 in revenue. I hired my first employee, a recent graduate named Mia who knew more about Instagram algorithms than anyone I'd ever met. 2 months later, I hired a customer service rep. Then another. My apartment was too small to service both living space and office, so I rented a small commercial space in Brooklyn, just enough room for inventory storage and a shipping station. It smelled like concrete and possibility. I still hadn't spoken to my mother or Vanessa. They tried calling at first, confused about why I wasn't returning their messages. Then the calls stopped. Every few weeks, my phone would light up with a text, "Just checking in." Or "We miss you." Performative concern without actual curiosity about where I'd been or what I was doing. I never responded. Jake had moved on too. I saw on Facebook that he was dating someone new, a librarian with kind eyes and a shy smile in all her photos. Good. He deserved someone whose family wouldn't ask her to surrender her engagement ring before the appetizers arrived. I went on dates occasionally, but mostly I worked. Every sale felt like vindication. Every 5-star review felt like proof that I had value beyond what my family had decided I was worth. Then I met Daniel. He walked into a networking event I was attending in Manhattan, looking uncomfortable in a suit that was slightly too formal for the occasion. I watched him scan the room like he was searching for an escape route, and something about his obvious discomfort made me laugh. "First time?" I asked, approaching with 2 glasses of wine. I handed him one. "Is it that obvious?" He accepted the glass gratefully. "I'm Daniel. I'm terrible at these things." "Rachel. I'm marginally better, but only because I've convinced myself that everyone else is also faking it." "Are they?" "Absolutely. The guy in the corner who looks so confident?" I watched him rehearse his introduction to himself in the bathroom mirror 15 minutes ago. Daniel's laugh was genuine, surprised out of him. "You're making that up." Cross my heart. "So what brings you to this torture session?" "I design software for small businesses. Someone told me these events were good for finding clients." He looked around doubtfully. "I'm starting to question their judgment." "What kind of software?" "Inventory management, mostly. Custom solutions for businesses that have outgrown the basic stuff but can't afford enterprise systems." I pulled out my phone and opened Cornerstone's back-end system, which I was currently managing through 3 different apps that didn't talk to each other. "How much would you charge to fix this nightmare?" 3 hours later, we were still at the event, sitting on the floor near the coat check because all the seats were taken, and Daniel was sketching out a system that would transform how I managed my business. A week after that, he sent me a proposal that was so thorough and reasonably priced that I signed the contract immediately. 2 weeks into the project, we had our first real conversation that wasn't about databases and user interfaces. "Why jewelry?" Daniel asked, testing a feature on the new inventory system. I'd been asked this question dozens of times, but something about the way he asked it, genuinely curious, without judgment, made me tell him the truth. Because someone I loved gave me something precious, and my sister took it, and my mother let her, and I realized I'd spent my entire life accepting that I wasn't worth keeping precious things. I kept my eyes on my laptop screen, typing an email to a supplier. So I decided to build a company that makes beautiful things accessible to people who've been told they don't deserve them. The silence stretched long enough that I looked up. Daniel was staring at me with an expression I couldn't name. "That's the most honest answer I've ever heard to a business question," he said finally. "Sometimes business is personal." "Always," he corrected. "Anyone who tells you otherwise is lying." We had our first date a month later. Our second 3 days after that. By the time his contract for my inventory system was finished, we were having dinner together 4 nights a week and he'd started keeping a toothbrush at my apartment. Daniel was careful with me in ways I hadn't known I needed. He asked before assuming. He listened when I talked about my family, or rather my lack of one, without trying to fix it or minimize it. He met my pain with witnessing, not solutions. 6 months into our relationship, I made a mistake. I Googled my sister's name. The first result was a wedding announcement from 18 months earlier. Vanessa Martinez weds Charles Hoffman in an intimate ceremony attended by close family and friends. There were photos. Vanessa in a dress that probably cost more than my first inventory order, looking radiant. My mother in the front row, crying. Charles, who I'd never met, looking at Vanessa like she hung the moon. And on Vanessa's left hand, unmistakable in every photo, Jake's sapphire ring. She'd worn my engagement ring to marry someone else. I closed my laptop and walked into the kitchen where Daniel was making dinner. He took one look at my face and turned off the stove. "What happened?" "My sister got married. Wearing my ring." He pulled me into his arms without another word, and I stood there in his kitchen while pasta water boiled over and made a mess of his nice stove, breathing in the smell of his shirt, accepting comfort from someone who gave it freely. "Do you want it back?" he asked eventually. "The ring?" "Any of it." "Them. Your family." I pulled back to look at him. "No. I really don't." "Is that terrible?" "It's honest." He brushed hair away from my face. "You get to decide what you're worth, Rachel. Not them." That night, lying in his bed while he slept beside me, I realized I'd built something bigger than a business. I'd built a life where I got to choose who stayed in it. Cornerstone was approaching its 2nd-year anniversary, on track to do nearly $1 million in revenue. I had 7 employees now, and we just secured a partnership with a boutique chain that wanted to carry our pieces in 15 locations. Marcus, my manufacturer, called me monthly just to tell me how proud he was. I'd done it. Not despite my family, but because of them. Because they'd shown me exactly what I was worth to them, and I decided to find out what I was worth to myself. Update 1. I never planned to post this story. But 6 months after writing that last paragraph, on what would have been my 3rd anniversary at Cornerstone, everything detonated in a way I'm still processing. It started with a phone call from my cousin Jennifer, someone I hadn't spoken to in 3 years. We'd been close as kids, but she'd sided with my mother during the engagement ring incident, so I'd let that relationship dissolve along with the others. "Rachel? Please don't hang up." I almost did. But something in her voice stopped me. "What do you want, Jen?" "I need to tell you something about Vanessa. About her marriage." A pause, heavy with something I couldn't identify. "Can we meet?" "I can't do this over the phone." We met at a coffee shop in neutral territory, halfway between our neighborhoods. Jennifer looked older than I remembered, tired in a way that went beyond lack of sleep. "Vanessa's getting divorced," she said before I could even sit down. "Okay." I'd suspected this might happen eventually. Vanessa had always been better at acquiring things than maintaining them. "Why are you telling me?" "Because Charles is claiming the engagement ring as part of the marital assets, and Vanessa told him it was a family heirloom worth $25,000. I set down my coffee carefully. "What?" "She lied about where she got it. Told him it had been passed down from our grandmother, that it had significant sentimental and monetary value. He wants it appraised and split as part of the divorce settlement. But it's not worth $25,000. Jake paid maybe $3,000 for it." "I know. And when the appraiser evaluates it and finds out she lied." Jennifer twisted her napkin into shreds. "Charles is going to destroy her in court. He's already suspicious because she won't let him take it to get appraised. She keeps making excuses." "Let me make sure I understand this correctly." My voice sounded eerily calm. "She took my engagement ring, wore it to marry someone else, and then lied to her husband about its value and origin?" "Yes." And now she's about to get caught in that lie, and she wants. What? My help? Jennifer had the grace to look ashamed. She wants you to sign an affidavit saying you gave it to her as a gift, that it was always meant to be hers, that the family heirloom story is true. The laugh that came out of me was sharp enough to cut. She wants me to commit perjury to save her from the consequences of stealing my ring and lying about it. Rachel. No. I stood up. Tell Vanessa she can explain to her divorce attorney where she really got that ring. Tell her she can explain to Charles. Tell her I said to enjoy the consequences of her choices. She'll lose everything. Charles is vindictive. He'll make sure everyone knows she lied. Good. I picked up my bag. She made her choice when she asked for that ring. She made it again when she wore it to her wedding. She made it every single day she let me believe our relationship was so worthless that she could steal from me without consequences. This is her consequences. Your mother is going to be devastated. I looked at Jennifer for a long moment. My mother watched her ask for my engagement ring and nodded in agreement. My mother has made her choices too. Give them both my regards. I left the coffee shop and walked 4 blocks before I had to sit down on a bench, shaking. Daniel found me there 20 minutes later, tracking my location from my phone after I'd sent him a barely coherent text about needing him. She wore my ring to her wedding, I said when he wrapped his arms around me. She lied about it. And now she wants me to lie for her so she doesn't face consequences. What did you tell Jennifer? To tell Vanessa to explain to her divorce lawyer where she really got it. I looked up at him. Was that wrong? Should I? No. His voice was firm. You don't owe her rescue. You don't owe any of them anything. But the story wasn't over. 2 weeks after my conversation with Jennifer, I got a call from a lawyer. Charles's lawyer. Ms. Martinez, I'm representing Charles Hoffman in his divorce from your sister. I understand there's some question about the ownership of an engagement ring? My stomach dropped. I don't know what you're asking me. Your sister claims the sapphire ring she wore at her wedding was a family heirloom. I have reason to believe this is untrue. I also have reason to believe the ring originally belonged to you. Is this correct? I could lie. I could hang up. I could protect Vanessa the way my family had always protected her, even when it meant I got hurt. Yes, I heard myself say. The ring was given to me by my former partner Jake Chen approximately 3 years ago. My sister asked for it, and I gave it to her. That's all I know. Did you give it to her as a gift, or did she borrow it? I told her to keep it. And was this ring ever a family heirloom? No. It was purchased by Jake Chen from a jeweler in Manhattan. I can provide you with the jeweler's information if needed. There was a pause while he wrote this down. Ms. Martinez, would you be willing to provide a sworn statement to this effect? I would. And I was surprised to find that I meant it. Not to hurt Vanessa, but because I was done with lies. Done with pretending things were different than they were. Thank you. Someone from my office will be in touch. The statement I provided was simple and factual. I didn't editorialize. I didn't mention how my mother had nodded when Vanessa asked for it, or how they'd never bothered to check on me after I walked out of that restaurant. I just stated the facts. Jake had proposed, Vanessa had asked for the ring, I had given it to her. The truth, it turns out, was devastating enough on its own. Charles's attorney used my statement to demonstrate a pattern of dishonesty. The ring was appraised at $3,200, not $25,000. The judge was not impressed with Vanessa's attempt to inflate marital assets through false claims. The divorce proceedings became brutal. I didn't follow them closely, but Jennifer kept me updated through occasional texts I never asked for but read anyway. Vanessa lost the house she'd fought for. Lost a significant portion of the settlement she'd expected. Charles made sure their entire social circle knew about the ring deception, and the whisper network in their wealthy Connecticut suburb was merciless. And my mother? My mother sent me an email. One single email, 3 months after I'd given my statement to Charles's lawyer. Subject, I hope you're happy. Rachel, I don't know what happened to you. You used to be such a sweet girl. Your sister is losing everything because you couldn't let go of a grudge. She needed you and you abandoned her. I raised you better than this. Don't bother coming to Thanksgiving. I read it twice. Then I deleted it and blocked her email address. Daniel found me staring at my laptop that evening. You okay? My mother uninvited me from Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving is 8 months away. I know, I laughed, and it sounded almost normal. She wanted to make sure I knew how disappointed she was with plenty of advance notice. Rachel, I'm fine. And I was. She's right that I've changed. I'm not the sweet girl who gave away her engagement ring anymore. I'm the woman who built a company from nothing and refuses to light herself on fire to keep them warm. If that makes me a bad daughter, I can live with that. He kissed my forehead. For what it's worth, I think you're extraordinary. Yeah? Yeah. That night, Daniel proposed. Not with a ring, we both agreed that maybe rings and I needed some time apart, but with a speech about partnership and building things together and choosing each other every single day. I said yes without hesitation. Update 2, final. I'm writing this update from my honeymoon. Daniel and I got married 3 months ago in a small ceremony with people who actually love us. My employees came, Marcus came, even Jake came with his wife and toasted to second chances and better choices. It was perfect in ways my first engagement never could have been. But I need to finish this story, because what happened 2 weeks ago is simultaneously the most satisfying and most disturbing plot development in this whole situation. The text started showing up 2 years after the divorce was finalized. Different numbers, all saying variations of the same thing. I think we should talk. Mom is sick, maybe we should put this behind us. Family is family, Rachel. I blocked every number. But they kept coming from new ones. Then, 1 week ago, Vanessa showed up at my office. My receptionist buzzed me. Rachel, there's someone here to see you. She says she's your sister? I should have had security escort her out. Instead, I told my receptionist to send her back. Vanessa looked smaller than I remembered. Thinner. Her clothes were still expensive, but there was something threadbare about her presence, like she'd been worn down to her essential elements. Rachel. She stood in the doorway of my office, not quite entering. Thank you for seeing me. I'm not sure I'm seeing you so much as I'm curious about what could possibly bring you here. I didn't stand up. Didn't offer her a seat. What do you want? I wanted to apologize. Okay. I waited. She faltered, and I realized I'd never seen Vanessa uncertain before. The divorce was bad. Really bad. And I blamed you for a long time. But my therapist helped me see that you were just telling the truth. You didn't do anything wrong. Correct. I was wrong. To ask for your ring. To keep it. To lie about it. I was wrong about everything, and I'm sorry. The apology hung in the air between us, and I felt nothing. No satisfaction, no vindication, no relief. Just a kind of distant observation, like watching rain through a window. I appreciate you telling me that, I said finally. But I don't know what you expect me to do with it. I thought maybe we could start over. Be sisters again. We were never sisters, Vanessa. Not in any way that matters. I kept my voice gentle, because I wasn't trying to hurt her. I was just telling the truth. You were the daughter who got everything, and I was the daughter who was expected to be grateful for leftovers. That's what we were. That's not fair. Maybe not. But it's true. I closed my laptop, giving her my full attention. You took something precious from me, something that represented someone's love for me, and you wore it to marry someone else. You didn't just take the ring. You took what it meant. And then you lied about it, and when that lie was about to cost you something, you wanted me to lie too. That's not a sister. That's someone who sees me as a resource to be exploited. I know. I know all of that. Her voice cracked. I'm trying to be better. That's good. I mean that genuinely. I hope you are better. I stood up and walked around my desk, but I didn't move toward her. But you don't get to be better with me. You don't get to practice your personal growth on someone you spent 28 years hurting. Find someone else for that. Rachel, please. Mom is actually sick. She has early-stage Alzheimer's. We need to make decisions about her care, and I can't do it alone. Then hire someone. Use the money from the divorce settlement. There is no money. Charles took everything. That's not my problem. And saying it out loud, I realized how true it was. You made choices, Vanessa. So did Mom. Those choices meant I wasn't part of this family in any meaningful way. You don't get to decide I'm family again now that it's convenient for you. But she's your mother. She stopped being my mother when she watched you take my engagement ring and nodded in agreement. I walked to my office door and opened it. I'm sorry she's sick. I hope you find the help you need. But it won't be for me. Vanessa left without another word. I watched her walk through my office, past the walls displaying Cornerstone's awards and features and jewelry magazines, past my employees working at desks in a space we'd outgrown twice already, and out into the Manhattan afternoon. I closed my door and sat back down at my desk. My phone buzzed with a text from Daniel. Dinner tonight? I'm making that pasta you like. I smiled and typed back, perfect. I love you. 3 days after Vanessa's visit, I got a call from a lawyer handling my mother's affairs. Not Charles's divorce attorney this time, but someone new. Ms. Martinez, I'm calling regarding your mother, Patricia Martinez. She's being moved into assisted living and there are some documents that require family signatures. Your sister said you might be willing. I'm not. I cut him off gently but firmly. My sister can handle this. If she needs help, she can hire someone. Please don't contact me again about this. But you're listed as next of kin. Then remove me from that list. Whatever legal process that requires, do it. Send me the paperwork. I'll sign whatever releases you need. Ms. Martinez, I feel I should tell you that your sister is struggling financially. The cost of your mother's care is not my responsibility. My voice was steel wrapped in silk. My mother made choices about which daughter mattered. She's living with those choices now. Please send the release paperwork to my office. I hung up before he could respond. The paperwork arrived 2 days later. I signed everything without reading it too closely. My lawyer reviewed it first to make sure I wasn't inadvertently accepting financial responsibility, and then I signed my name on every line that said I was voluntarily removing myself from any and all decisions regarding Patricia Martinez's care, health, or estate. It felt like closing a door I'd been holding open for years, waiting for someone to walk through who never came. That night, I told Daniel everything. Not just about Vanessa's visit, but about how empty I felt where I'd expected to feel triumphant. I thought I'd feel vindicated, I said, curled up next to him on our couch in the apartment we'd recently moved into together. But mostly I just feel sad. Like I'm mourning people who are still alive. You are, he said simply. You're mourning the family you wish you'd had. The mother who would have stopped Vanessa from asking for your ring. The sister who would have been happy for you instead of entitled to your happiness. How did you get so wise? I pay attention to you. That's all. He pulled me closer. For what it's worth, I think you made the right choice. Both times. When you gave her the ring, and when you told her no today. How is giving her the ring the right choice? Because it taught you what they were. And you built something beautiful from that knowledge. He gestured around our apartment, at the life we'd built together. You wouldn't be here if you hadn't learned that lesson. You'd still be trying to earn love from people who didn't know how to give it. He was right. I knew he was right. But I still cried that night, grieving people who'd never existed except in my imagination, the mother who loved both daughters equally, the sister who celebrated instead of competed, the family who kept precious things precious instead of trading them like commodities. I'm finishing this post from a balcony overlooking the ocean in Croatia, where Daniel and I are spending 2 weeks doing absolutely nothing productive. Cornerstone is in capable hands with my management team. My phone is on airplane mode except for an hour each morning when I check email. Yesterday, I got a message from Jennifer. I almost deleted it without reading, but curiosity won. Vanessa pawned the ring. Sold it to pay for mom's first month in assisted living. Thought you should know. I stared at that message for a long time. The ring had been returned to its essential nature, currency, stripped of sentiment and meaning. Vanessa had traded it for something else she needed, just like she'd traded my relationship for social approval when she first asked for it. I thought I'd feel something, anger, satisfaction, grief. But I felt nothing except a distant acknowledgement that this is how the story had to end. The ring, which had started as a symbol of love and become a symbol of theft, had finally become what it had always been to my family, something to be used. I showed Daniel the message. He read it and set my phone down. Do you want to talk about it? No, I said. I want to go swimming. So we did. We swam in water so clear I could see the sand beneath my feet, and I thought about how far I traveled from that restaurant where I'd slipped a ring off my finger and handed over my value to someone who didn't know how to treasure it. Cornerstone Jewelry will do nearly $5 million in revenue this year. We're expanding into bridal jewelry, ironically enough. I'm designing a line of engagement rings that are beautiful and meaningful without being financially devastating, because I remember what it felt like to receive something precious and have it taken away. Every ring comes with an engraving on the inside of the band, choose yourself first. It's not advice I give to customers. It's advice I wish someone had given to me before I learned it the hard way. But maybe the hard way was the only way I would have believed it. My mother texts occasionally from numbers I don't recognize. The messages are always the same, Guilt wrapped in manipulation, attempts to explain why I owe them my presence, my money, my forgiveness. I delete them without responding. Vanessa hasn't reached out again. I think she finally understands that some doors, once closed, stay that way. And me? I'm building a life where I get to decide what's precious and who gets to be part of it. Where I keep the things worth keeping and let go of the things that cost more than they're worth, even when those things are people who share my DNA. Jennifer's message included one more line: Mom asks about you sometimes. She doesn't understand why you won't visit. I could explain it to her. I could write out the whole story, the ring, the nodding agreement, the years of being treated like the daughter who didn't quite measure up. But people who don't understand these things won't understand them when they're explained either. They'll just find new ways to explain why you're wrong for having boundaries. So I won't explain. I'll just live my life, build my business, love my husband, and choose myself first. Not in a selfish way that disregards others, but in a fundamental way that acknowledges I have value worth protecting. The ring is gone. Sold to pay for assisted living for a woman who thought one daughter was worth more than the other. There's a poetry to that I don't hate. I hope Vanessa finds her way. I hope my mother gets good care. I hope Jennifer learns that carrying messages between people who don't want to talk is a thankless job. But mostly I hope I never forget the woman who gave away her engagement ring in a restaurant, because she's the reason I became the woman who built Cornerstone Jewelry from anger and $18,000. She saved me by showing me who I was surrounded by. And I saved her by refusing to be that person anymore. Daniel just came onto the balcony with 2 glasses of wine. The sun is setting over the Adriatic, painting everything gold. Ready for dinner? He asks. Ready, I say, and I take his hand, my left hand, where a new ring sits, one he designed himself with Marcus's help, one that no one will ever ask me to give away because I've built a life where that request would be unthinkable. I'm not the daughter who gave away her engagement ring anymore. I'm the woman who decided her worth for herself, and it turns out I'm worth more than they ever imagined. That's not vindication. It's not revenge. It's just truth, and truth is all I've ever needed. The sun sets and Daniel squeezes my hand, and somewhere in Connecticut my family is living with their choices, just like I'm living with mine. I chose myself. They chose who they always chose. And the difference between us is that I'm happy. That's enough. That's everything. Except it wasn't everything. Because 3 weeks after I returned from my honeymoon, my phone rang with a number I didn't recognize from a New York area code. Ms. Martinez? This is Detective Sarah Chen with the NYPD. I'm calling about a matter involving your sister, Vanessa Hoffman. My blood went cold. Is she hurt? No, ma'am. But we need to speak with you about a fraud investigation. Would you be available to come to the precinct this afternoon? I sat in an interrogation room 2 hours later, Daniel beside me because I'd called him immediately and he'd left work without question. Detective Chen sat across from us with a file folder thick enough to be intimidating. Ms. Martinez, when did you last see your sister? About 3 weeks ago. She came to my office. What did she want? She apologized for taking my engagement ring years ago. Asked if we could reconcile. I said no. I folded my hands on the table to keep them from shaking. What is this about? Detective Chen opened the folder. Your sister has been running a jewelry consignment scam for the past 18 months. She convinces wealthy women to let her sell their jewelry through exclusive private channels for higher prices than they'd get at traditional consignment shops. She takes the jewelry, gives them receipts for pieces she claims she's already sold, and then pawns the real items while providing them with costume replicas. The room tilted slightly. How much? We estimate around $300,000 across 12 victims. But here's why I called you specifically. She slid a photograph across the table. Do you recognize this? It was a business card. My business card. Cornerstone Jewelry, with my name and contact information. She's been telling victims that she's your business partner. That Cornerstone Jewelry is the exclusive channel she's using to sell their pieces. Several victims have tried to contact you to check on the status of their jewelry sales. I stared at the card, feeling nauseous. I've never received any calls like that. The phone number on this card isn't your real business number. It's a burner phone that routes to your sister. But the victims Googled Cornerstone, saw it's a real company, and assumed everything was legitimate. She's been impersonating me. Essentially, yes. We need to know if you had any knowledge of this operation. No. The word came out sharper than I intended. I haven't spoken to my sister in years except for that one visit 3 weeks ago. I had no idea she was using my company's name. Daniel's hand found mine under the table. Detective Chen studied my face for a long moment, then nodded. I believe you. But you should know that several of the victims are threatening legal action against Cornerstone Jewelry. They believe your company was complicit in the fraud. But we weren't, I know. But you'll need to make that clear publicly. And you may want to consider your own legal action against your sister for identity theft and defamation. I left the precinct in a daze. Daniel drove us home while I stared out the window, watching the city blur past. She used my company, I said finally. She took the one thing I built without them, the one thing that was mine, and she used it to commit fraud. We'll fix this, Daniel said. We'll hire a lawyer, we'll make a statement, she's not sorry. The realization hit me like cold water. When she came to my office, she wasn't apologizing because she felt guilty. She was trying to reconnect because she knew this was about to blow up. She wanted me back in her life so I'd be less likely to press charges when it all came out. Daniel pulled over to the side of the road and turned to face me. Rachel, listen to me. You are not responsible for what she did. You can't control people who are determined to hurt you. But she's hurting other people now. Using my name. My reputation. I looked at him, and I could feel tears threatening. Everything I built to get away from them, and she still found a way to contaminate it. Then we decontaminate it. We fight back. We protect what you've built. His voice was fierce. But you don't take this on alone. That's what partners do. The next week was a nightmare. My lawyer sent cease and desist letters. I released a statement on Cornerstone's website explaining that we had never operated a consignment service, and that any claims to the contrary were fraudulent. I spoke with each of the 12 victims personally, explaining that my sister had used my company's name without authorization. Most of them believed me. 2 threatened to sue anyway. One of them, a woman named Patricia Chen, no relation to the detective, came to my office. I need you to understand what your sister did, Patricia said. She was maybe 50, elegantly dressed, with eyes that had seen too much disappointment. My mother died 6 months ago. She left me her jewelry collection, pieces she'd collected over 60 years. Your sister convinced me to let her sell them. She said she could get me twice what they were worth. I trusted her because she showed me your website, your awards, your success story. I'm so sorry, I said, and the inadequacy of those words burned in my throat. The jewelry was worth about $40,000. But the value wasn't in the money. It was in knowing my mother had touched those pieces, worn them, loved them. Your sister gave me back costume jewelry worth maybe $200 total. Patricia's voice remained steady, but her hands trembled. She didn't just steal money. She stole my mother's memory. I wrote Patricia a check for $40,000 that afternoon. My lawyer advised against it. It could be seen as admission of liability, but I didn't care. Some things were more important than legal strategy. You don't have to do this, Patricia said, staring at the check. I know. But my sister used my name to steal from you. That makes me responsible, at least morally. I met her eyes. I can't give you back your mother's jewelry. But I can give you this. Patricia took the check with shaking hands. Your sister said you were estranged. She made it sound like you were the difficult one, the one who couldn't let things go. Now I understand why you stayed away. After Patricia left, I sat in my office and calculated. 40,000 times 12 victims. $480,000. Cornerstone had it, barely. But paying off all of Vanessa's victims would wipe out most of our operating capital. We'd have to delay our expansion plans. Put the bridal line on hold. I called Daniel. I'm thinking about paying back all the victims. Rachel, that's $500,000. I know what it is. I stared at my computer screen, at the spreadsheet showing Cornerstone's accounts. But she used my name. My company. These people trusted her because of what I built. Doesn't that make me responsible? Morally? Maybe. Legally? Absolutely not. He paused. But I know you. You won't be able to live with yourself if you don't try to make this right. You think I'm being stupid. I think you're being you. Which is why I married you. I could hear the smile in his voice. Do what you need to do. We'll figure out the rest. I spent the next 2 days contacting each victim personally. I offered to reimburse them for the appraised value of their jewelry. 8 of them accepted immediately, crying with relief. 2 refused, saying they'd rather pursue criminal charges. 2 more wanted to think about it. The one who surprised me most was a woman named Ellen Rodriguez. She was the wealthiest of the victims. Her stolen jewelry had been worth over $60,000. She came to my office to talk before deciding. "Why are you doing this?" Ellen asked. "You don't legally owe us anything." "Because my sister used the company I built from nothing to prey on people. Because every piece of jewelry I sell represents a promise that the person wearing it is valued. My sister violated that promise using my name. I can't undo what she did, but I can refuse to profit from it." Ellen studied me for a long moment. "You really built this company from $18,000? "I did." "And your sister just took it? Used it for fraud?" "My sister has been taking from me our entire lives. This is just the latest version." I pulled up Cornerstone's website. "But I'm not going to let her destroy what I built. Which means making this right with you and the other victims." Ellen accepted my offer. More than that, she invested $50,000 in Cornerstone the following week, helping to offset what I'd paid out. "Because," she said, "I want to support someone who takes responsibility even when they don't have to." 3 other victims followed her lead with smaller investments. By the end of the month, I'd paid out $420,000 in restitution, but gained back $200,000 in investment capital and more goodwill than money could buy. Vanessa was arrested 6 weeks after Detective Chen first called me. I didn't go to the arraignment. I didn't need to see her in handcuffs to feel vindicated. But Jennifer sent me a photo anyway, along with a message: "Mom is asking for you. She says this wouldn't have happened if you'd helped when Vanessa needed you." I blocked Jennifer's number. The criminal trial took 8 months. Vanessa pleaded guilty to avoid a longer sentence. She got 3 years in prison, 5 years probation, and in order to pay restitution that she'd never be able to fulfill because she had nothing left to take. I didn't attend the sentencing either. I was too busy launching Cornerstone's bridal line, the one I delayed to pay back her victims. The collection was called Unbreakable Rings, designed to be both beautiful and durable, meant to last through anything life threw at them. The collection sold out in 2 weeks. I'm writing this final addition to my story from my office, a real office now, in a building I own in Tribson, with 23 employees and a waiting list for custom designs that stretches 6 months out. Last week, I received a letter from prison. Vanessa's handwriting on the envelope made my hands shake before I even opened it. "Dear Rachel, I know you won't believe this, but I'm sorry. Not sorry I got caught, sorry for what I did. All of it. The ring, the fraud, using your company's name. I'm in therapy here, mandatory, but it's actually helping, and I'm starting to understand how messed up our family dynamics were. Mom taught us that love was conditional. That we had to earn it by being perfect, by achieving things, by looking right and acting right. She taught me that I was worth more than you, and she taught you that you were worth whatever was left over. Neither of those things were true, but we both believed them. I took your ring because I thought I deserved it more. I used your company's name because I was desperate and you were successful, and in my mind, you owed me something for all the years you were the good daughter who made me look bad just by trying harder. I know you won't forgive me. I wouldn't forgive me either. But I wanted you to know that I finally see what I did. Not just the fraud, everything. I stole from you long before I stole from those women. I stole your place in our family. I stole your peace. I stole your ability to trust that people wouldn't take from you. You don't owe me anything. You never did. I'm only writing because my therapist said I needed to take accountability without expecting anything in return. So this is me doing that. I hope you're happy. I mean that. You deserve to be happy. Vanessa." I read the letter 3 times. Then I put it in my desk drawer and went back to work. Daniel asked about it that evening over dinner. "Are you going to respond?" "No." "Why not?" I set down my fork and thought about it. Because forgiveness isn't something I owe her. She's doing her work in therapy, which is good for her. But I don't need to be part of that work. I don't need to witness her growth or validate her apologies or give her closure. That's not my job anymore. You're not angry? I'm not anything. That's the part that would surprise me if I thought about it too much. I picked up my wine glass, studying the way the light caught in the liquid. I spent so many years wanting them to see me, to value me, to choose me. And now that they've finally noticed I'm gone, I realize I don't need them to see anything. I already know what I'm worth. And what are you worth? I smiled. More than they ever imagined. The truth is, Vanessa's letter didn't change anything. It didn't heal old wounds or create new possibilities. It was just words on paper from someone who finally understood what she'd lost, written to someone who'd already moved on. I see my therapist twice a month now, Something I started after the fraud case, when I realized I was still carrying damage I'd never properly addressed. She's helped me understand that closure doesn't come from other people. It comes from deciding you're done leaving doors open for people who only walk through them when they need something. Cornerstone Jewelry employs 31 people now. I hired 8 more since I started writing this update. We're profitable. We're growing. We're doing exactly what I dreamed about when I sat in my tiny apartment after giving away my engagement ring and decided to build something that couldn't be taken from me. Last month, a woman came into our showroom. She was maybe 25, trying on engagement rings with shaking hands. "Are you okay?" I asked, because I happened to be working the floor that day. "I'm fine. Just nervous. My boyfriend is proposing next month and he wants me to choose the ring I want. But everything is so expensive and I don't want him to think I'm high maintenance." She trailed off, blinking back tears. I recognized something in her face. The fear of asking for too much. The worry that she wasn't worth the investment. "Can I show you something?" I pulled out a ring from the Unbreakable collection, sapphire, because I still loved sapphires despite everything. This is one of our best sellers. It's beautiful, it's durable, and it's priced so that your boyfriend won't have to choose between giving you something gorgeous and paying his rent. She laughed, startled. "That's exactly what I'm worried about." "I know." I slipped the ring onto her finger. "You deserve something beautiful. Someone who loves you wants to give you something beautiful. Let them. Don't make yourself smaller to make them more comfortable." She bought the ring. But more than that, she heard what I was really saying. I could see it in her eyes when she left, the way she held her head a little higher. That's what Cornerstone really is. Not just a jewelry company, but a promise: you are worth beautiful things. You don't have to earn them or apologize for wanting them. You don't have to give them away to make someone else feel more valuable. My family taught me that lesson in reverse, by showing me what happens when you're surrounded by people who see you as a resource instead of a person. Vanessa taught me that some people will take from you until there's nothing left and then blame you for being empty. But I taught myself something more important: I could build value out of nothing. I could create beauty from anger. I could take the worst thing someone did to me and transform it into the foundation for everything that came after. The ring is gone. Sold, pawned, turned into currency for someone else's needs. But I'm still here. Stronger. Wealthier. Happier. Married to someone who would never ask me to give away something precious, surrounded by people I chose who chose me back. My mother texts sometimes, from new numbers, messages like "Vanessa is in prison because of you and I hope you can live with yourself." I delete them without reading past the first few words. Because I can live with myself. I can live with every choice I made: giving away the ring, refusing to lie for her, providing a statement in the divorce, paying back her fraud victims, declining to visit them, letting Vanessa sit in prison without comfort from me. I can live with all of it because every choice was about protecting what I built and refusing to set myself on fire to keep people warm who never once offered me a blanket when I was cold. That's not cruelty. That's survival. That's dignity. That's finally understanding that loving yourself doesn't make you selfish, it makes you whole. Jennifer sent one last message yesterday: "Mom is getting worse. She's asking for you. She doesn't remember why you're gone. Can you please just visit? For closure?" I almost blocked her without responding. But this time, I sent a reply. I have closure. I got it when I stopped waiting for them to become different people. Tell Mom I hope she gets good care. Tell Vanessa I hope prison gives her the clarity she needs. And Jennifer? Stop carrying messages for people who made their choices. You deserve better too. She responded within minutes: "I'm so tired." Then stop, I wrote back. You're allowed to stop. I haven't heard from her since. Maybe she took my advice. Maybe she didn't. Either way, it's not my problem anymore. Daniel and I are talking about starting a family. The conversation terrifies me because I'm afraid I'll repeat patterns I don't even know I've internalized. But my therapist says awareness is half the battle, and Daniel says he'll stop me if he sees me playing favorites or making our children compete for love. What if I don't know how to be a good mother? I asked him last night. Then you'll learn. The same way you learned how to build a company from nothing. He pulled me close. You're not your mother, Rachel. You're you. And you're extraordinary. I'm writing this sitting in the office I built, wearing a ring my husband designed, running a company that exists because I refused to accept that I was worth less than my sister. The sun is setting over Manhattan and my employees are packing up for the day, and somewhere in Connecticut my family is living with their choices while I live with mine. I chose myself. That's all I ever needed to do. Everything else, the business, The marriage, the life I love, came from that one choice to stop giving away pieces of myself to people who never valued them. The ring is gone. But I remain. And I am more than they ever allowed me to be. That's my victory. Not revenge, not vindication, not watching them suffer. Just this: I know my worth, and nobody gets to tell me otherwise. Not anymore. Not ever again.
Story 4.
No birthday celebration for you, my father declared. Your sister needs all our attention after her breakup. When I mentioned the reservations I'd made months ago, my mother snapped, "Don't be selfish." My brother smirked while my sister pretended to cry. I packed my bags that night without a word. That was 1 year ago. Yesterday, my brother showed up uninvited at my luxury apartment, his face ashen as he scrolled through my company's website. "This is impossible," he stammered. Hours later, the family group chat exploded with his accusations and my parents' sudden interest in my little project they'd seen featured in the business journal. No birthday celebration for you, my father declared from his leather armchair, not even looking up from his phone. Your sister needs all our attention after her breakup. I stood in the doorway of our family living room, holding the printed confirmation for the restaurant reservation I'd made 3 months earlier. 28 years old today, and this was how it would go. "Dad, I made these reservations back in February. The deposit was $200, non-refundable." My mother's head snapped toward me, her eyes narrowing in that particular way that had made me shrink as a child. "Don't be selfish, Emma. Madison is going through a crisis. She loved Trevor. 3 years together, and he just walked away." My brother Connor sprawled on the couch, his legs thrown over the armrest, smirking at me like he always did when I was about to lose an argument. Madison sat curled in the corner chair, tissues clutched to her face, shoulders shaking with what I knew were manufactured sobs. I'd seen her rehearse this exact performance in the bathroom mirror 2 days ago when she didn't know I was home. "Mom, Trevor broke up with her because she was texting his best friend. Behind his back. For 6 months. That's not what happened." Madison's head shot up, tears conveniently stopping. "You always twist everything." "I saw the messages, Madison. You left your laptop open in the kitchen." Connor sat up, suddenly interested. "Whoa, really? That's actually pretty." "Connor, enough," Dad interrupted. "Emma, your sister's relationship status is none of your concern. What matters is that she's hurting, and family comes first." Something cold settled in my chest. Family comes first. The same words they'd used when Connor needed bail money after his 3rd DUI, money that came from the college fund they'd promised me. The same words when Madison's failed business venture required a $30,000 bailout, money that should have gone toward the down payment on my first apartment. The same words every single time their favorites needed something and I was expected to step aside. "I'm family too," I said quietly. "Then act like it," my mother said, turning back to Madison, whose tears had magically resumed. "Now, we're ordering from that Italian place Madison loves, and we're having a nice quiet evening at home. Together. As a family." I looked at my father, waiting for him to say something. Anything. He'd always been the mediator, the one who sometimes, just sometimes, would acknowledge that maybe I deserved a fraction of the attention they lavished on my siblings. But he just kept scrolling through his phone, his thumb moving in that rhythmic way that meant he was barely aware I was still standing there. "Fine," I said. "I'll cancel the reservation." "Thank you," Mom said, already focused on Madison again. "That's very mature of you." I walked to my bedroom, the smallest one in the house even though Connor had moved out 2 years ago and Madison had her own apartment across town. They kept their rooms exactly as they'd left them, shrines to their accomplishments and decorated childhood memories. Mine had been repainted twice and was currently used as overflow storage. I didn't cancel the reservation. Instead, I opened my closet and pulled out the 2 suitcases I bought 3 weeks ago. They were still in their plastic wrapping, purchased on a day when I'd almost built up the courage to leave but chickened out at the last minute. Not this time. I packed methodically. Clothes, documents, laptop, the few personal items that actually mattered. My degrees from Columbia, both undergraduate and graduate, rolled up in the back of my closet where no one ever looked. The acceptance letter from the Startup Accelerator program, unopened in front of my parents because they'd laughed when I mentioned applying. The photographs from college, from my study abroad semester, from the years before I'd moved back home to save money while working on my business plan. The business plan they'd never asked about. The pitch deck they'd never wanted to see. The investor meetings they'd never known about because I'd stopped trying to tell them anything that mattered. I heard laughter from the living room. Madison's voice, bright and cheerful now that she'd gotten what she wanted. Connor's loud guffaw at something on TV. My parents' murmured conversation about whether to get tiramisu for dessert. My phone buzzed. A text from Jessica, my best friend from grad school. Happy birthday. Want to grab drinks? I know you're probably with family, but if you need an escape route later. I texted back, change of plans. Can I crash at your place tonight? Maybe longer? The response came immediately, doors always open. You okay? Will be. I took one last look around my room. At the bare walls where Madison's childhood art still hung in her room down the hall. At the generic furniture my parents had bought when they converted this space. At the window that overlooked the backyard where I'd spent countless hours as a kid, reading alone while my siblings played together. I carried my suitcases to the front door. The sound of wheels on hardwood made my mother glance up. Where are you going? Out. Emma, don't be dramatic. It's just one birthday. You can celebrate next year. I almost laughed. Next year would bring some other crisis, some other reason why I should step aside. There was always a reason. I'm not being dramatic, Mom. I'm leaving. That got everyone's attention. Connor paused the TV. Madison's tissues lowered. Dad finally looked up from his phone. Leaving? My father's voice carried a hint of confusion, as if the concept of me having anywhere else to go was foreign. It's 8 o'clock at night. Leaving as in moving out. I should have done this years ago. You can't afford to live on your own, Mom said, her tone shifting to that practiced condescension. We've been over this. Your little consulting business barely makes anything. My little consulting business. The one that had quietly pulled in $200,000 last year. The one I'd been scaling carefully, deliberately, building something real while they'd assumed I was wasting time on a hobby. I'll manage, I said. Emma, be reasonable. Dad stood up, using his mediator voice. If this is about your birthday, we can do something next weekend. Take you to brunch, maybe. This isn't about my birthday. But it was, in the way that a single drop of water isn't responsible for the flood but is still part of it. This is about the fact that you don't see me. Any of you. You haven't seen me in years. Madison scoffed. Here we go with the victim complex. Madison, please. Mom shot her a warning look before turning to me. Emma, you're being irrational. Where would you even go? Does it matter? The question hung in the air. I could see my mother calculating, trying to figure out if I was serious, if this was a bluff she could call. My father looked uncomfortable, caught between his usual role of keeping the peace and the realization that maybe, possibly, something significant was happening. Connor broke the silence. Let her go if she wants to be petty. More space for the rest of us. Something in my chest cracked at that. Not broke, it had been breaking for years. This was different. This was the final separation of pieces that had been barely holding together. Goodbye, I said. I walked out, pulling my suitcases behind me. No one followed. No one called my name. By the time I reached my car, my phone was already buzzing with a text from Mom. When you're done with this tantrum, we'll be here. I blocked the family group chat and drove to Jessica's apartment across town. Update 1. The comments on my last post were overwhelming. Thank you to everyone who reached out with support and shared their own stories. Several people asked what happened next, and honestly, the past year has been intense in ways I'm still processing. That first night at Jessica's apartment, I ugly cried for 3 hours straight. She made tea, let me rant, and didn't once suggest I was overreacting or should give my family another chance. When I finally calmed down enough to think clearly, she asked me a question that changed everything. What do you actually want, Emma? Not what they want. Not what you think you should want. What do you want? I wanted to build my business into something real. I wanted to stop shrinking myself to fit into a family dynamic that would never value me. I wanted to prove, not to them, but to myself, that I was capable of more than they'd ever believed. The next morning, I called the accelerator program I'd been accepted into. The one my parents had laughed at. The one Connor had said was probably a scam and Madison had dismissed as not a real opportunity. I deferred my acceptance twice, telling myself I needed more time to prepare, but really I'd been afraid. Afraid of failing. Afraid of succeeding. Afraid of stepping outside the small box they'd built for me. I'd like to confirm my spot in the next cohort, I told the program director. Emma. We were hoping you'd reach out. Your business model is exactly what we're looking for. Can you start Monday? I could. I did. The accelerator was brutal in the best way possible. 16-hour days, pitch practice until my voice went hoarse, meetings with mentors who tore apart my assumptions and made me rebuild everything stronger. Jessica let me stay with her for the first 2 months, refusing to take rent money, insisting I invest every penny into the business. My family didn't contact me. Not once. I'd expected my mother to call eventually, maybe send a text asking if I was done being difficult. But the silence was absolute, and after the first few weeks, I realized I preferred it that way. No one asking me to bail out Connor. No one expecting me to console Madison through her latest self-created drama. No one dismissing my work as a cute hobby. 3 months in, I landed my first major client, a Fortune 500 company that needed a complete overhaul of their data analytics infrastructure. My specialty was taking complex data systems and making them not just functional but intuitive, creating dashboards and interfaces that executives could actually understand and use. It was niche, it was specialized, and apparently, it was desperately needed. That first contract was worth $80,000. I'd made more in 3 months than I had in the previous year and a half combined. By month 6, I had 4 employees. By month 9, we'd moved into a real office space. By month 12, 2 weeks ago, actually, we just closed a deal with a tech giant that everyone has heard of. The contract is worth $2.3 million over 18 months. I hired a PR firm to manage our media presence. They're the ones who pitched the story to the Business Journal, positioning me as a young entrepreneur to watch in the tech consulting space. I didn't think much of it when they said the article would run this week. It was good press, sure, but I was focused on delivery, on making sure we could actually execute on these massive contracts we were landing. Yesterday morning, I was in my apartment, a luxury 2-bedroom in the heart of downtown, floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the city, the kind of place I used to walk past and think was reserved for people who weren't me. I was making coffee when my building's doorman called up. "Ms. Chen, there's a Connor Chen here to see you." "Says he's your brother?" My hand froze on the coffee cup. Connor. The last person I expected to see. "Send him up," I said, more out of shock than actual desire to see him. I opened the door 3 minutes later to find Connor standing in my hallway, looking around with an expression I'd never seen on his face before. Not the smirk. Not the casual dismissal. Something closer to disbelief. "This is your place?" he said instead of hello. "Yes." "This whole apartment?" "Yes." He walked past me without being invited, his eyes scanning everything. The modern furniture I'd carefully selected. The art on the walls from local galleries. The kitchen with appliances that actually worked. The view. "How can you afford this?" His voice had an edge I couldn't quite identify. "I work." "Doing what?" "Your little consulting thing?" He pulled out his phone, scrolling frantically. "I was looking at the Business Journal this morning. There's an article about some tech startup founder named Emma Chen, and I thought, no way, that can't be, but then I saw the photo." He turned his phone toward me. There I was, professional headshot, standing in our office conference room. The headline read, "How 28-year-old Emma Chen built a multi-million-dollar data analytics firm in under a year." "That's you," Connor said, like he was trying to convince himself. "This company, Data Clear Solutions, that's yours?" "Yes." "The article says you have contracts with Vector Technologies and Meridian Systems. Those are real companies, Emma. Huge companies." "I'm aware." He sat down on my couch without asking, his face pale. "This is impossible. You were living at Mom and Dad's a year ago. You were barely making money." "I was making plenty of money. You just assumed I wasn't because none of you ever asked." Connor's mouth opened and closed. For possibly the first time in his life, he had nothing to say. He kept looking around the apartment like he was trying to solve a puzzle, trying to reconcile the Emma he dismissed for years with the reality of where I was now. His phone buzzed. Then again. Then continuously, a cascade of notifications that made him swear under his breath. "What?" I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know. "Madison. She's seen the article. She's losing her mind in the family group chat." He looked up at me. "The one you're not in anymore. Mom and Dad are." "Wow, Mom's calling." He answered. I could hear my mother's voice from across the room, high-pitched and rapid. "Connor, is it real? Is that really Emma? The article says her company made over $3 million last year. That can't be right. Connor, answer me." "It's real," Connor said, his eyes still on me. "I'm at her apartment right now. Mom, you should see this place. Put her on the phone. Put Emma on right now. I don't think she wants to talk to you. My mother's voice rose another octave. I couldn't make out the words, but the tone was unmistakable. That specific blend of hysteria and indignation that meant she just realized she'd miscalculated something badly. Connor pulled the phone away from his ear. She wants to talk to you. No. Emma, come on. I said no. You should leave, Connor. Wait, can we talk for a minute? About what? About how impossible this is? About how I couldn't have possibly built something real because none of you ever believed I could? That's not fair. The laugh that came out of me was sharp enough to make him flinch. Fair? You want to talk about fair? Where were you on my birthday last year, Connor? Oh right, you were home, mocking me for being upset that my own family couldn't be bothered to celebrate with me. That was different. Madison was going through something. Madison is always going through something. And somehow, I'm always the one expected to disappear to make room for it. Connor's phone was still buzzing. He glanced at it and winced. Dad's texting now. He says he always knew you were talented. He's proud of what you've built. He has no idea what I built. None of you do. That article is 5 paragraphs long, and it's still more attention than you've paid to my work in 10 years. Emma, that's not true. We've always. Get out, Connor. Wait, just let me. Get out. He stood slowly, still looking around like he couldn't quite believe what he was seeing. At the door, he turned back. They're going to want to see you. Mom's already planning something, I can tell. Some family dinner where everyone reconciles and, I'm not interested in reconciling. You can't just cut us off forever. Watch me. I closed the door in his face and leaned against it, my heart pounding. Through the wood, I could hear him standing there for a long moment before his footsteps finally retreated toward the elevator. My phone, which I'd left on the kitchen counter, was lighting up like a Christmas tree. I walked over and looked at the screen. 17 missed calls. 43 text messages. All from numbers I'd blocked a year ago but hadn't thought to block on my new phone. I scrolled through the messages without opening them. From Mom, Emma, darling, we saw the article. So proud of you. Call me immediately. From Dad, need to discuss your business. Very impressed. Let's have dinner this week. From Madison, OMG, why didn't you tell us you were doing so well? I have so many ideas for your company. Call me. And then, further down, the tone shifted. From Mom, Emma, this is ridiculous. Pick up the phone. From Dad, you're being very immature about this. We're your family. From Madison, whatever, I always knew you were selfish. Enjoy your money. From Connor, just talk to Mom. She's really upset. You could at least acknowledge her messages. I blocked all of them again, systematically, one by one. Then I called my lawyer, the one I'd hired 2 months ago when the business started taking off. Richard? It's Emma Chen. I need to make sure all my legal documents are airtight. Business formation, personal assets, everything. And I need you to draft a cease and desist letter template, just in case. In case of what? He asked. Family trouble. He was quiet for a moment. I'll have everything reviewed by end of day tomorrow. And Emma? Congratulations on the business journal piece. Well deserved. At least someone thought so. That evening, Jessica came over with Thai food and a bottle of expensive champagne. We sat on my balcony, looking out over the city lights, and she raised her glass. To leaving behind people who can't see your worth. To building something real, I countered. We drank, and I told her about Connor's visit, about the messages, about the sudden interest in my little project now that it had been validated by external sources. What are you going to do? She asked. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. They made their choice last year. I've made mine now. They're going to keep trying. Probably. And if they show up? At your office? At your apartment again? I thought about that. About my mother's determination when she wanted something. About Madison's talent for manipulation. About Connor's casual cruelty disguised as jokes. About my father's ability to smooth over anything with empty words about family and togetherness. Then I'll make it clear that they're not welcome, I said. I'm done shrinking myself to fit into their lives. If they can't accept that, it's their problem, not mine. Jessica clinked her glass against mine. Damn right it is. We finished the champagne. We ordered dessert. We talked about business expansion and upcoming contracts and the 5 new hires I was planning to bring on next month. We talked about everything except the family I'd left behind, because they didn't deserve space in this moment. This was my victory. Mine alone. Built from the ashes of their dismissal, from the pain of their neglect, from the stubborn refusal to let their lack of faith define my capabilities. And it was only the beginning. Update 2. I wasn't going to post again, but the past 2 weeks have been absolutely wild, and several people reached out asking for more of the story. Also, I could use some outside perspective because I genuinely don't know if I'm handling this correctly or if I've crossed some line I can't see. After Connor's visit and the message bombardment, things went quiet for 3 days. I thought maybe they'd gotten the hint. I should have known better. On day 4, my assistant Priya buzzed my office intercom. "Emma, there's a woman here claiming to be your mother. She doesn't have an appointment, but she's very insistent." My stomach dropped. "Tell her I'm unavailable." I did. She says she'll wait. I walked out to the reception area to find my mother sitting on the sleek modern couch I'd picked out last month, looking completely out of place in her floral cardigan and mom jeans. She stood when she saw me, her face lighting up with a smile I hadn't seen in years. "Emma. Sweetheart, you look wonderful. This office is incredible. You need to leave." The smile faltered. "Honey, don't be like that. I just wanted to see where you work. I'm so proud of you." "You're proud now. Where was that pride a year ago? 5 years ago? Ever?" She glanced around at my employees, several of whom were very obviously pretending not to listen while absolutely listening to every word. "Can we talk privately?" Against my better judgment, I led her to my office and closed the door. She immediately started examining everything: the framed photos from my study abroad trip, the awards from the accelerator program, the architectural model of our planned expansion space. "This is also impressive," she said. "I had no idea you were doing so well. Because you never asked." "That's not fair, Emma. You never told us how serious your business was." "I tried. Multiple times. You left. You called it a hobby. Connor said it was probably a scam." She waved her hand dismissively. "He was joking. You know how your brother is." "I do. That's why I don't talk to him anymore." Mom's face crumpled in that particular way that used to make me immediately backtrack and apologize. "Emma, you're really going to hold one birthday against your entire family? That's so unfair." "One birthday? Mom, that was just the final straw. Do you want me to list everything else? The college fund you emptied for Connor's legal fees? The down payment money you gave Madison for her failed boutique? The fact that I lived in the smallest room in the house even though I was the only one actually living there? The way you dismissed every accomplishment I had while throwing parties for Madison's participation trophies? You're exaggerating. We've always treated you children equally." The audacity of that statement literally took my breath away. "Equally? Mom, you gave Connor $40,000 over 5 years to bail him out of his mistakes. You gave Madison $30,000 for her business that lasted 6 months. When I asked to borrow $2,000 to attend a business conference, you told me I needed to be more financially responsible. That was different. Your siblings needed help during difficult times. And I didn't? I was building a business, Mom. I was working 80-hour weeks while living in your house and paying rent, by the way, which neither Connor nor Madison ever did. I was doing everything right, and you couldn't even be bothered to ask how it was going." She sat down in one of my chairs, looking smaller somehow. "Emma, I'm sorry if you felt overlooked. That was never our intention. But you have to understand, your brother and sister needed more attention. You were always so independent, so capable. We knew you'd be fine." "So I was punished for being capable? That's your defense?" "It's not punishment, it's just. You didn't need us the way they did. Everyone needs their family, Mom. I needed mine. I needed you to show up for one birthday. Just one. And you couldn't even do that." She was crying now, real tears this time, not the manufactured ones Madison specialized in. "Emma, please. I'm here now. I want to be part of your life. I want to support your business." "Support how? Emotionally? Because I don't need that from you anymore. Financially? I definitely don't need that. What exactly are you offering here?" "I'm offering to be your mother again. You never stopped being my mother biologically. But in every way that matters? I haven't had a mother in years. I had a woman I lived with who occasionally remembered I existed when she needed something." "That's cruel, Emma. It's true. We sat in silence for a moment. She wiped her eyes with a tissue from the box on my desk, probably the same brand she kept at home, and something about that tiny familiarity made my chest ache in a way I didn't want to examine. What do you want me to do? She finally asked. How do I fix this? I don't know if you can. So that's it? You're just going to cut us out forever? I haven't decided yet. But I know that I'm not going to pretend the past didn't happen just because you're suddenly interested in my success. You don't get to ignore me for years and then show up demanding a relationship because it's convenient now. She stood, clutching her purse. Your father wants to see you. So does Madison. I'm sure they do. Emma, please. We're family. You keep saying that like it means something. Like it erases everything else. She left without another word. Through my office window, I watched her walk through the reception area, her shoulders hunched, looking older than I remembered. Priya caught my eye and mouthed, "You okay?" I nodded, even though I wasn't sure. That night, I found out why everyone suddenly wanted to see me. Madison posted on Facebook, which I hadn't checked in months, but Jessica sent me screenshots, announcing that she was so blessed to have such a successful sister and asking if anyone had connections in the tech industry because she was exploring new business opportunities. She tagged me in 3 posts, shared the Business Journal article with a long caption about how proud she was of me, and changed her profile picture to an old photo of the two of us from childhood. Connor posted on LinkedIn about the importance of family support in entrepreneurship, with a lengthy paragraph about how he'd always believed in me and was honored to watch my success. My father sent an email, formal, typed, probably drafted and redrafted multiple times, asking if I would consider speaking with his financial advisor about investment opportunities for the family. They weren't trying to rebuild a relationship. They were trying to build a bridge to my bank account. I called my lawyer again. Richard, remember that cease and desist template? I need 3 copies drawn up. And I need documentation that clearly separates my business assets from any potential family claims. Are you anticipating legal action from your family? I'm anticipating everything at this point. The letters went out 2 days later. Polite but firm, establishing clear boundaries about contact and making it explicit that I had no interest in family business partnerships or financial entanglements. Madison responded by calling me 97 times in one day. I know because my phone kept count even though I didn't answer. She left voicemails ranging from tearful apologies to screaming accusations. The last one was her sobbing that I'd changed and money had made me cruel. Connor showed up at my apartment again. This time, I didn't let him up. The doorman called, I said no, and I watched from my window as Connor stood on the sidewalk for 20 minutes, looking up at the building like he could will me to appear. My father's response was the most calculated. He sent flowers to my office with a card that read, "So proud of my daughter. Let's talk when you're ready. Love, Dad." I gave the flowers to Priya and threw away the card. Then, last week, something shifted. I got an email from someone named Catherine Winters. The subject line was, "Regarding your family situation." I almost deleted it as spam, but something made me open it. "Ms. Chen, you don't know me, but I'm Connor Chen's ex-girlfriend. We dated for 2 years before breaking up last month. I saw your family's recent social media posts about you, and I thought you should know some things they probably haven't told you." My heart started pounding as I kept reading. Connor has been unemployed for 8 months. He was fired from his sales job for falsifying expense reports. Your parents have been supporting him financially. Madison's breakup with Trevor wasn't quite what your family said. Trevor left because Madison was pressuring him to invest in a new business idea. Specifically, she wanted him to co-sign a business loan for $150,000. He refused and broke up with her when he found out she'd already forged preliminary documents with his information. I sat back, processing this. Catherine's email continued with details, receipts, screenshots of conversations. She'd been thorough, almost obsessively so. "I'm not telling you this to cause problems. I'm telling you because your brother spent our entire relationship complaining about how his parents favored you, how you were the perfect child who could do no wrong, how he was always overlooked. Then I met your family and realized he'd been lying about everything. He's the golden child. He always has been. And now that you're successful, they want access to that success. Please be careful. They're planning something." I called Catherine. "You're probably wondering why I sent that," she said without preamble. "I am. Connor cheated on me. With 3 different women over our relationship. Every time I tried to leave, his mother would call me, crying, begging me to give him another chance because he had a good heart and just needed stability. I wasted 2 years being that stability. When I finally left, your mother told me I was being selfish for not considering Connor's feelings. That sounds like my mother. After we broke up, I started piecing things together. All his stories about his childhood, about being overlooked and undervalued, none of it matched reality. So I did some digging. I still have access to his email because he never changed the password after he gave it to me to prove he wasn't cheating the second time. She laughed, but it wasn't happy. He's been emailing Madison about you. Planning strategies. Your father's involved too. They've been meeting for lunch twice a week to discuss the Emma situation. What kind of strategies? From what I can tell, Madison wants to propose a sister business partnership. Connor thinks he should apply to work for you. Your father wants to position himself as a business advisor. They're all convinced that you owe them something because they're family. They want jobs? With my company? More than that. They want stakes. Equity. Madison's email specifically mentioned deserving a piece of what you've built. I felt cold. Catherine, why are you telling me this? Because someone should have warned me about Connor before I wasted 2 years on him. I'm paying it forward. Also, because the way your mother spoke to me when I left him made me realize that entire family is toxic. You got out. Stay out. Thank you. One more thing. Connor's planning to show up at your office tomorrow at 9 a.m. with Madison. They have some kind of presentation prepared. Thought you might want advance warning. She hung up. I sat in my office, Catherine's words echoing in my head. They were planning something. They wanted equity in my company. They thought they deserved a piece of my success. The rage that washed through me was cleaner than anything I'd felt before. Not the messy, complicated grief of lost family connections. Pure, simple anger at the audacity. I called an emergency leadership team meeting. My 5 key employees gathered in the conference room, looking concerned. We might have a situation tomorrow, I said. My brother and sister are planning to show up here with some kind of business proposal. I need everyone prepared to document any interaction. Priya, I need you to have security on standby. Jason, I want you recording any conversation in the conference room if I end up taking a meeting. Sarah, have our lawyer on speed dial. Are they dangerous? Jason asked, always the protective one. Not physically. But they're going to try to manipulate and guilt trip their way into this company. I want everyone prepared for drama. Stay professional, don't engage, and under no circumstances is anyone to confirm or deny any business information. The next morning, Connor and Madison arrived at 8:45 a.m., 15 minutes early. Priya buzzed me immediately. They're here. Both of them. Connor's wearing a suit. Madison has a laptop bag. Give me 5 minutes, then send them to conference room B. Not your office? No. I want the power dynamic clear. And make sure Jason set up the recording equipment. I walked into conference room B exactly 5 minutes later. Connor and Madison were sitting on one side of the table, looking oddly nervous. Connor had indeed dressed up, wearing a suit I'd never seen before. Madison had straightened her hair and put on full makeup, looking polished in a way that seemed calculated. Emma, Connor started, standing up. Thank you for agreeing to meet with us. I didn't agree to anything. You showed up. I have 10 minutes before my next meeting. That was a lie. I'd cleared my morning. But they didn't need to know that. Madison opened her laptop, her hands shaking slightly. We prepared a presentation. About opportunities for family collaboration in your business expansion. I'm not interested. Emma, please, just hear us out. Connor's voice had a pleading edge. We've been thinking a lot about how we treated you, and we want to make it right. We want to be part of your success. You want to profit from my success. That's different. Madison's face flushed. That's not fair. We're family. What's yours should be. Should be what? Shared? Distributed among you? Madison, when you started your boutique, did you offer me equity? When Connor got his sales job, did he cut me in on his commissions? When Dad got promoted to senior manager, did he share his bonus? Silence. Exactly. But now that I built something successful, suddenly we're all in this together. Suddenly family means shared resources. We made mistakes, Connor said. We see that now. But we're here, trying to fix things. By asking for a piece of my company? By offering to help you grow it. Madison's voice rose. I have a business degree, Emma. I could handle your marketing. Connor has sales experience. We could take this to the next level. I looked at them both. Really looked. At Connor's desperate eyes. At Madison's practiced sincerity. At the presentation they'd prepared, with slides titled Family Synergy and Collaborative Growth Models. You don't want to help me, I said quietly. You want to use me. There's a difference. That's not true. Madison was crying now, but I'd seen enough of her tears to know real from fake. Emma, I miss you. I miss my sister. Can't we get past all this anger and just be a family again? We were never a family, Madison. Not in any way that mattered. We were people who lived in the same house, and 3 of you got everything while one of us got nothing. You got plenty. Connor burst out. You got to go to Columbia. You got to study abroad. You got all the opportunities. I paid for Columbia myself through scholarships and loans. I'm still paying those loans, by the way. And I saved for 2 years to afford studying abroad by working 3 part-time jobs. But you wouldn't know that because you never asked. Neither of you ever asked about anything in my life unless you needed something from me. Madison's laptop slid shut with a decisive click. Fine. You want to be selfish? Be selfish. But don't come crying to us when you realize money can't replace family. You're right about one thing, I said. Money can't replace family. But I don't need it to. I already don't have a family worth replacing. Connor stood, pulling Madison up with him. You're going to regret this. One day, you're going to need us, and we won't be there. I'm counting on it. They left. Through the conference room window, I watched them walk through my office, past my employees, past the evidence of everything I'd built without them. Madison was crying for real now, angry tears that made her mascara run. Connor had his arm around her, but he kept glancing back, his face twisted with something between rage and grief. I felt nothing. Or maybe not nothing, but something so tangled I couldn't name it. Relief? Satisfaction? A deep, aching sadness for the family I'd never had? Jason appeared in the doorway. Got everything recorded. Your lawyer's reviewing it now. Thank you. Emma? He hesitated. For what it's worth, you handled that better than I would have. My family's complicated too. Sometimes the healthiest thing you can do is walk away. Sometimes walking away is the only thing you can do. That night, I got a call from my father. I almost didn't answer, but curiosity won out. Emma. His voice was heavy. Your brother and sister came home very upset. I imagine so. They said you refused to even listen to their ideas. That you called them selfish? I called the situation what it was. They wanted equity in my company based on nothing but shared DNA. Is that so wrong? We're family, Emma. Families help each other. Something snapped in me at that. All the calm professionalism I'd maintained with Connor and Madison evaporated. Help each other? Where was that philosophy when I needed help, Dad? Where was it when I was working 3 jobs to pay for college while you paid Connor's legal fees? Where was it when I was building my business in the tiniest room in your house while Madison's fully furnished bedroom sat empty? Where was family help when I asked to borrow $2,000 for a conference that ended up being crucial to my career, and you told me I needed to learn financial responsibility? Emma, those situations were different. No. They weren't. The only difference was that Connor and Madison knew how to ask for help in ways that made you feel needed. I was just supposed to figure everything out on my own because I was capable. Well, guess what? I did figure it out. And now that I have, you don't get to suddenly decide that family means sharing in my success. You've become very hard, Emma. I've become very clear about my boundaries. If that reads as hard to you, it's because you're not used to me having any. Your mother is devastated. She barely leaves her room. Mom came to my office to tell me she was proud of me after ignoring my work for years. That's not motherly concern. That's opportunism. How can you be so cold to the people who raised you? The same way you were so dismissive to the daughter who needed you. You taught me this, Dad. All of you did. You taught me that love is conditional, that attention is transactional, that family only matters when it's convenient. That's not what we taught you. Then what did you teach me? What lesson was I supposed to learn from being forgotten on my birthday? From watching Connor get bailed out over and over while I got lectured about responsibility? From seeing Madison's failures funded while my successes went unnoticed? Silence on the other end of the line. Long enough that I wondered if he'd hung up. I don't know what to say to you anymore, he finally admitted. There's nothing to say, Dad. That's the point. We don't have a relationship to repair because we never had a real relationship to begin with. And I'm not interested in building one now based on guilt and obligation. So this is it? You're cutting us out permanently? I'm protecting myself from people who only see me as an ATM with a shared last name. If that's cutting you out, then yes. I hope you know what you're giving up. I do. A lifetime of being overlooked, dismissed, and taken for granted. I'm devastated by the loss. I hung up before he could respond. The next day, Catherine emailed me again. Just one line: saw your brother's Facebook post. Wanted to give you a heads up. I checked. Connor had posted a long, rambling status about how success changes people, about how his sister had forgotten where she came from, about how he was heartbroken to lose a family member to corporate greed. Madison shared it with her own addition: money reveals who people really are. Some people choose success over family. Praying for my sister to find her way back to what matters. The comments were predictable. Family friends expressing sympathy. Distant relatives chiming in about the importance of family bonds. My mother's sister commenting, "So sad when children forget their roots." Jessica called me immediately. "Have you seen this?" "I have." "Emma, they're trying to turn your entire extended family against you. This is a smear campaign." "Let them." "Let them?" "Jessica, anyone who knows me knows the truth. Anyone who believes their version without asking for mine isn't someone I need in my life anyway. They can have their narrative. I have reality. You're taking this remarkably well. I'm exhausted. I'm angry. But I'm also free. They can say whatever they want. I don't have to defend myself to people who already decided I'm the villain. Your Aunt Diane called me, by the way. Your mom's sister. She wanted your number. Don't give it to her." I didn't. But she said she wants to hear your side of the story. Then she can wait. I'm not doing this publicly, and I'm not explaining myself to extended family members who never bothered to build real relationships with me in the first place. That weekend, I went hiking alone. 3 hours into the mountains, phone off, just me and the trail. At the summit, looking out over the city where my office was, where my apartment was, where my life was, I felt something shift. They tried to make me feel guilty for succeeding without them. They tried to claim ownership of my accomplishments. They tried to manipulate, guilt trip, and publicly shame me into compliance. And none of it had worked. I built this life from nothing but my own determination and the support of people who actually cared about me as a person, not as a resource to exploit. Jessica. My employees. My mentors from the Accelerator program. Catherine, a stranger who'd warned me out of kindness. Real family, I realized, wasn't about blood. It was about who showed up. Who stayed. Who believed in you when believing was difficult and inconvenient. My biological family had never been that for me. And accepting that truth, really accepting it without grief or guilt, felt like setting down a weight I'd been carrying for so long I'd forgotten what it felt like to stand up straight. I took a photo at the summit. Not for social media, just for me. Evidence of the moment I finally, completely let go. When I got back to my car, my phone had 17 new notifications. More Facebook posts from family members. More messages from people I hadn't spoken to in years suddenly interested in my life. I deleted all of them without reading. Then I did something I should have done months ago. I blocked every single one of them. Mother. Father. Brother. Sister. Extended family. Everyone who'd taken my family's side without question. Everyone who'd ever made me feel small or wrong or greedy for wanting basic recognition. Gone. All of it. A clean digital break from people who'd never been on my side anyway. Then I called my lawyer one more time. "Richard, I want to set up a trust. Something ironclad that protects my assets and my business from any family claims. I want legal protection in case they try to sue for some invented right to my money. Whatever it takes, I want to make absolutely certain they can never touch what I've built. Consider it done." Emma, if you don't mind my asking, are you doing okay? This kind of family conflict can be incredibly draining. I'm better than okay. For the first time in my adult life, I'm actually free. And I meant it. Every word. The business kept growing. The contracts kept coming. My team expanded. Jessica and I took a vacation to Bali, 2 weeks of not thinking about family drama or business pressure or anything but ocean and sun and friendship that had proven itself real. When I came back, there was a letter waiting at my apartment. Hand-delivered, my mother's handwriting on the envelope. I almost threw it away unread. But something made me open it. "Emma, I don't know if you'll read this. I don't know if I deserve for you to read this. But I need to say it anyway. You were right. About all of it. We did overlook you. We did take you for granted. We did assume you'd always be there, always be fine, always be capable of handling everything on your own while your brother and sister needed our attention. It wasn't fair. It wasn't right. And I'm sorry. I know sorry isn't enough. I know it doesn't fix the years of dismissal and neglect. But it's true. I am sorry. I wish I could go back to your 28th birthday and do everything differently. I wish I could go back further than that. I wish I'd seen you, really seen you, instead of just assuming you didn't need to be seen. You don't owe me forgiveness. You don't owe me anything. But I wanted you to know that you were right to leave. And I'm proud of you. Not for your success, not for your money, but for having the strength to walk away from people who didn't value you. Including me. Love always, Mom. I read it 3 times. Looked for the catch, the manipulation, the ulterior motive. Found nothing but words that might, possibly, be genuine. I folded it back into the envelope and put it in my desk drawer. Not ready to respond, not ready to forgive, but not quite ready to throw it away either. Maybe someday I'd reach out. Maybe someday I'd be willing to try again, to see if real healing was possible. But not today. Not next week. Maybe not next year. Today, I had a business to run, a life to live, and a future to build on my own terms. And honestly, that was more than enough.
Story 5.
It's for your safety, my stepdad insisted as he mounted the camera directly above my bedroom window. When I asked why it was pointed inside rather than outside, he laughed and said, to make sure that creep next door isn't sneaking in, your mother worries. I noticed Mom wouldn't meet my eyes when I showed her how the camera feed went straight to his phone. Don't be dramatic, she whispered. He's just protective. That night, I saw him adjusting the angle while I was supposed to be asleep. I grabbed only my phone and climbed out my window at 3 a.m. and ran to the neighbor. 15 minutes later, Mr. Garrison answered his door in a bathrobe, confusion etched across his weathered face. I was 17, barefoot, shaking in my pajamas on a stranger's porch in the middle of the night. Behind him, his wife appeared, her gray hair in curlers. Please, I managed. Can I use your phone? I need to call the police. Mrs. Garrison pulled me inside immediately. She wrapped a blanket around my shoulders while her husband retrieved their landline. My hands trembled so violently I could barely hold the receiver. The 911 operator's voice was calm, clinical. I explained about the camera, of how it had appeared 2 weeks ago, about how Rick, my stepfather of 8 months, had full access to the footage. About how I'd watched him through my cracked door, adjusting it tonight while I pretended to sleep, tilting it toward my bed. Officers are en route, the operator assured me. Stay where you are. 20 minutes crawled by. Mrs. Garrison made tea I couldn't drink. Through their front window, I watched my house. Every light blazed on suddenly. Mom's silhouette appeared in my bedroom window, then vanished. Rick's truck remained in the driveway. 2 patrol cars arrived simultaneously, silent but urgent. One officer went to the Garrison store while another approached my house. I gave my statement 3 times, each retelling making the situation more real and more horrifying. The officer, a woman named Detective Chen, took notes with practiced efficiency. We'll need to examine the camera, she said. And his phone. I nodded, numb. There might be more. I saw him coming out of the basement last week with a cardboard box. He got weird when I asked what it was, said it was Christmas decorations. In October. Detective Chen's expression shifted slightly. Show me exactly where this camera is positioned. From the Garrison's yard, I pointed. The angle was unmistakable now, blatant in its violation. Detective Chen photographed it from multiple positions, then radioed her partner. What happened next felt like watching a documentary about someone else's life. More officers arrived. Crime scene tape appeared. Mom came outside in her nightgown, makeup smeared, screaming that I was ungrateful and disturbed. Rick stood beside her, his arm around her shoulders, playing the concerned stepfather perfectly. She's been acting out since I married her mother, he told the officers, his voice dripping with false concern. Counselor said it's normal for kids of divorce. We installed that camera because she kept sneaking out to meet boys. For her own protection. Lying came so easily to him. Detective Chen wasn't buying it. Then you won't mind unlocking your phone for us. Rick's face twitched. I want my lawyer. Those 4 words changed everything. Within an hour, they'd obtained a warrant. I sat in the Garrison's living room, drinking terrible tea and watching through the window as officers carried evidence boxes from my house. 1 box. 2. 5. 10. Mom never looked toward the Garrison's house. Not once. At 6 a.m., Detective Chen returned. Her expression had hardened considerably. Olivia, we need to take a more detailed statement. Your mother has been taken into custody as well. My brain stuttered. What? Mom didn't, she didn't know. The camera in your room was one of 7 throughout the house. The footage was being uploaded to a private server. We found files dating back 6 months. Detective Chen sat beside me. Your mother's email was on the account. She had access to everything. The world tilted. Mrs. Garrison caught my elbow as I swayed. There's more, Detective Chen continued quietly. The basement contained a studio setup. Professional lighting. Backdrops. Costumes. Your stepfather has been running a website. We're still determining the full scope, but there are other victims. The FBI's cybercrimes division is taking over. I couldn't process it. Couldn't reconcile my mother, who'd taught me to read, who'd bandaged my scraped knees, who'd helped me practice driving, with someone who'd knowingly let this happen. I want to be sick, I whispered. Mrs. Garrison produced a trash can just in time. Update 1, 3 weeks later, the media descended like locusts. Our house appeared on the evening news with artistic blurring and serious voiceovers. Suburban Horror One headline screamed. Mother and stepfather accused in exploitation ring declared another. I'd been placed temporarily with my Aunt Linda in the next county, my father having died when I was 6. Linda was Mom's older sister, and the betrayal had fractured her. She moved through her house like a ghost, occasionally breaking down in angry tears. I should have seen it, she kept saying. The signs were there. But what signs? Rick had seemed normal. Boring, even. He worked in IT, fixed things around the house, grilled on weekends. He'd never been inappropriate with me, never made comments or touches that crossed lines. The violation had been invisible, insidious. My phone became a liability. Classmates who'd never spoken to me suddenly wanted details. True crime podcasts requested interviews. A book agent emailed. I deleted everything and got a new number. The legal proceedings moved with glacial slowness. Rick's lawyer filed motion after motion. Mom's public defender seemed overwhelmed. Meanwhile, forensic analysts combed through terabytes of data. Detective Chen called weekly with updates I didn't want but needed to hear. We've identified 12 other victims, she said during one call. Some are adults now. Others are still minors. Your testimony will be crucial. I'd been the only one who'd noticed. The only one who'd run. How many people were subscribed to his website? I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted the answer. Detective Chen hesitated. Thousands. Internationally. We're coordinating with law enforcement in 7 countries. Thousands of people had watched footage of me sleeping, changing, existing in what I thought was privacy. Thousands had paid for that access. My stomach turned. School became impossible. Whispers followed me through hallways. Some classmates were sympathetic, others treated me like a curiosity or, worse, blamed me for not knowing. A girl named Madison loudly wondered why I hadn't figured it out sooner. I transferred to online classes. Therapy helped, eventually. Dr. Morrison specialized in trauma cases. She had gray-streaked hair and a way of making hard truth slightly more bearable. Your mother's participation doesn't erase who she was before, Dr. Morrison said during one session. People are complex. They make choices we can't understand. She chose him over me, I replied flatly. She chose money and whatever else she got from that horror show over protecting her daughter. Dr. Morrison nodded. Yes. She did. And you're allowed to be angry about that. Angry didn't begin to cover it. Some days I felt scraped hollow. Other days, rage burned so hot I couldn't see straight. I'd loved my mother completely, trusted her implicitly. Learning that trust was misplaced felt like dying. The preliminary hearing arrived in December. I sat in a witness room, staring at industrial carpet, while lawyers argued over evidence admissibility. Linda squeezed my hand so hard her knuckles whitened. Through the thin walls, I could hear muffled voices, Rick's defense attorney making some argument about search procedures. My stomach churned. What if they found a technicality? What if he walked free because some officer had filled out paperwork incorrectly? They have him, Linda whispered, reading my panic. Detective Chen said the evidence is overwhelming. This is just procedure. Procedure felt inadequate for the magnitude of violation. But the legal system operated on procedure, on rules and precedents and careful documentation. I was learning that justice moved slowly by design, built to protect the accused even when their guilt seemed obvious. A bailiff finally called me in. The courtroom felt too small and too large simultaneously. Rick sat at the defense table in a suit, looking nothing like the man who'd grilled burgers in our backyard. His hair was freshly cut, his expression carefully neutral, playing the part of a respectable man wrongly accused. Mom sat separately, 20 feet away, her eyes downcast. She'd lost weight, her cheekbones sharp beneath prison pale skin. Her attorney, a tired-looking woman with gray roots showing, shuffled papers without looking at her client. I took the stand, placed my hand on the Bible, swore to tell the truth. The whole truth. Nothing but the truth. As if truth could encompass the enormity of what had happened. Ms. Herrera approached with a kind smile. She was in her 40s, impeccably dressed, with an intensity that suggested she'd prosecuted hundreds of cases and never lost her anger at injustice. "Olivia, can you tell us about the evening of October 28th? She began. I told my story chronologically, clinically. Date and time stamps. Specific observations. The camera's make and model, which I'd memorized from the packaging I'd found in the trash. The angle of installation. Rick's explanation about the creep next door, Mr. Garrison, a 72-year-old retired teacher with grandchildren and a spotless record. When did you first become suspicious? Ms. Herrera asked. When I realized the camera lens pointed inward, not outward. If it was meant to catch someone breaking in, it should have faced the window glass, capturing anyone approaching from outside. Instead, it captured my entire room. My bed. My desk. My closet. What did you do with this information? I showed my mother. I asked her why Rick had full access to the live feed on his phone. She told me not to be dramatic, that he was just protective. My voice remained steady, emotionless. I'd practiced this testimony with Ms. Herrera a dozen times. That night, I pretended to sleep. I watched through my cracked door as Rick came upstairs around 2 a.m. He spent 5 minutes adjusting the camera angle, tilting it more directly toward my bed. The courtroom was absolutely silent. What did you do then? I waited until he went back downstairs. Then I grabbed my phone, climbed out my window, and ran to Mr. Garrison's house. I called 911 at 3:17 a.m. Ms. Herrera displayed the 911 call transcript on a screen. My words, typed out in sterile black font. Please help me. My stepfather put a camera in my room. It's pointed at my bed. I think he's watching me. Rick's lawyer, a man named Brennan with expensive shoes and a reputation for defending white-collar criminals, stood for cross-examination. He smiled at me, predatory and false. Miss Mitchell, you testified that your grades slipped after your stepfather's arrest. Is that correct? Yes. I transferred to online school because students were harassing me about the case. Harassing you or asking questions you didn't want to answer? Ms. Herrera shot to her feet. Objection. Argumentative. Sustained, Judge Nakamura said sharply. Mr. Brennan, ask questions, don't make statements. Brennan shifted tactics. You moved in with your Aunt Linda after the arrest. Had you ever expressed a desire to live with her before? No. I'd been happy living with my mother. So you benefited from these accusations. You got to leave a home where you had rules and responsibilities. Something hot flashed through me. I benefited? I lost my mother, my home, my sense of safety. I have nightmares where I wake up thinking cameras are still watching me. I can't change clothes without checking every corner of every room. You think I wanted any of this? Brennan's expression flickered. He pushed too hard, made me sympathetic. No further questions. But he wasn't finished destroying me. Not yet. The defense calls character witness Margaret Foster. A woman I didn't recognize took the stand. 50-ish, professionally dressed, confident. She worked at Rick's company, she explained. Had known him for 8 years. Rick was always professional, she testified. Respectful to everyone. He talked about his stepdaughter constantly, how proud he was, how he wanted to protect her. When I heard these accusations, I was shocked. It doesn't match the man I know. 3 more character witnesses followed. Co-workers, neighbors, people from their church. All describing Rick as decent, trustworthy, devoted to family. All suggesting I'd misunderstood his intentions. I wanted to scream. Character witnesses meant nothing against terabytes of evidence, yet here they were, trying to rehabilitate his image through testimonials. Mom's lawyer didn't cross-examine me. When I left the witness stand, I made the mistake of looking at her. She was crying, silently, shoulders shaking. For a moment, I felt sympathy trying to surface. Then I remembered the 7 cameras. The 6 months of footage. The thousands of subscribers. I walked past without acknowledgement. Outside the courtroom, Linda found me in the bathroom, staring at my reflection. I looked older than 17. Harder? You did perfectly, Linda said. He made it sound like I was lying. Like I wanted this. The jury won't believe that. Not with the evidence they have. Linda pulled me into a hug. They found the cameras, Olivia. They found the servers, the website, the subscriber list. Your testimony just puts a face to the crime. Makes it real for them. She was right, but it didn't stop the sick feeling in my stomach. Testifying had felt like being violated all over again, every detail of my private anguish examined under fluorescent lights by strangers who decide if I deserve justice. Update 2, 8 months after the arrest, the trial lasted 3 weeks. I attended sporadically, unable to stomach watching it all. Other victims testified, women and men, some I recognized from the files Detective Chen had shown me, others whose faces were new. Each testimony added another layer of horror. A woman named Jennifer took the stand during week 2. She was 31, had been victimized at 19 when Rick was married to his first wife. Her voice shook as she described discovering years later that intimate moments with her boyfriend, Rick's stepson, had been filmed and distributed. I trusted them, Jennifer said. They were family. I babysat their younger kids. I came over for Sunday dinners. The whole time, they were selling footage of me. Rick's ex-wife had discovered the operation during their divorce, Jennifer explained, but Rick had destroyed evidence before police could intervene. The ex-wife had been too afraid of him to press charges, had taken her children and disappeared into witness protection. How did you learn what happened to you? Ms. Herrera asked gently. The FBI contacted me 6 months ago. They found my face in archived footage from Rick's old website, stored on a backup server he'd forgotten about. Jennifer's hands twisted together. I spent a decade thinking I was safe. Finding out I'd never been safe at all, it broke something in me. During recess, I found Jennifer in the hallway. We looked at each other for a long moment, recognizing shared trauma. I'm sorry, I said inadequately. Don't be. You saved everyone who came after us? You ran when I didn't know to. Jennifer's eyes filled with tears. The FBI said if you hadn't reported it, he'd probably still be operating. God knows how many more victims there would be. That conversation haunted me. How many Jennifers existed in the world? How many people discovered too late that their privacy had been shattered, their bodies commodified, their trust weaponized? Rick's website had been operational for 2 years. He'd started small, using footage from his previous marriage that his ex-wife hadn't known about. When she discovered it during their divorce, he destroyed the evidence before she could act. Then he'd met Mom on a dating app, and within months, they'd been engaged. She knew from the beginning, Detective Chen told me during a break. Text messages show she was an active participant. She helped him shop for cameras, set up the equipment, manage the website's finances. Why? The question burst out of me. We weren't rich, but we were okay. Why would she do this? Detective Chen's expression was grim. The website generated approximately $30,000 monthly. Split between them, that's financial stability she'd never had. And according to her psychologist's evaluation, she suffers from dependent personality disorder. She prioritized Rick's approval over everything, including her daughter's safety. A diagnosis didn't feel like enough explanation. Nothing felt like enough. The prosecution called a forensic psychologist to explain grooming tactics, how predators normalize invasive behavior incrementally, how they isolate victims from support systems, how they exploit trust and authority. Rick had followed the playbook perfectly. The camera had started in the living room, for security. Then the kitchen. Then the hallways. By the time one appeared in my bedroom, the surveillance had become normal enough that Mom could rationalize it. Except Mom had helped install them. Had helped profit from them. Had chosen financial gain over my well-being. The defense tried to paint Rick as a man with an addiction, someone who needed treatment rather than punishment. They brought in their own psychologist who diagnosed him with compulsive voyeurism, suggesting intensive therapy could rehabilitate him. Ms. Herrera demolished that argument on cross-examination. Doctor, does compulsive voyeurism typically involve operating a sophisticated commercial website with thousands of paying subscribers, complex financial transactions through offshore accounts, and careful evidence destruction protocols? The psychologist hesitated. Well, no, but Does compulsive behavior generally demonstrate this level of planning, operational security, and sustained criminal enterprise? Not typically. So would you agree that Mr. Foster's actions demonstrate not compulsion, but calculated predation for financial profit? I suppose that's one interpretation. Ms. Herrera didn't hide her disdain. One interpretation supported by every piece of evidence in this case. During closing arguments, Ms. Herrera spoke for 90 minutes. She displayed screenshots from the website, faces blurred, but the commercial nature clear. She showed financial records proving the defendants had earned over $700,000 across 2 years. She played portions of my 911 call, my voice small and terrified in the silent courtroom. Olivia Mitchell trusted the two people who should have protected her most, Ms. Herrera concluded. Her mother and her mother's husband. They betrayed that trust in the most profound way imaginable. They turned her home into a prison, her bedroom into a studio, her childhood into a product. This isn't a story about mistakes or addiction. This is calculated, sustained exploitation of a minor for profit. The only appropriate verdict is guilty on all counts. Rick's attorney, Brennan, argued about reasonable doubt, about the possibility of misunderstanding, about rehabilitation potential. It rang hollow against the mountain of evidence. The jury deliberated for 6 hours, guilty on all counts. Rick faced 60 years minimum. Mom received 25 with possibility of parole after 15. I felt nothing when the verdicts were read. No satisfaction, no relief. Just a vast, echoing emptiness. Linda cried. Ms. Herrera smiled grimly. Detective Chen nodded once, satisfied. Rick stared straight ahead, expressionless. Mom collapsed, sobbing, and had to be supported by guards as they led her away. She looked back at me once, her face destroyed by anguish. I looked away first. But something else happened during those 8 months, something that changed my trajectory entirely. I'd started documenting everything. Not for social media or public consumption, but for myself. Processing. Understanding. I wrote down every memory, every conversation, every moment that should have been a warning. I mapped out how predators operate, how they groom families and communities, how they hide in plain sight. Dr. Morrison encouraged it. Narrative helps us make sense of chaos, she said. One night, unable to sleep, I posted a portion of my writing on a forum for survivors. Not the graphic details, but the mechanics of how I'd been fooled. How my mother had been recruited. How systems had failed us all. The response was overwhelming. Hundreds of comments from people sharing similar stories. Parents who'd betrayed them. Partners who'd violated boundaries. The common thread, they'd all felt isolated, convinced their situation was uniquely shameful. A woman named Dr. Patricia Okonkwo reached out directly. She ran a nonprofit focused on preventing child exploitation through education and technology. Your insights are valuable, she wrote. Have you considered speaking publicly? I hadn't. The idea terrified me. But Dr. Okonkwo was patient. She sent resources, connected me with other survivor advocates, never pushed. 3 months later, I gave my first presentation at a school district training session for teachers and administrators. I was 18 by then, legally an adult, technically in control of my own story. Linda came for moral support. I'd prepared note cards and rehearsed until the words felt mechanical. Standing before 70 educators, I forgot everything I'd planned to say. Instead, I told the truth. The camera appeared October 15th. I ran October 29th. 14 days where I questioned myself, where I made excuses for my stepfather's behavior because I couldn't accept the alternative. 14 days when speaking up felt more uncomfortable than staying quiet. The room was silent. You're the safety net, I continued. When families fail, when homes aren't safe, you're the ones who can notice. Please notice. The presentation lasted 45 minutes. Afterward, a teacher approached me, crying. I have a student, she said. I've been worried. I didn't know what to look for. Thank you. That moment crystallized everything. My rage had been consuming me, poisoning every thought. But redirected, it became fuel. I couldn't undo what had happened, couldn't erase those months of violation. However, I could prevent it from happening to others. Dr. Okonkwo hired me part-time. I worked on developing age-appropriate educational materials about digital privacy and bodily autonomy. I consulted on legislation aimed at regulating surveillance equipment sales. I joined a task force examining how family courts could better identify abusive dynamics. The work was exhausting. Some days, I couldn't function. Triggers appeared without warning, A camera in a store, a certain cologne, someone mentioning IT work. Dr. Morrison helped me develop coping strategies, but healing wasn't linear. 2 steps forward, 3 steps back, 1 sideways. A year and a half after the arrest, Linda sat me down with paperwork. "I want to legally adopt you," she said. "You're already 18, so it's symbolic more than anything. But I want you to know you're my daughter now. Fully. Completely." I signed through tears. Linda had her own trauma from this. Her sister had betrayed everything they'd been raised to value. She'd lost her only sibling to choices she couldn't fathom. Yet she showed up for me daily, packing lunches, driving me to therapy, listening when I needed to talk and providing silence when I didn't. "You're going to be okay," she told me once. "Not today, not tomorrow, but eventually. And I'll be here for all of it." Update 3, 3 years after the arrest. I enrolled in community college studying criminal justice and psychology. The plan was loose, maybe law school, maybe social work, maybe something that didn't exist yet. But I needed to understand systems, needed to learn how justice worked and failed. Professor Daniels taught victimology. When I disclosed my background during office hours, explaining why certain case studies hit harder than they should, she paused mid-sentence. "The Olivia Mitchell case? That was you?" Hearing my full name attached to the case still felt surreal. "Yes." Professor Daniels studied me carefully. "You testified in front of the Senate Subcommittee on Digital Privacy last month." I had. At 20, I'd flown to Washington, D.C. and spent 12 minutes addressing lawmakers about the need for stricter regulations on surveillance equipment and online exploitation. Senators had asked questions I'd answered with statistics I'd memorized and experiences I'd lived. "That was incredibly brave," Professor Daniels said. "It was necessary," I corrected. "Bravery implies choice." She smiled slightly. "Fair distinction." Through Professor Daniels, I connected with researchers studying long-term outcomes for exploitation survivors. I participated in studies, contributed to papers, became a data point that might help someone someday. It felt productive in a way that simple survival didn't. Rick appealed his conviction. Lost. Appealed again. Lost again. He'd die in prison, most likely. Good. Mom became eligible for parole after serving 10 years. The hearing would be in 7 years. Detective Chen promised to notify me when it approached, said victim impact statements would be crucial. "Do you ever visit her?" People asked sometimes. Never. Linda had visited once, in the first month, trying to understand. She'd returned shaken, saying Mom had cried and apologized and blamed everyone except herself. Linda never went back. Mom sent letters occasionally. Linda screened them first, checking for manipulation or inappropriate content before asking if I wanted them. I always said no. Linda burned them in her fireplace, a ritual cleansing. I didn't need closure from my mother. Closure was something I built myself, brick by painful brick. My 21st birthday arrived quietly. Linda baked a cake, chocolate with raspberry filling, my favorite since childhood. We ate it while watching terrible reality television, a normal evening in our abnormal life. "You've done remarkable things," Linda said during a commercial break. "I'm proud of who you've become." I'd testified in 6 trials by then, helping put away people who'd been subscribers to Rick's website, who'd run similar operations, who'd believed they'd never face consequences. Each conviction felt like a small victory, insufficient but meaningful. "I'm proud of me too," I replied. And meant it. The survivor community became my second family. I met people who understood implicitly what others couldn't grasp, the complicated grief of losing a parent to their own choices, the violation that lingered in safe spaces, the way trust became something you rationed carefully. There was Maya, whose father had filmed her for years before her coach noticed her dissociation during swim practice. There was James, whose mother and stepfather had run a similar operation, who'd escaped by telling a school counselor. There was Priya, whose siblings had also been victimized, who was helping them through their own healing while managing hers. We met monthly, facilitated by Dr. Morrison. We celebrated victories, Priya's graduation, Maya's scholarship, James's new job. We supported each other through setbacks, triggers and anniversaries and court dates. We existed as proof that survival was possible, that predators didn't get to write our final chapters. One evening, Maya asked me something nobody had before: "Do you think you'll ever forgive your mother?" I considered it seriously. Forgiveness was something therapists discussed often, framing it as beneficial for the forgiver. But I'd never felt its absence as a burden. "I don't think forgiveness is relevant," I said slowly. She made choices that destroyed my childhood and violated my autonomy. I've accepted that reality and moved forward. Whether I forgive her doesn't change what happened or who I am now. So maybe I'll forgive her eventually, maybe I won't. Either way, I'm okay. Maya nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense. It did to me too. Healing didn't require forgiveness. It required processing, integration, and deliberate construction of a life worth living. Update 4, 5 years after the arrest, Dr. Okonkwo promoted me to program director. At 22, I oversaw a team of 6 people developing educational curricula about digital literacy and exploitation prevention. We worked with school districts nationwide, trained law enforcement, consulted on technology design. The work mattered. Statistics showed our programs reduced exploitation rates in pilot communities by 18% over 3 years. 18% meant real children who weren't victimized, real families that stayed intact. I gave a TEDx talk titled "The Cameras We Don't See." It went viral, accumulating millions of views. Suddenly, I was recognizable. People stopped me in grocery stores, at coffee shops, wanting to share their stories or express admiration. "You're so strong," they'd say. I never knew how to respond. Strength implied choice, implied something heroic about simply refusing to let trauma define me completely. I usually smiled and thanked them, but internally I rejected the framing. I wasn't strong, I was stubborn. There was a difference. Professor Daniels recommended me for law school. I took the LSAT, scored well, applied to programs with strong clinics focused on victims' rights. Acceptance letters arrived from several schools. I chose one 3 hours away, far enough for independence but close enough for Linda. "You don't have to go," Linda said when I showed her the acceptance. "You've already accomplished so much." "I want to," I assured her. "I want to prosecute these cases. I want to be on the other side of that courtroom, fighting for other kids." Linda hugged me tightly. "Then I'm excited for you." The night before I left for law school, I had a dream about my old bedroom. In it, I walked in to find no camera, no violation, just a normal teenage girl's space with banned posters and scattered homework. Dreamy sat on the bed, smiled, and said, "We're going to be fine." I woke up crying, but not from sadness. From relief. From recognition that the girl I'd been at 17 and the woman I'd become at 22 were connected but not identical. Trauma had changed me, inevitably. But I'd changed too, deliberately, into someone who could help others navigate similar darkness. Law school was brutal. First year nearly broke me. I cried more than I'd expected, struggled with imposter syndrome, questioned whether I belonged. But I also excelled in criminal procedure, dominated in evidence, discovered I was naturally argumentative in exactly the way litigators needed to be. During my second year, Rick died. Heart attack, the prison medical examiner reported. He was 53. Detective Chen called to inform me, her voice carefully neutral. "How do you feel?" she asked. "Relieved," I answered honestly. "And guilty about being relieved." "Relief is normal," Detective Chen said. "He can't hurt anyone else now." Mom would outlive him by decades, assuming she survived prison. Part of me hoped she did, hoped she spent years contemplating her choices. Another part, smaller, harder to acknowledge, hoped she found some measure of peace. I didn't attend Rick's funeral. Nobody did, according to Linda. He was cremated at county expense, ashes disposed of without ceremony. An unmarked end to a marked life. 3 years into law school, I interned at the U.S. Attorney's Office specializing in cyber crimes. I sat second chair on an exploitation case, watching an experienced prosecutor systematically dismantle a defendant's claims of ignorance. When the guilty verdict came back, I felt a familiar emptiness, not satisfaction, not joy, just acknowledgement that justice had occurred. Afterward, the lead prosecutor pulled me aside. "You're going to be excellent at this," she said. "You understand these cases from the inside. That's invaluable." I graduated law school ranked 7th in my class. Passed the bar on my first attempt. Received offers from 3 prosecutors' offices and 1 prestigious defense firm. I chose the DA's office in a mid-sized city, joining their special victims unit. My supervisor was a man named Thomas Reeves, 58, with salt and pepper hair and 30 years of prosecution experience. During my first week, he called me into his office. "I know your background," he said without preamble. "I read the transcripts from your case. I watched your Senate testimony. I know why you're here." I tensed, waiting for the concern, the suggestion that maybe I was too close to this work, too personally invested. Instead, Reeves said, "Good. We need prosecutors who understand what victims go through. But understand this, you can't save everyone. Some cases you'll lose. Some victims won't cooperate. Some perpetrators will walk free on technicalities. If you're going to survive in this unit, you need to make peace with imperfect justice." "I understand," I said, though I didn't, not really. "We'll see." Reeves handed me a file. "Your first case. Read it tonight. We're meeting with the victims tomorrow morning." The file contained details about a father who'd hidden cameras in his daughter's bathroom. The daughters were 12 and 14. They discovered them by accident when the younger daughter knocked over a shampoo bottle and noticed a lens. That night, I read the file 3 times. Police reports. Forensic analysis of the camera equipment. Victim statements taken by social workers. The father, Daniel Marsh, had initially claimed the cameras were for home security, then admitted to being concerned about his daughter's safety, then finally stopped talking and requested a lawyer. The pattern was familiar. The excuses identical. Only the names changed. The next morning, I met Emma and Sophie Marsh in a conference room designed to be comfortable for children. Soft lighting, colorful chairs, a box of tissues on the table. Their mother, Rebecca, sat between them, her face hollow with betrayal and guilt. Sitting across from those girls, I saw myself at 17. Terrified. Betrayed. Confused about how to move forward. Emma, the older daughter, spoke first. "Are you going to be able to stop him?" The question was direct, desperate. I chose honesty over comfort. "I'm going to do everything in my power to hold him accountable. That means presenting every piece of evidence, calling every witness, fighting for justice at every stage. But I need your help. I need you to be willing to testify if it goes to trial. We'll have to talk about it in court." Sophie, the younger one, looked horrified. "In front of people?" "Possibly. We're going to try to negotiate a plea deal first, which would mean he admits guilt without a trial. But if he refuses, then yes, we might need you to testify. You wouldn't be alone, I'd be there, your mom would be there, and the judge won't allow anyone to bully or intimidate you." Rebecca's hands were shaking. I should have known. I should have seen the signs. I'd heard that sentence from Linda, from other family members of victims. The guilt of not knowing, not preventing. "He hid it from you deliberately," I said firmly. "That's what predators do. They're experts at deception. This isn't your fault." Over the next 2 months, I built the case methodically. I interviewed neighbors who'd noticed Daniel's controlling behavior. I consulted with forensic experts about the camera placement and storage methods. I reviewed similar cases to anticipate defense strategies. Daniel's lawyer, a public defender named Morrison who seemed genuinely disgusted by his client, approached me with a plea deal. "He'll take 20 years if you drop the distribution charges." Distribution charges meant we believed he'd share the footage with others. We'd found circumstantial evidence, encrypted files sent to email addresses we couldn't trace, activity on forums known for trading illegal content, but nothing definitive. 15 years, all charges, I countered. And he has to allocate in open court. Full admission of what he did and why. Morrison consulted with his client. Daniel agreed. The allocution happened on a Thursday afternoon. Daniel stood before Judge Patterson, looking nothing like the monster he was. Khakis and a button-down shirt, clean-shaven, almost respectable. "Mr. Marsh," Judge Patterson said, "please describe what you did." Daniel's voice was flat, emotionless. "I installed cameras in my daughter's bathroom. I recorded them without their knowledge over approximately 8 months. I stored the footage on encrypted drives. I viewed the footage regularly." He paused. "I also shared some files with individuals I met online." There it was, admission of distribution. His lawyer's face tightened, but the deal was done. "Why did you do this?" the judge pressed. Daniel hesitated. For a moment, I thought he might offer another excuse, another rationalization. Instead, he said, "Because I wanted to. Because I could. Because I convinced myself it wasn't really harming them." The honesty was almost worse than lies would have been. He'd known it was wrong and done it anyway. Judge Patterson sentenced him to 15 years, lifetime sex offender registration, no contact with minors upon release. Daniel was led away in handcuffs without looking at his daughters. Afterward, Emma hugged me. "Thank you," she whispered. "You're going to be okay," I whispered back. "Not immediately, but eventually. I promise." I meant it, though the promise felt heavy. I knew from experience that okay was complicated, that healing wasn't linear, that some scars never fully faded. But I also knew that survival was possible, that life could be good again, that trauma didn't have to define everything. Sophie approached more tentatively. Do you still have nightmares? About what happened to you? The question surprised me with its directness. I considered lying, offering false reassurance. Instead, I chose truth. Sometimes. Less than I used to. Therapy helps. Time helps. Building a life that matters helps. Did you ever talk to your mom again? Emma asked. No. I haven't seen or spoken to her since the trial. That was the right choice for me. I looked at both girls. Your healing will look different than mine. Maybe you'll reconcile with your father eventually. Maybe you won't. Either way is valid. Rebecca joined us, tears streaming down her face. Thank you for fighting for them. They fought for themselves, I replied. I just helped make sure the system listened. Final update, 10 years after the arrest. Mom's parole hearing arrived when I was 27. I'd been practicing law for 2 years, had won convictions in 18 cases, was building a reputation as a fierce advocate. Linda asked if I wanted company at hearing. I declined. This was something I needed to do alone. The parole board consisted of 5 people seated behind a long table. Mom sat opposite them, orange jumpsuit traded for civilian clothes that hung loose on her diminished frame. Prison had aged her severely. She looked 60, though she was only 52. When she saw me enter, her face crumpled. I remained expressionless. The board reviewed her case for 15 minutes, discussing her behavior record, therapy participation, remorse statements. Then they invited victim testimony. I approached the microphone with prepared remarks. But standing there, looking at the woman who'd raised me and ruined me, the script dissolved. My mother taught me to ride a bike, I began. She stayed up all night when I had pneumonia at age 7, monitoring my fever, holding my hand. She helped me study for tests, drove me to dance classes, attended every school concert. Those memories are real. They matter. Mom was crying silently. She also chose to participate in my exploitation for financial gain, I continued. She installed cameras throughout our home, managed a website that distributed footage of me to thousands of predators worldwide, and prioritized her relationship with Rick over my safety. Those facts are also real. They also matter. The room was absolutely silent. I don't know if she feels genuine remorse or if she's simply sorry she got caught. I don't know if she understands the full scope of damage she caused, not just to me, but to the other victims, to our family, to everyone touched by her choices. I don't know if 10 years of incarceration has fundamentally changed her character. I paused, gathering thoughts. But I do know that I've spent the last decade building a life dedicated to preventing what happened to me from happening to others. I've testified in dozens of cases. I've helped convict predators and protect children. I've turned my trauma into something productive because I refused to let Rick and my mother have the final word on who I became. Mom's shoulders shook with sobs. Whether you grant parole or not won't change my work. It won't change what happened. It won't restore the relationship we had before she made her choices. I looked directly at the board members. But I want you to know that her crimes had lasting, profound impacts. I still have nightmares. I still struggle with trust. I still carry the knowledge that my own mother valued money over my well-being. I stepped back from the microphone, then forward again. One more thing needed saying. If you release her, I won't seek contact. I've built a life that doesn't include her, and I'm content with that. If you keep her incarcerated, I'll continue that life regardless. Either way, I've won. I survived what she helped put me through, and I'm using that survival to help others. That's my victory. The parole board deliberated for an hour. I waited in the corridor, surprisingly calm. Linda had been right years ago, I was okay. Not undamaged, not unmarked, but genuinely okay. When I was called back, the chairwoman delivered the decision, parole denied. Eligible for reconsideration in 5 years. Mom's face crumpled completely. She looked at me, mouthing words I couldn't hear and didn't want to. I turned and walked out. Outside, spring sunshine felt obscenely cheerful. I called Linda. It's done. They denied her. How do you feel? Linda asked. I considered the question honestly. Lighter, I admitted. I said what I needed to say. The rest is just bureaucracy. That evening, I went to Dr. Morrison's office for our standing appointment. I continued therapy even as life stabilized, recognizing that mental health maintenance was ongoing. The hearing went well, I told her. Well, by my standards, anyway. Dr. Morrison smiled. Tell me about it. I recounted the testimony, the decision, my surprising lack of strong emotion. I thought I'd feel more relief, anger, satisfaction, something bigger. But mostly I just feel complete. Like a chapter finally ended. Because you wrote the ending, Dr. Morrison observed. For years, your mother and Rick wrote your story. Today, you wrote it yourself. She was right. I controlled the narrative, determined my response, refused to be defined by victimhood. That was power Rick and Mom had never truly taken, my ability to decide who I'd become. Epilogue, 15 years after the arrest. I'm 32 now. Senior prosecutor in the Special Victims Unit. I've obtained convictions in over 100 cases. I've helped change legislation in 4 states regarding surveillance equipment regulations and mandatory reporting for technology companies. I've trained thousands of teachers, law enforcement officers, and parents on recognizing exploitation signs. Linda is 63, retired from her nursing career, volunteering with foster children. She's the grandmother I'll hopefully give her someday, if I decide to have children. The question remains open, complicated by trauma and trust issues and fear of perpetuating cycles. My partner, a public defender named Jordan who I met through work, understands these complications. We've been together 3 years, engaged for 6 months. He knows my history, has read the court transcripts, attended therapy sessions with me to understand how past impacts present. You're not defined by what happened, he told me when we first discussed children. But you're shaped by it, and that's okay. We'll figure it out together. Together. The word still feels revolutionary sometimes. We met in the courthouse cafeteria, ironically enough. I was prosecuting a case involving online exploitation. He was defending a teenager accused of hacking into his school's network to change grades. Between our cases, we found ourselves at adjacent tables, both reviewing files, both ignoring terrible coffee. You're the prosecutor on the Hendricks case, he'd said, glancing at my paperwork. You're defending the kid who thought hacking was a victimless crime, I'd replied. He'd laughed. Fair. Though in his defense, he genuinely didn't understand the broader implications of network vulnerabilities. He's just a smart kid who made a stupid decision. We debated the ethics of his case for 20 minutes, whether intent mattered when harm resulted, whether teenagers deserved second chances even after demonstrating technical sophistication that implied understanding of consequences. I'd enjoyed the intellectual sparring, appreciated that he neither patronized me nor backed down from disagreement. A week later, I'd seen him in the courthouse lobby after my conviction on the Hendricks case. 3 years for the defendant, a serial predator who'd finally been caught. Jordan had approached cautiously. Congratulations on the conviction. I followed the case. You did excellent work. Your client took a plea deal, I'd observed. Community service and probation. He did. He'll also be working with a nonprofit that teaches ethical hacking to underprivileged kids, using his skills productively. Jordan had smiled. Different paths to justice, right? Sometimes. I'd studied him, tall, with dark curly hair and eyes that suggested genuine thoughtfulness rather than performance. Do you ever defend people you think are guilty? Yes. Everyone deserves representation. But I choose my clients carefully. I don't take cases involving violence against children or sexual exploitation. I have lines. That answer had mattered more than he'd probably known. Would you want to get coffee sometime? Not courthouse coffee. Actual coffee. We've been inseparable since. Jordan understood that my work consumed me, that some cases triggered nightmares, that anniversaries of my own trauma affected my mood and functionality. He'd never asked me to be less intense about prosecution, never suggested I needed to move on or let go. Your passion for this work is part of who you are, he'd said once. I wouldn't want you to diminish that for me or anyone else. Last month, he proposed during a weekend trip to the coast. We'd been walking on the beach at sunset, cliché but beautiful, when he'd stopped suddenly. Olivia, I know you've been betrayed by people who should have protected you. I know trust is complicated for you. I know you have nightmares sometimes and days when being touched feels impossible and moments when you question whether you're capable of healthy relationships. He'd taken my hands. I see all of that. And I love you not despite those things, but including them. You're the strongest person I know, not because you survived trauma, but because you turned that survival into purpose. Will you marry me? I cried, happy tears, terrified tears, grateful tears all mixed together. Yes. Planning a wedding felt surreal. Choosing flowers and cake flavors and venues, normal activities that existed in sharp contrast to the darkness I worked with daily. Linda threw herself into helping, excited to have something joyful to focus on. "Your mother would have loved this," Linda said once, then immediately looked stricken. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have." "It's okay," I'd interrupted. "She would have." That's true, even if everything else about her was a lie. She would have enjoyed planning my wedding. The grief remained complicated. I'd never fully untangled loving the mother who raised me from hating the woman who betrayed me. Maybe that was okay. Maybe both truths could coexist. Mom was denied parole again at her second hearing 5 years after the first. I didn't attend. She'll be eligible one final time in 5 more years, when she's 62 and I'm 37. I might attend that one. I might not. The decision no longer feels urgent. Rick's website was permanently shut down, the domain seized, the server data used to identify and prosecute hundreds of subscribers worldwide. The FBI estimated we saved approximately 40 children from exploitation through those prosecutions. 40 families who didn't experience what mine did. I think about those 40 children often. Wonder who they are, what they're doing, whether they know how close they came to victimization. Their ignorance is the gift, they'll never carry the knowledge that almost destroyed me. Sometimes people ask if I've forgiven my mother. The question has evolved from annoying to simply irrelevant. Forgiveness implies she's owed something, implies her feelings matter more than mine. They don't. She made choices and faced consequences. I made different choices and built a different life. Last month, I gave the keynote address at a national conference on child exploitation prevention. 3,000 attendees listened as I outlined new strategies for identifying abuse, prosecuting offenders, supporting survivors. Afterward, a woman approached me, probably mid-40s, trembling slightly. "I was one of the other victims," she said quietly. "From Rick's first marriage. I saw your testimony at the trial, but I wasn't ready to speak to you then. I wanted to thank you. For running. For speaking up. You saved so many of us." We talked for an hour. She'd gotten therapy, rebuilt her life, recently started dating again. Her healing looked different from mine, but equally valid. Before parting, she hugged me. "We won," she whispered. "They didn't destroy us." "No," I agreed. "They really didn't." That conference had featured dozens of speakers, FBI agents, therapists, advocates, legislators. But the moment that struck me most came during a panel on prevention education. A teacher from Minnesota described implementing digital literacy curriculum in her district, teaching children as young as 8 about privacy, consent, and recognizing inappropriate behavior. "Since starting this program 3 years ago," she explained, "we've had 12 disclosures of abuse from students. 12 children who learned the vocabulary to name what was happening to them, who understood it wasn't their fault, who knew adults would believe them. That's 12 families where intervention happened early. 12 children. 12 futures potentially salvaged because someone taught them that their bodies belonged to them, that secrets about safety weren't really secrets, that adults should never make them feel uncomfortable about surveillance or touch or privacy." After the panel, I'd approached the teacher. "What you're doing, that's the work that actually changes things. Prosecution happens after harm. Prevention stops harm from occurring." She'd smiled wearily. "We need both. We need prosecutors who take these cases seriously and educators who prepare children to recognize danger. We need legislators writing better laws and technologists designing safer systems. We need therapists who understand trauma and communities willing to believe victims. It's all connected." She was right. The ecosystem of protection required everyone: prosecutors, teachers, parents, lawmakers, survivors willing to speak. No single role could fix the problem, but collective effort could chip away at it. That's the truth I've learned across these 15 years. Survival is itself a form of victory. But survival that transforms trauma into purpose, pain into protection for others, that's triumph. The numbers back this up. Since my testimony and subsequent advocacy, 4 states had passed legislation requiring parental consent for surveillance equipment purchases. Technology companies had implemented reporting systems for suspicious activity. School districts nationwide had adopted curriculum teaching digital privacy and bodily autonomy. Law enforcement had received better training on investigating technology-facilitated exploitation. These changes didn't happen because of me alone. Hundreds of advocates and survivors had fought for them. But I contributed. My story, painful as it was to share repeatedly, had moved legislators and public opinion. My expertise, earned through horror, had shaped better policies. Was it enough? No. Exploitation continued. Predators adapted. New technologies created new vulnerabilities. But progress mattered. Every prevented case represented a child who wouldn't experience what I had, a family that wouldn't fracture like mine did. I've given hundreds of interviews, written opinion pieces, consulted on documentary projects. My face and story are public record, permanently tied to one of the worst moments of my life. Initially, that felt like extended violation. Now it feels like reclamation. I own my narrative completely. A documentary about my case aired last year on a streaming platform. The director had approached me respectfully, offering editorial control over my portrayal. I'd agreed, with conditions: no gratuitous details about the exploitation itself, focus on systemic failures and prevention strategies, centering survivor voices throughout. The final product balanced my story with Jennifer's testimony, with interviews from Detective Chen and Ms. Herrera, with expert analysis of how predators operate. It ended not with my trauma but with my current work, footage of me training prosecutors, speaking to students, testifying before legislative committees. Jordan had watched it with me, holding my hand through the difficult parts. When it ended, he'd said simply, "I'm proud of you." That meant more than any professional accolade. Being known completely, trauma and triumph, vulnerability and strength, past pain and present purpose, and loved anyway felt like its own form of victory. On difficult days, and they still come, will probably always come, I remind myself of that night I climbed out my window at 17. How terrified I was, how uncertain. I think about the girl who ran barefoot to a neighbor's house, who trusted strangers over family, who chose safety over comfort. She was so brave. She saved me. But I also think about the woman I've become. The prosecutor who's convicted over 100 predators. The advocate who's shaped legislation protecting thousands of children. The partner building a life with someone who sees her completely. The almost wife planning a future that includes possibility rather than just survival. That woman is brave too. Different brave. The kind that shows up daily to do painful work, that chooses hope despite knowing exactly how dark humanity can be, that builds something meaningful from destruction. I've built a career, cultivated relationships, developed purpose, created meaning from chaos. I've turned cameras pointed inward into spotlights pointed at predators. I've refused to let trauma have the final word on who I am or what I contribute to the world. Rick is dead. Mom will likely die in prison. Their legacy is one of violation and betrayal. Mine is one of resilience and advocacy. I won. Not because I destroyed them, the justice system did that. I won because I climbed out that window, because I spoke truth even when it hurt, because I transformed victimhood into agency. I won because I decided trauma would inform my life without defining it. I won because I'm genuinely happy now, engaged to someone who loves me completely, pursuing work that matters, maintaining relationships built on authentic trust. The cameras are gone. The fear is manageable. The future is mine to write. And I'm writing it exactly as I choose. I won.
Story 6.
We need to use the wedding fund for your sister's therapy, my mother explained 3 weeks before my wedding. When I reminded her I'd been planning this for a year, my father slammed his fist on the table and said, "Your sister is in crisis, she can't handle watching you get married while she's single." I stood up, handed them back their house key, and said, "Then she won't have to." My mother called me selfish as I walked out the door. That was 8 months ago. Last night, my phone exploded with texts as my parents watched my Instagram live where I finally got married. "You're not seriously considering this?" Jake's voice cut through the phone, sharp and clear. I sat in my car outside my parents' house, gripping the steering wheel so hard my knuckles had gone white. The manila folder on my passenger seat contained every receipt, every deposit slip, every bank statement from the last 14 months. $23,000. Every penny documented. "I already told them no," I said. "But they won't listen. They keep calling it the family fund like I didn't work 3 jobs to save it." My fiancé exhaled slowly. "What did Madison say when they told her?" "Madison?" I let out a bitter laugh. "She's the one who suggested it. Apparently, watching me marry you while she's struggling with her romantic prospects would be too traumatic." Those were her exact words. Romantic prospects. She's 26 years old. 27 in April. Right. And she needs $15,000 of therapy because her older sister is getting married. I watched my mother's silhouette pass by the living room window. She'd called me over for an important family discussion, but the moment I'd walked through the door, it became an ambush. Madison had been crying on the couch. My father had positioned himself between me and the exit. My mother had used her guidance counselor voice, the one that made you feel like disagreeing was a personal failing. "They're saying I'm selfish," I whispered. Dad told me that a real daughter would put her sister's mental health first. A real daughter wouldn't have been saving money since she was 18 years old so her parents wouldn't have to pay for her wedding, Jake countered. "Claire, you've been planning this since we got engaged. The venue is booked. Your dress is altered. We sent out invitations 6 weeks ago." "I know. So what are you going to do?" I looked down at the key in my lap. They'd given it to me when I was 16, when they decided I was responsible enough to let myself in after school. For 12 years, I'd had access to their home. I'd watered their plants during vacations. I'd picked up mail. I'd been trusted. "I'm going to give them back their key," I said. "And then I'm going to tell them exactly what they can do with their opinions about my wedding." Jake was quiet for a moment. "You sure?" "They chose Madison." Again. My voice cracked on the last word. "This isn't about therapy. This is about making sure she doesn't feel overshadowed. Just like my college graduation when they skipped the ceremony because she had a bad breakup. Just like my promotion dinner when they canceled because she needed to talk about her career anxieties. I'm done being the one who understands." "I love you," Jake said simply. "I love you too." I ended the call and walked back inside. My mother was standing in the kitchen doorway, arms crossed. Madison had moved to the stairs, positioning herself like she was ready to bolt if the conversation got heated. My father remained in his chair, the patriarch holding court. "Did you think about what we discussed?" Mom asked. I set the key on the coffee table with a soft click. "I did." "And?" "My wedding is on October 14th, just like we planned. The ceremony starts at 4 o'clock. You're welcome to attend, but if you do, I need you to understand something." I turned to Madison, who had started crying again. "Your feelings are not my responsibility. They never have been." "How can you say that?" Madison's voice pitched high. "I'm your sister." "Exactly. You're my sister, not my daughter. And Mom and Dad are my parents, not my financiers. I saved that money myself. I planned this wedding myself. I compromised on the venue because Jake's family helped with the catering. I found a photographer who owed me a favor from college. I made everything work within my budget, and now you want me to hand it over because you're sad about being single?" "She's having a mental health crisis," Dad said, his voice dangerous and low. "Then you pay for her therapy. You're her parents. I'm giving you back the key because I won't be coming around until after the wedding. If you can't be happy for me, I don't want you there." I walked out before anyone could respond. My phone started ringing before I'd even started the engine. I turned it off completely. The next 3 weeks were silent. No calls from my mother. No texts from my father. Madison's social media became a steady stream of vague posts about family betrayal and the importance of mental health awareness. My aunt called once, trying to mediate, but I shut that down quickly. This wasn't a misunderstanding. This was a choice they'd made, and I'd made mine in return. Jake's family rallied around us. His mother spent hours on the phone with vendors, making sure everything stayed on track. His sister, Emma, took over the decorations when I had a breakdown 2 weeks before the ceremony. I cried for hours, warning the family I'd thought I had, the parents I believed would always support me. "They might still show up," Emma said gently, holding my hand as I sobbed into her shoulder. "I don't want them to." And I meant it. October 14th arrived cold and clear. The venue looked perfect, a restored barn on a property 40 minutes outside the city. White roses everywhere. String lights wrapped around exposed beams. Our photographer arrived early, capturing the golden morning light as it streamed through the windows. I put on my dress in a small room off the main hall. Emma helped with the buttons. Jake's mom fixed my hair. My best friend from college, Rachel, handed me tissues every time I started tearing up. "They're not here," I said, checking my phone for the 100th time. "Their loss," Rachel said firmly. "You look absolutely stunning, and you're about to marry the love of your life. They chose to miss it." The ceremony was beautiful. Jake cried when he saw me walking down the aisle. His father officiated, reading from a notebook full of memories about how we'd met, how we'd fallen in love, how we decided to build a life together. I spoke my vows without faltering. Jake's hands shook when he slid the ring onto my finger. My parents' seats remained empty. Madison wasn't there either. I'd expected relief, maybe vindication. Instead, I felt hollow. The reception filled that hollowness with joy. We danced. We laughed. Jake's grandmother got delightfully tipsy and told increasingly embarrassing stories about his childhood. Rachel gave a toast that had everyone crying and laughing in equal measure. Our first dance was perfect, even when I stepped on Jake's foot and we both dissolved into giggles. We spent our honeymoon in Portland, visiting bookstores and coffee shops, walking along the waterfront, being tourists in a city neither of us had explored. I turned my phone on once, saw 47 missed calls and twice as many text messages, and turned it back off. You can't avoid them forever, Jake said on our last night, as we sat on the hotel room balcony watching the sunset. I can try. Claire. I know. I leaned against his shoulder. But not yet. Let me have this happiness for a little while longer. We flew home on a Tuesday. I turned on my phone during our layover in Denver. The messages were a mix of rage and guilt-tripping. My mother demanded I call her immediately. My father threatened to cut me off completely, which was laughable since I hadn't taken money from them since college. Madison's texts were the worst, long rambling paragraphs about how I destroyed her mental health and ruined any chance of family reconciliation. Your sister tried to commit suicide, my mother's final voicemail said. I hope you're happy. The world tilted sideways. I called back from the airport terminal, my hands shaking so badly I could barely hold the phone. My mother answered on the first ring. Is she alive? I demanded. She's in the hospital. They're keeping her for observation. What happened? She took pills. After your wedding. Mom's voice was ice. She couldn't handle the rejection. Couldn't handle knowing you'd chosen that man over your own family. I didn't choose Jake over you. I chose myself. You chose selfishness. I hung up. Jake wrapped his arms around me as I stood frozen in the middle of the terminal, travelers flowing around us like water around a stone. We need to go home, I whispered. The hospital was sterile and cold. Madison was in a psychiatric ward, under observation. They wouldn't let me see her. My mother stood in the waiting room with red-rimmed eyes and an expression of pure accusation. You did this, she said. No. My voice came out stronger than I expected. I didn't. You abandoned her when she needed you most. I got married, Mom. I got married with money I saved myself after you tried to take it away 3 weeks before the ceremony. That's not abandonment. That's self-preservation. My father appeared from the hallway, coffee in hand. He looked older than I remembered, worn down and exhausted. She's asking for you. Madison? No. Your mother's sister. She flew in this morning. Aunt Patricia had always been the family truth teller, the one who refused to participate in the careful dance of pretending everything was fine. She hugged me tightly when I entered Madison's room, then stepped back and studied my face. You look different, she said. I got married. I saw the photos. Beautiful ceremony. She glanced at my mother, who'd followed us in. I also heard what happened beforehand. Patricia, this isn't the time, Mom said sharply. Actually, it's exactly the time. My aunt turned to me fully. Your sister didn't try to kill herself, Claire. She took 4 Tylenol and called your mother crying. The hospital admitted her for observation because she told them she was suicidal, but the doctors don't believe she was actually trying to die. The room went silent. What? I managed. She called me this morning, Patricia continued. Told me the whole story. She was upset about the wedding, took some pills to make the pain stop, her words, but immediately regretted it and called your mother. The doctors said she wasn't in any real danger. They're keeping her because she needs help, yes, but not because she's actively suicidal. I looked at my mother. You told me she tried to commit suicide. She did. She took 4 pills and immediately called for help, Patricia corrected. That's a cry for attention, Sarah, not a suicide attempt. And you know it. How dare you minimize what she's going through? I'm not minimizing anything. Madison needs therapy. She needs support. But she doesn't need her sister to give up her wedding fund or her happiness or her boundaries. She needs to learn that other people's joy isn't a personal attack. My father had gone pale. Patricia, please. No, Tom. This family has been enabling Madison's behavior for years. She's learned that if she falls apart, everyone will drop everything to cater to her feelings. And you two have taught Claire that her needs don't matter unless Madison is okay first. My aunt's voice was fierce. Well, congratulations. You've successfully pushed away your eldest daughter. Was it worth it? I walked out. Jake was waiting in the hallway, having been barred from the room by my mother. He took one look at my face and pulled me into his arms. "She lied," I said into his chest. "She didn't try to kill herself. She took 4 pills and called my mom crying." "I'm so sorry." I was terrified. I thought she was dying. I thought I'd killed her by getting married. Anger flooded through me, hot and righteous. They let me believe that. They wanted me to feel guilty. We left the hospital together. My phone started ringing immediately, my mother, then my father, then Madison herself. I blocked all 3 numbers. My aunt called an hour later, and I answered. "I'm staying in town for a few days," she said. "I'd like to take you and Jake to dinner, if you're willing." We met her at a small Italian restaurant downtown. Over pasta and wine, Patricia filled in the gaps I'd been missing for years. "Your mother was the youngest of 4, she began. Always the baby, always the one who needed taking care of. When she had you and Madison, she projected that dynamic onto you both. You were the responsible one from the start, organized, independent, capable. Madison was the baby who needed protecting." "That's not an excuse," I said. "No, it's not. But it's context. Your mother never learned how to parent a child who didn't need constant attention. She doesn't know how to celebrate your successes without worrying about how it affects Madison." "And Dad?" Patricia sighed. "Your father loves you both, but he's always defaulted to your mother's judgment. He was raised to keep the peace, to avoid conflict. It's easier to ask you to bend than to ask Madison to deal with her feelings. So I'm supposed to just accept that?" "Absolutely not." My aunt leaned forward. "You did the right thing, Claire. You set a boundary. You protected yourself. Madison needs professional help, yes, but she also needs to learn that the world doesn't revolve around her feelings. Your parents need to learn that too." Jake squeezed my hand under the table. "What do we do now?" "You live your life," Patricia said simply. "You enjoy being newlyweds. You build your future. And if your parents can't be part of that journey without making everything about Madison, then they've made their choice." Update 1, 3 months later. The holidays were different. For the first time in my adult life, I didn't go home for Thanksgiving. Jake's family welcomed me with open arms, and his mother made a point of putting my favorite dishes on the table. It was warm and loud and full of laughter, and I only cried twice. My aunt sent me a text on Thanksgiving morning. "Your mother keeps asking if you're coming." I told her actions have consequences. I didn't respond. Madison's social media presence had exploded. She'd rebranded herself as a mental health advocate, posting daily about the importance of family support and the devastating effects of abandonment. She never mentioned me by name, but the implication was clear. Her follower count had tripled. People left sympathetic comments calling her brave. "She's monetizing her breakdown," Rachel observed, scrolling through Madison's Instagram during our weekly coffee date. "She's literally selling merchandise with mental health slogans." "Good for her," I said, meaning none of it. "You don't mean that." "I don't. But I also don't care anymore. She can build her entire identity around being the victim of my wedding if that's what she needs." Rachel studied me over her coffee cup. "You seem different. Lighter." "I feel lighter. It's like I've been carrying this weight my entire life, trying to make everyone happy, trying to keep the peace. I put it down, and I can finally breathe." Work had become my sanctuary. I'd been promoted to senior project manager in November, a position I'd been working toward for 3 years. My boss had pulled me aside during the announcement to say, "You've seemed more focused lately. More confident. Whatever you're doing, keep it up." What I was doing was building a life that belonged to me. Jake and I had started looking at houses, small places in good neighborhoods where we could imagine raising children someday. We'd taken up cooking together, working through a recipe book his grandmother had given us as a wedding present. We laughed more. We dreamed bigger. My phone rang on a Tuesday evening in early December. An unknown number. I almost didn't answer. "Claire?" The voice was familiar but unexpected. "It's Amanda. Madison's roommate." "How did you get this number?" "From your aunt. Listen, I don't have much time. Madison's not home, and I need to tell you something." My stomach dropped. "Is she okay?" "She's fine. More than fine, actually." Amanda's voice was tight. "She's been planning something. A big social media post about family estrangement and the wedding that destroyed her mental health. She's got her story all lined up: the selfish sister, the stolen wedding fund, the abandonment. She's partnered with some influencer coach who thinks this could be her breakout moment. Why are you telling me this? Because it's all lies, Claire. I was here when your parents came to tell her about the wedding fund. She laughed. She said it was perfect timing because she wanted to go to Europe for 6 months and now she had an excuse to get money from them. She's not in therapy. She's using that money for travel. She's flying to Paris next week. The room spun. She's been pretending? The hospital visit was real. She did have a breakdown, but it wasn't about your wedding. She'd been dumped by some guy she'd been seeing for a month, and she spiraled. But when your mom connected it to the wedding, Madison saw an opportunity. She's been building this narrative ever since. And my parents know? Amanda hesitated. I don't think so. Your mom comes by every week. She pays Madison's rent, buys her groceries, treats her like she's one breakdown away from falling apart. Madison's got everyone convinced she's fragile. But Claire, she's the one who suggested taking your wedding fund in the first place. She planned the whole thing. I thanked Amanda and hung up. Jake appeared in the doorway, concern written across his face. What happened? I told him everything. He listened without interrupting, his expression darkening with every detail. What are you going to do? He asked finally. I'm going to let her post her story, I said slowly. I'm going to let her tell the world how terrible I am. And then I'm going to tell the truth. Claire. No, listen. I have proof. I have bank statements showing every deposit into my wedding fund. I have text messages from before the wedding where she joked about being single. I have receipts for the therapy my parents think they're paying for. If she wants to make this public, fine. But she's not going to do it without consequences. Jake was quiet for a long moment. You're sure about this? She's been playing victim for 3 months while I've been rebuilding my life. I'm done being the villain in her story. Madison's post went live 2 days later. It was a masterpiece of manipulation, full of carefully curated photos and heart-wrenching captions. She talked about the wedding fund, framing it as money our parents had set aside for both of us, money I'd stolen for my own selfish purposes. She posted screenshots of my cruel text messages, carefully edited to remove all context. She shared photos from her hospital stay, captioned with quotes about family abandonment and the long road to recovery. The post went viral. Thousands of people left comments calling me everything from heartless to evil. Madison's follower count exploded. News sites picked up the story. My inbox filled with messages from strangers telling me I was a disgrace. I waited 72 hours. Long enough for the story to spread, for people to form their opinions, for Madison to bask in her moment of manufactured victimhood. Then I posted my response. I kept it factual. I included bank statements showing every deposit I'd made to my wedding fund, dating back to before Madison had even graduated college. I posted the full text message conversations Madison had edited, showing the context she deliberately removed. I included screenshots of her Instagram posts from Europe, posts she'd apparently forgotten to make private, posts showing her in Paris and Barcelona and Rome, living her best life on the therapy money my parents thought they were giving her. I ended with a simple statement: I love my sister. I want her to be healthy and happy. But I will not be the villain in a story she's constructed for sympathy and attention. I got married with money I saved myself. I set boundaries with my family because those boundaries were necessary for my mental health. If that makes me selfish, then I'll own that label. But I won't own the lies. The response was immediate and overwhelming. The narrative flipped overnight. People who'd called me heartless were now praising me for standing up for myself. Madison's comments section flooded with questions about the therapy money and the European vacation. News sites that had picked up her original story now published updates. My mother called, screaming about family loyalty and public humiliation. I let it go to voicemail. My father sent a text asking me to delete the post. I blocked the number. Madison's account went private, then disappeared entirely. Patricia called the next morning. Your mother's in shock. She had no idea about the money. I didn't do this to hurt them, I said. I did it to protect myself. I know. And for what it's worth, I'm proud of you. You stood up for yourself without attacking Madison. You just told the truth. The truth was enough. By the end of the week, Madison had issued a public apology, carefully worded, strategically vague, but an apology nonetheless. My parents reached out through Patricia, asking if we could talk. I'm not ready, I told my aunt. Maybe someday. But not now. Jake and I moved into our new house in January. It was small but perfect, with a backyard for the dog we planned to adopt and enough space for the family we hoped to build. We painted the walls together, hung photos from our wedding, created a home that reflected who we were without the weight of who we'd been expected to be. My mother sent a card for my birthday in February. No apology, no acknowledgement of what had happened, just a generic message and a check I didn't cash. Madison sent nothing. I was okay with that. Update 2, 8 months after the wedding. Spring arrived cold and wet. Jake and I planted tomatoes in our backyard, knowing they probably wouldn't survive the unpredictable weather but enjoying the ritual of trying. We adopted a rescue dog named Biscuit, a terrier mixed with anxiety issues and an underbite that made him look perpetually confused. Life was ordinary and beautiful. Rachel met me for coffee on a Saturday morning, her eyes bright with barely contained excitement. "You're not going to believe what I heard," she said, sliding into the booth across from me. "Try me." "Madison's engaged." I set down my coffee slowly. "Engaged?" "To some guy she met in Paris. They've been dating for 3 months. He's a financial consultant, apparently loaded, and he proposed last week." Rachel pulled out her phone, showing me a post from one of Madison's friends. The photo showed my sister in a restaurant, hand extended to show off a massive diamond ring. 3 months, I repeated. "I know. The same Madison who needed $15,000 of therapy because she couldn't handle being single while I got married. The very same." I started laughing. It began as a chuckle but grew into something deeper, a release of 8 months of tension and anger and hurt. People in the coffee shop turned to stare, but I couldn't stop. "She's engaged," I gasped between laughs. "She's engaged, and she's going to expect everyone to be thrilled for her." "Your mom already called my mom," Rachel said. "She wants to host an engagement party. She's telling everyone that Madison's finally found happiness after such a difficult year. A difficult year she spent traveling through Europe on stolen therapy money." "That's the one." I wiped tears from my eyes. "Is she inviting me?" "I don't know. Would you go?" The question stopped me cold. Would I go? Would I stand in my parents' house and smile for my sister, pretending the last 8 months hadn't happened? Would I celebrate her engagement the way she'd refused to celebrate mine? "No," I said finally. "I wouldn't. And I'm not going to feel guilty about it." The invitation arrived 2 weeks later, forwarded through Patricia. A formal card with gold lettering, inviting me to celebrate Madison's engagement to Trevor Holloway at my parents' house on the first Saturday in May. I threw it in the recycling. Jake found it that evening, pulling it out to read. "You're not going? Are you kidding? After everything she put us through?" "I'm not saying you should go. I'm asking if you're comfortable with not going." I considered the question seriously. Was I comfortable? 8 months ago, not attending Madison's engagement party would have felt like a betrayal, a failure of sisterly duty. Now it felt like self-respect. "I'm completely comfortable," I said. She made her choices. I've made mine. Patricia called the next day. "Your mother's hurt that you're not coming." Did she expect me to come? I think she hoped. My aunt sighed. "She's been in denial about a lot of things, Claire. The money Madison used for travel, the lies, the manipulation. She doesn't want to believe her youngest daughter is capable of that level of deception. That's not my problem to solve." "No, it's not. But I want you to know that your mother is starting to ask questions. About the therapy Madison supposedly attended. About the money she supposedly needed. Reality is catching up with the narrative, and it's not pretty." "Good. You mean that?" "I do. I spent my whole life protecting their feelings, managing their expectations, making sure everyone was comfortable except me. I'm done. If reality is uncomfortable, they can deal with it." Patricia laughed softly. "You really are different now. Stronger." "I'm myself. Maybe for the first time." Madison's engagement party happened without me. I spent that Saturday at a street festival with Jake, eating overpriced tacos and browsing handmade jewelry. We came home to find 17 missed calls and a voicemail from my mother so angry I deleted it without listening to the whole thing. Amanda texted me that evening, "Your sister had a meltdown at the party. Apparently, she told everyone you'd be there and was humiliated when you didn't show. Your mom covered by saying you were sick. Madison told everyone you were punishing her for finding happiness." I showed Jake the text. He shook his head, pulling me close. "She'll never stop playing victim, will she?" "Probably not. But it doesn't matter anymore. Her narrative doesn't define me." June brought unexpected news. My father reached out directly, asking to meet for coffee. No demands, no accusations, just a simple request. Against my better judgment, I agreed. We met at a neutral location, a chain coffee shop halfway between our houses. Dad looked smaller than I remembered, his shoulders hunched in a way that suggested the weight of recent revelations. I didn't know, he said without preamble. About the money? About Madison lying to us. Patricia told me everything last week, and I went through the credit card statements. All the therapy appointments she claimed to have? She was shopping. Having lunch with friends. Getting her hair done. I wrapped my hands around my coffee cup. What did Mom say? She's still in denial. Keeps insisting Madison must have needed those things for her mental health, that retail therapy is still therapy. He met my eyes for the first time. But I know better. I know what we did to you, Claire. We asked you to sacrifice your happiness for your sister's comfort. We made you the villain when you were just trying to live your life. You demanded I give up my wedding fund 3 weeks before my wedding, I said quietly. 3 weeks, Dad. After I'd saved for years? After I'd planned everything? You told me I was selfish for wanting to get married. I know. You said a real daughter would put Madison first. I know. His voice cracked. I was wrong. We were both wrong. Your mother and I, we've spent so long catering to Madison's feelings that we forgot you have feelings too. We forgot that you're allowed to be happy even if it makes your sister uncomfortable. I wanted to throw my coffee in his face. I wanted to scream at him, to list every time they'd chosen Madison over me, every graduation and promotion and milestone that had been overshadowed by my sister's manufactured crises. Instead, I sat very still and said, "Thank you for saying that." I don't expect forgiveness, Dad continued. I don't even expect you to want a relationship with us. But I needed you to know that I see it now. I see what we did, and I'm sorry. Does Madison know you're here? No. She's busy planning her wedding. He smiled bitterly. She's asked us to pay for it. The whole thing. Says Trevor's family is traditional and expects the bride's parents to cover the costs. And you said yes. Your mother did. I told her we'd contribute $5,000. The same amount we offered you before trying to take it back. I looked at my father, really looked at him. He'd aged in the past 8 months, lines steepening around his eyes and mouth. Why only $5,000? Because we don't have more. We gave Madison $15,000 for therapy she never attended. We've been covering her rent since she got back from Europe. We paid off her credit cards last month because she spent everything on the wedding ring she told Trevor she'd contribute to. He rubbed his face tiredly. We're broke, Claire. And your sister is angry about it. That's not my problem. I know it's not. I'm telling you because you deserve to know the truth. You've always deserved the truth. We sat in silence for a long moment. Finally, Dad pulled out an envelope and slid it across the table. This is for you. It's not enough to make up for what we took from you, but it's a start. I opened the envelope. Inside was a check for $5,000. I can't accept this, I said. You can. You should. I took out a personal loan to cover it. That money is yours, no strings attached. Use it for your house, for a vacation, for whatever you want. It's not conditional on forgiving us or attending Madison's wedding. It's just an acknowledgement that we were wrong. I stared at the check, emotions warring inside me. Anger. Hurt. Confusion. And underneath it all, a tiny seed of something that might eventually grow into forgiveness. I'm not ready to have you back in my life, I said. I understand. Maybe someday. But not now. That's fair. Dad stood up, coffee untouched. I'm proud of you, Claire. I should have said that on your wedding day. I should have been there to say it. But I'm saying it now. I'm proud of the woman you've become, and I'm sorry I wasn't a better father to her. He left before I could respond. I sat alone with a check and my coffee, crying silently while baristas bustled around me and other customers pointedly didn't stare. Jake found me an hour later, still sitting in the same spot. He didn't ask questions, just wrapped his arms around me and held on tight while I fell apart. He apologized, I whispered into his shoulder. He actually apologized. Is that what you wanted? I don't know what I wanted. I wanted them to see me. To really see me. And maybe he finally does. We deposited the check the next day. Jake suggested using it for a vacation, somewhere tropical where we could lie on a beach and forget about family drama. Instead, I donated half to a mental health charity that actually helped people, not just enabled their worst behaviors. The other half went into our savings. For what? Jake asked. For us. For our future. For proof that I can take something ugly and turn it into something good. Madison's wedding was scheduled for September. The invitation arrived in July, hand-delivered by Patricia with an apologetic expression. "Your mother's hoping you'll come," she said. "She's convinced that if you and Madison can just talk, everything will be fine." "Everything won't be fine," I said. "And I'm not going." "I told her you'd say that." "She doesn't listen." "She never does." The wedding came and went. I spent the day with Jake's family, celebrating his niece's birthday with cake and presents and zero drama. My phone stayed blissfully silent. No angry calls, no guilt-tripping texts, no voicemails calling me selfish. Patricia sent me a single text that evening. "Madison asked where you were during the reception. Your mother told her you'd moved across the country and couldn't make it." Madison seemed relieved. I laughed until I cried, and then I turned off my phone and danced with my husband in our kitchen while Biscuit barked at our feet. October arrived again. 1 year since my wedding day. Jake surprised me with a weekend trip to the coast, just the two of us and the ocean and the sound of waves crashing against rocks. We renewed our vows on the beach at sunrise, no witnesses except the seagulls, no drama except the wind tangling my hair. "To us," Jake said, kissing me as the sun broke over the horizon. "To us," I agreed. "And to choosing ourselves." My phone buzzed when we got back to the hotel. An email from Madison, the first direct contact we'd had in months. The subject line read, "I'm sorry." I deleted it without reading it. Maybe someday I'd be ready to hear her apology. Maybe someday I'd want to rebuild some version of a relationship with my family. But that day wasn't today, and it wouldn't be tomorrow. I'd spent too long being the one who bent, who understood, who sacrificed. I was done being the peacekeeper in a war I hadn't started. 3 weeks after our anniversary trip, I found out I was pregnant. Jake cried when I showed him the test. We sat on our bathroom floor, holding each other and laughing and making plans for a future that belonged entirely to us. I told Patricia first. She whooped with joy and demanded to be called Auntie Pat. Jake told his parents, who immediately started planning a nursery and buying tiny clothes. We waited until the second trimester to post anything on social media, a simple photo of baby shoes with a caption announcing our due date. The responses were overwhelmingly positive. Friends and coworkers flooded the comments with congratulations. Jake's family shared the post. Patricia added a dozen heart emojis. My mother commented, "Congratulations. We'd love to be part of this baby's life." I deleted the comment. Madison sent a direct message, "Can we talk? I want to apologize properly. I want to meet your baby." I left it on read. My father called 2 days later. I answered, surprising myself. "Congratulations," he said simply. "You're going to be a wonderful mother." "Thank you. I don't expect to be involved. I know I haven't earned that. But if you ever change your mind, if you ever want your child to know their grandparents, the door is open." "Okay," I said, because it was the only response I had. "Okay," he echoed, and hung up. Jake found me sitting on the porch, watching the sun set over our small backyard. He settled beside me, his hand finding mine automatically. "What are you thinking?" he asked. "I'm thinking that a year ago, I would have felt guilty about keeping my parents away from their grandchild. I would have convinced myself I was being cruel, that family should forgive family, that I needed to be the bigger person. And now? Now I know that being the bigger person doesn't mean letting people hurt you repeatedly. It means protecting yourself and your family from people who haven't proven they can do better. So we're not reconciling?" I leaned against his shoulder, feeling the baby flutter inside me, a tiny reminder of the life we'd built together. Maybe someday. If they earn it. If they show me, not tell me, show me, that they've changed. But I'm not holding my breath. "I love you," Jake said. "I love you too." We sat together as the sky turned pink and orange, as Biscuit chased invisible rabbits in the grass, as the wind carried the scent of the tomatoes we'd somehow successfully grown. Somewhere across town, my parents were probably sitting in their house, wondering how everything had gone so wrong. Somewhere in her newlywed apartment, Madison was probably crafting her next social media post about mental health and family estrangement. But here, in our home, in our life, everything was exactly right. Final update: last night, 8 months pregnant and exhausted, I decided to finally share our journey with a wider audience. Jake helped me set up an Instagram live at 8 o'clock on a Tuesday evening. We figured a handful of friends might tune in, maybe some coworkers, possibly Jake's cousin who followed every social media trend religiously. We wanted to share the baby's nursery. Jake had spent weeks painting a mural on one wall, a whimsical forest scene with foxes and owls and rabbits. I'd sewn curtains from fabric my aunt had sent me. Everything was perfect, a sanctuary we'd created with our own hands and our own money and our own love. Ready? Jake asked, phone positioned to capture the room. Ready, I confirmed. We went live. Within minutes, we had 50 viewers. Then 100. Then 300. The comments flooded in, friends and strangers alike admiring the nursery, asking about the due date, sending congratulations. And then I saw her name in the viewer list, Madison Thompson. My stomach dropped. She's watching, I whispered to Jake, ankling away from the phone's microphone. Ignore her, he whispered back. This is our moment. He was right. I turned back to the camera, showing off the handmade mobile hanging above the crib, the bookshelf Jake had built himself, the rocking chair Patricia had shipped from across the country. I talked about our excitement, our nerves, our readiness to meet our daughter in a few weeks. The viewer count climbed to 500. 700. 1,000. I didn't understand the surge until Jake's phone started buzzing with texts. His sister sent a screenshot. Madison had shared our live video to her story with the caption, "My sister finally feels safe to share her pregnancy. So happy for her despite our complicated past." The caption was vintage Madison, subtly positioning herself as the victim while appearing magnanimous, implying that I'd been hiding my pregnancy because of her, turning my joy into another chapter of her narrative. I could have ended the live session. I could have ignored it and hoped it would blow over. Instead, something inside me shifted. I'd spent a year reclaiming my story, protecting my boundaries, building a life that belonged to me. I wasn't going to let her take this moment. Thank you all so much for joining us, I said to the camera, my voice steady. This has been an incredible journey. And since we're being honest tonight, I want to address something. Jake's eyes widened, but he didn't stop recording. Some of you might have noticed comments or shares from my sister, Madison. We've had a complicated relationship, which is putting it mildly. About a year ago, 3 weeks before my wedding, my parents asked me to give my wedding fund to Madison for therapy. Money I'd saved myself from 3 jobs over several years. The comments section exploded. Jake squeezed my hand. I said no. I got married anyway, using the money I'd earned. My family didn't attend. Madison had a breakdown and was briefly hospitalized, which my parents connected to my wedding. I was told I'd caused her mental health crisis by getting married while she was single. I took a breath, feeling Jake's steady presence beside me. Later, I found out the truth. Madison had suggested taking my wedding fund before the breakdown. She used the therapy money my parents gave her to travel through Europe. She was never in therapy. She lied to everyone, including our parents, and let me believe I destroyed her mental health. The viewer count had hit 1,500. Comments were coming too fast to read. I'm not sharing this to hurt anyone or to gain sympathy. I'm sharing it because Madison just shared our pregnancy announcement with a caption that makes it seem like I've been hiding my joy because of our complicated past. But the truth is, I haven't been hiding. I've been living. I've been building a life with my husband, creating a home for our daughter, establishing boundaries that protect my mental health and my family's happiness. I looked directly at the camera, speaking to my sister even though I knew she'd probably already stopped watching. Madison, if you're still there, I want you to know something. I don't hate you. I don't even think about you most days. I'm not hiding from you. I'm just living a life that doesn't revolve around managing your feelings or protecting your narrative. I hope you're happy in your marriage. I hope you're getting the help you need. But I'm done being the villain in your story. I smiled, genuine and calm. To everyone else, thank you for celebrating with us. This baby girl is going to be so loved, by us and by Jake's incredible family and by the family we've chosen. That's all that matters. Jake ended the live session. My phone immediately exploded with notifications. Texts from friends. Comments flooding our social media. Messages from people I hadn't talked to in years, telling me I was brave, calling me inspirational, sharing their own stories of family estrangement and boundary setting. Patricia called, laughing so hard she could barely speak. Your mother just called me screaming. She watched the whole thing. She's demanding I tell you to take it down. I'm not taking it down, I said. I know. I told her that. Patricia's laughter faded into something softer. I'm proud of you, Claire. You told your truth without being cruel. You didn't attack Madison, you just refused to let her control the narrative anymore. How's Madison? Her Instagram account is private again. Your mother says she's devastated, but honestly, I think she's more embarrassed than anything. All her followers just watched you calmly explain what really happened. She can't play victim when you've given everyone the full story. After Patricia hung up, Jake and I sat in the nursery, surrounded by the evidence of the life we'd built. My phone continued to buzz, but I turned it face down on the changing table. No regrets? Jake asked. None, I said. I spent a year letting my silence speak for itself. But silence only works if people are willing to hear it. Madison wasn't. So I spoke up. You were amazing. I was honest. That's all. My father's text arrived an hour later. You didn't have to do that. You could have talked to us privately. I typed back, I did try to talk to you privately. You chose Madison's version of events. I'm just making sure the truth is available for anyone who wants it. He didn't respond. Madison's text came at midnight, long and rambling, full of accusations and pain and demands that I delete the video. I read it twice, then blocked her number. My mother's text arrived 10 minutes later, calling me cruel and vindictive. I blocked her too. The only number I didn't block was my father's. Not because I expected reconciliation, but because he'd shown, in small ways, that he was trying to understand. That was enough to keep the door cracked open, even if I wasn't ready to walk through it. Jake found me on the couch at 2 a.m, scrolling through comments on the video we posted to our regular feed after the live session ended. You should sleep, he said gently. The baby needs you rested. Look at this, I said, showing him a comment from a woman I'd never met. She said she spent 10 years trying to please her family before realizing she was allowed to choose herself. She said watching me tell my story gave her the courage to set her own boundaries. That's beautiful. There are hundreds like it. People I've never met, telling me I helped them. How is that possible? Jake pulled me close. Because you stopped being afraid of being the villain. You chose yourself, and you didn't apologize for it. That's powerful. I rested my hand on my stomach, feeling our daughter move beneath my palm. She's going to grow up knowing she's allowed to choose herself too. She's going to know that family is important, but it's not more important than her own well-being. She's going to know that setting boundaries isn't selfish, it's necessary. She's going to have an incredible mother, Jake said. She's going to have incredible parents, I corrected. Both of us. Together. The video stayed up. By morning, it had been viewed 20,000 times. News sites picked it up, framing it as a story about family dynamics and the importance of boundaries. Mental health advocates shared it, discussing the difference between supporting someone's healing and enabling their manipulation. Madison's Instagram remained private. My mother's Facebook went quiet. My father sent one more text, I watched the video again. You were right about everything. I'm sorry it took me so long to see it. I didn't respond, but I didn't delete the message either. 3 weeks later, I went into labor on a Sunday morning. Jake drove me to the hospital, his hands shaking on the steering wheel. Patricia met us there, having driven through the night when I called to tell her it was time. Jake's family filled the waiting room, ready to welcome their newest member. Our daughter was born at 3:47 p.m., screaming and perfect and absolutely ours. We named her Grace, not after anyone, not to honor any tradition, just because we loved it. Grace Patricia Montgomery, a name that belonged only to her. When the nurse asked who we wanted to notify, Jake gave her a list: his parents, his sister, his grandparents. I added only one name, Patricia. Your parents? The nurse asked gently. I looked at my daughter, this tiny human who would never know what it felt like to be second choice, who would grow up surrounded by people who celebrated her joy instead of demanding she diminish it. Just Patricia, I said. The photos we shared on social media were carefully curated, Grace's tiny fingers wrapped around Jake's thumb, her perfect rosebud mouth, the pure joy on our faces. We tagged Jake's family. We tagged Patricia. We didn't tag anyone else. The messages came anyway. My mother begging to meet her granddaughter. Madison congratulating me and asking if she could visit. Relatives I hadn't heard from in years suddenly wanting to be involved. I read them all. I didn't answer any of them. Patricia came to the hospital the day after Grace was born, tears streaming down her face as she held her great niece. She's perfect, she whispered. Absolutely perfect. She is, I agreed. Your mother called me 6 times last night. I'm sorry. Don't be. Patricia looked up at me, fierce and proud. You're protecting your daughter. That's what mothers are supposed to do. 2 weeks after Grace was born, my father showed up at our house. I saw him through the window, standing on the porch with a wrapped present in his hands. Jake was upstairs giving Grace a bath. I could have pretended not to be home. Instead, I opened the door. "Hi," Dad said. "Hi. I know you probably don't want me here. I won't stay long. I just wanted to bring this." He held out the present. "It's a blanket. Hand knitted. I learned how on YouTube." I took the package, surprised by its weight. "You learned to knit?" I figured if I couldn't be involved in her life, I could at least make her something with my own hands. Something that proved I was thinking about her. He smiled sadly. "I made a lot of mistakes before I got it right. Had to start over 3 times." "That's a good metaphor," I said. "I know." He looked past me into the house, not trying to see inside, just acknowledging the life I'd built without him. "I'm not asking to meet her. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I just wanted you to know that I'm trying to be better. And if you ever decide you want me in your life, in Grace's life, I'll be ready." "Okay," I said. "Okay." He turned to leave, then paused. "You were always the strong one, Claire. Even when you were little. I should have celebrated that instead of asking you to hide it. I'm sorry I didn't." I watched him walk to his car, drive away, disappear around the corner. Then I went inside and unwrapped the blanket. It was beautiful, cream-colored with a border of tiny knitted flowers. The stitches were uneven in places, clear evidence of a beginner's work, but every thread had been placed with care. I showed it to Jake when he came downstairs with Grace in his arms. "Your dad made this?" he asked, surprised. "Apparently." "Are you going to use it?" I looked at my daughter, sleeping peacefully against her father's chest. I thought about the life we'd built, the boundaries we'd maintained, the love we'd chosen to prioritize. I thought about second chances and earned forgiveness and the difference between the family you're born into and the family you create. "Maybe," I said. "Someday." But today, I wrapped Grace in a blanket Jake's grandmother had made, surrounded by people who'd chosen to celebrate us from the beginning. Today, I was exactly where I needed to be, with exactly who I needed to be with. Tonight, my phone sits silent on the counter. Madison's Instagram remains private. My mother's texts have slowed to a trickle. My father's blanket is folded in Grace's closet, waiting for the day I might be ready to use it. But I'm not waiting for anything. I'm living. I'm laughing. I'm watching my husband make silly faces at our daughter while Biscuit dances around their feet. I'm building a life that doesn't require anyone's permission or approval. I chose myself. I chose my family. I chose happiness over obligation, peace over guilt, truth over narrative. And I'd make the same choice every single time. The wedding fund they tried to take? It paid for the most beautiful day of my life. The boundaries they called selfish? They protected the family I was building. The silence they interpreted as punishment? It was actually just the sound of me finally exhaling. I won. Not because I destroyed my sister or punished my parents or proved anything to anyone. I won because I stopped playing a game where the only way to succeed was to lose pieces of myself. Grace will grow up knowing her mother chose herself, and in doing so, chose to give her daughter something I didn't have permission to do the same. That's the legacy I'm building. Not silence, not bitterness, not victory over anyone else. Just the simple, powerful act of choosing myself and calling it enough. Because it is enough. I am enough. And I always was.